Behind me, we have the highway where you don't see as many drivers right now, which is a good thing. A couple come by, but as we've been recommending, just if you can stay home. It's not good conditions to be driving right now, really dangerous. And even if you do drive, before you even get into the car, let me walk you through what I had to do this morning. I woke up around 4:40 and I immediately went to the car. I started how to scrape the windshield to make sure that there was being able to be visible while I go on the road. That's the condition that many here in Texarkana have to deal with, having to get all of the ice that it's out of their windshield. And something that I learned from Matt is to keep those blinders up so that it doesn't get stuck to the windshield. I'm from LA, so this whole situation is really new to me, but as I'm experimenting with you guys, I just want you to stay safe out there, stay at home, and if you need any warming centers here in Texarkana, there's Randy Sam's and the Salvation Army that are there to help you out. Reporting live at Texarkana. Take it back to you, Dom.
All right, Marvin, thank you. We see some snow on the ground out there. This morning, we are keeping you informed on how you can stay safe during this weekend's winter weather. The Highland Center and Morning Star Baptist Church will serve as warming centers this weekend. Both locations will have backup power in case there are any outages. The centers are offering blankets, snacks, and water. Morning Star Baptist Church says past experiences have better prepared them to help the community out in case of an emergency.
And so we wanted to be sure that we could become more resilient on our own. And so in the interim, since 2021, we've worked the last 5 years to be sure that when it happened again, that we were going to be blessed now to be able to respond in a more positive way. And so
the Highland Center is open today through Monday. It opens this morning at 10 o'clock until 4 this afternoon. Morning Star Baptist Church opens Sunday and Monday between 10 a.m. and 4 as well. Bossier City is opening up warming centers through Monday. The locations are at Stonewall Baptist Church. That's at 807 Eatman Street, and the Shady Grove Recreation Center. That's located at 3949 Wayne Street. We're told the centers will open between 10 this morning and 4 this afternoon, but those times may be adjusted based on needs and demand. Also, the Bossier Parish Sheriff's Substation on Viking Drive will open this evening at 5 o'clock and will remain open until the storm clears out. Well, there are a few universities closing in the ArkLaTex to make sure that students are safe during the winter storm. LSU and Shreveport will close their campus on Monday. School administrators say all scheduled on-campus events from now until Monday are canceled. All in-person classes set for Monday will shift to the Moodle learning module. And then the school says they will announce any other closures or cancellations over the weekend. Northwestern State University campuses are also closed on Monday due to the potential winter storm. The residence halls will remain open for students who choose to stay on campus. Dining services are also open on an adjusted schedule. The university will provide updates as they come in. Louisiana Tech University campuses are closed on Monday and Tuesday due to the severe winter storm. This closure includes operations at the campus on Barksdale and the Academic Success Center in Bossier City. Some services are open for students who remain on campus, though. That would be Tech Table. It is open between 10:30 this morning and 5 in the evening throughout the planned closure. The Lambright Center is also open from noon until 5 if you're on campus, and students are advised to continue monitoring campus updates. If you know someone at Southern University in Baton Rouge, and we have a lot of students that go there, the university will shift to remote classes on Monday. The campus dining services are available for those on campus. Normal operations are expected to resume on Tuesday. All Natchitoches Parish schools are closed on Monday due to anticipated concerns with road conditions and power outage issues. We also have some more closures at the bottom of this screen. It will be scrolling all morning long. The Caddo Correctional Center is closed Monday and Tuesday due to the winter weather storm expected over the weekend. There's no on-site visitation. However, visitors can still do remote visits. Visitation is scheduled to resume on Wednesday. During this weekend winter storm, KSLA News 12 will keep you first alert. Download our KSLA News 12 app right now on your mobile devices and on your smart TVs. We will live stream forecasts, newscasts, and weather updates to keep you first alert throughout the storm. It is 6:11. Is your dog safe and warm ahead of the storm? We'll tell you about the Texas law that could mean trouble for owners who don't provide adequate shelter for their four-legged friends. But first, we'll show you how electricity companies are prioritizing restoration and one important thing that you can do to help prevent further outages when the lights come back on. These stories and more.
And we've been giving you the first alert now on this winter storm for about a week, and it is now arriving. This is a live look outside on I-20. Still seeing a little bit of traffic out there right now, but you want to get indoors and hunker down pretty soon because the worst of this winter storm is on the way throughout the day today and tonight. I'll have the details next. That freezing rain is starting to really pick up now, and things are going to rapidly go downhill. We've been warning you about this now for a long time, giving you that first alert that this was going to arrive sometime during the early morning hours, and it is right on schedule. Here we are, 6:16, and you can already see the raindrops, or I should say the freezing raindrops on our camera lens. And I'm telling you what, these roads are going to go downhill in a big hurry, and that's the danger because it might look wet, but that could be ice. and I just would not be out on those roadways right now. Here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar. Look at all of that freezing rain and sleet coming in. So this is really starting to pick up now, and the peak of this storm is happening now and will last all the way through tonight. So let's take you up north here. Look at all that freezing rain along I-30. I-30 is treacherous, so do not be traveling up in this area right now if you don't have to. That extending from northeast Texas and portions of Bowie County all the way into southwest Arkansas, Texarkana, and Hope, seeing that as well. Taking you off to the south here, notice the freezing rain is starting to really increase now around the Shreveport area. That extends towards Houghton along I-20, basically along and south of I-20 down towards Stonewall. We're seeing more of that freezing rain and sleet combination. And again, a lot of that's kind of lifting its way off to the north and east. Look at East Texas, covered up right now by freezing rain, sleet. We got all kinds of things going on in East Texas, all kinds of different colors showing up on our graphic here. And the temperatures are below freezing pretty much everywhere. So that means that whatever is falling is going to stick and turn to ice. And again, those conditions will continue to go downhill. Winter storm warning in the northern portions of our area along the I-30 corridor until 6 p.m. on Sunday. And then we have the ice storm warning in the areas in purple. That includes pretty much all locations along and south of I-20. That is your ice storm warning that goes through 6 p.m. on Sunday. So here's a look at future track. We'll take you through the rest of the day. Notice how that freezing line continues to drop southward here. So we're pretty much all going to be in the freezing rain. We might still see a little bit of rain down in Natchitoches by that time, but even you are going to switch over as we head throughout the afternoon. And then notice as we get into the afternoon, we get a bit of a break. I think this is going to come through in waves today, so it's not going to be continuous all afternoon. I think there will be some breaks in this at times, which is good. And then we get into tonight and another big batch coming in from the west. So you can see another big round arrives tonight. And this is when I think we're going to see the worst of the conditions will be tonight into early tomorrow morning. So when you join us back here tomorrow morning for our coverage, I think it's going to be much, much worse. Those roadways tomorrow morning could be nearly impossible to travel on. It's going to be that bad, I think, tomorrow morning. And then on the back side of that, we're going to switch in a little bit of that snow. So maybe a little bit of a dusting of snow along and north of I-30 on the very tail end of this, north of Texarkana. And then that's pretty much it. Then this thing is going to be out here by that time. But again, we're going to see some issues for sure as far as that freezing rain accumulation here. And then this takes us all the way through Monday. So how much ice are we expecting? Well, about a half an inch to over an inch of ice. And that is going to be enough to cause widespread power outages. That is going to be enough to make the roads extremely icy and dangerous, and travel could be pretty difficult. And then on the backside, could see about an inch of snow or sleet for tomorrow, but I don't think that's going to be the big story. I think it's that freezing rain that's going to be our bigger story as well, definitely with this winter storm. I haven't even had a chance to update this graphic. I apologize. Tuesday is not a first alert weather day. It's just Sunday and Monday at this point. Sunday for tomorrow, look at that, 28 degrees. But I think the winter precip comes to an end early. I think it's going to be out here by about 7 or 8 a.m. tomorrow. Then we're going to start to improve. 32 on Monday, still very cold, still very icy road conditions, but this should finally start to melt away as we head to Tuesday and Wednesday.
All right, thank you, Matt. We have team coverage this morning. KSLA's Marvin Andrade is in Texarkana. Let's check in with Marvin this morning. Good morning, Marvin.
Good morning, Dom. Yeah, we're out here in Texarkana, and right behind me, it's already the road filled with icy conditions. It's freezing rain right now. It's extremely cold, and behind me we have Highway I-30, Interstate 30. Right now, it's really slow. You don't see that many drivers right now, which is a good thing. We're trying to stay out of those roads as much as you possibly can. But if you do have to, for some reason, drive if it's necessary, we recommend you just slow down and keep in mind for the conditions that you're driving in. Even before you even get into the car, you already have to prepare. Let me walk you through what I had to do this morning. I woke up around 4:40 and I had to basically move all of the ice that was in my windshield. That took about 20 minutes, and I'm from LA, so this whole conditions of ice, freezing rain is very new to me. But as I stay informed, as I get as much information as I can, I'll be sharing it to you guys, to our viewers, to make sure that you guys stay safe out there wherever you guys are at. And as the whole KSLA family has been saying, if you can, please stay home and stay safe and warm out here and during these winter storm. Reporting live at Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
All right, thank you, Marvin. And as you can see behind Marvin, Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones was talking about that freezing rain that you saw on the ground, and it's blanketing the ground. And of course, that's going to freeze over, so you want to be careful and just stay home if you don't have to get out on the roadways. East Texas power companies are prepared for possible outages. This morning, we take a look at the places they prioritize and what you can do to lessen the chance of delays in getting power restored or additional outages.
In the parking lot of Broadway Square Mall, an army of utility trucks gathered ahead of the storm.
We're actually staging some in different towns. Jacksonville, we've got some in Palestine and Athens.
We went inside Encore's Tyler Storm Center before it was activated. It's where they'll dispatch crews to assess damage and make repairs.
As you do have an outage and there's a lot of ice on the roads, we're going to get to it, but it may take a little bit more time because we're going to have to be safe getting to that outage.
Trimble says their first priority will be hospitals, followed by critical infrastructure like water and sewer plants. In situations like this, he says it can be difficult to offer an estimated time of restoration.
We do look at how long people have been off and take that into account.
Trimble warns of something called cold load pickup, which could strain the system as they restore power, possibly delaying their work or causing another outage as everyone's appliances come back on all at once.
And so it trips that whole line back out because of the amount of load that is hitting the whole line.
If you lose power, you can help by flipping the breakers on major appliances and turning the heat off.
Go over to your heater, to your air conditioner, and switch it from heat to off. And when your power comes back on, hold on for just a little bit, let it sit, and then turn it over to heat, and then slowly heat up your house.
That's good advice. When it comes to the state power grid, ERCOT expects to have enough supply to meet demand. Their latest forecast shows the highest demand is expected Monday morning as we plunge into the single digits. In Shreveport, the Red Cross has warming centers set up as well. They are in the Highland Center at 520 Olive Street and Morning Star Baptist Church. That's located at 5340 Jewella Avenue in Shreveport. You can also call 211 to find the locations of other shelters in Louisiana. A warming center is also open at Blanchard Town Hall. That's located at 110 North Main Street. And with the cold weather coming in, you want to make sure that you protect your water lines inside and outside of your home. Mr. Reuter's Plumbing in Waco, Texas will help with frozen or leaking pipes. The general manager there says drip both hot and cold lines.
A lot of people will open their faucets, but they never open the hot side. That's important because if you only open the cold side, then the hot water lines never start to circulate. And your water heater, if it's in the attic or on the outside of the house, like a tankless, if the water's not flowing through it, it's not heating.
He says preparing before the cold weather comes in will give you better chances of preventing pipe damage, which could take some time to fix, especially if plumbers are backed up with other jobs. All right, let's take a look outside. This is I-20 at Airline Drive, and as you can see, the camera has just a little bit of moisture there from just a little bit of a drizzle coming down in the area. Believe it or not, all of that will freeze over. Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones has said right now this morning when we came in, it was not really that bad, but those road conditions will become icy and very dangerous. He said things are going to get bad.
First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
It is 6:30 on a Saturday morning as the winter storm moves into the ArkLaTex. Here are some aspects to know about hypothermia and frostbite. If you think you have frostbite, a UT Health East Texas doctor says it is important to gradually warm the parts of your body that are showing signs of improper blood flow.
When it comes to frostbite, we tend to try to rub our tips of fingertips or whatever to try to rewarm them, and you want to avoid that in any sort of frostbite injury, as it can cause further damage.
The doctor says hypothermia can happen quickly and unexpectedly, even if temperature is above freezing. He says the condition tends to cause confusion. He recommends if you have to go outside to use dry layers to stay warm.
If you have to go out in it, make sure you are well covered, have a heavy jacket, have something over your head.
And hospital emergency rooms like the one at Christus St. Michael Clinic in Texarkana are always prepared for emergencies, but administrators say over the next few days they'll be ready for whatever the cold weather sends their way. Doctors encourage people to stay inside to prevent health problems such as hypothermia. Christus physician Eric Bass told us the elderly, homeless, and those who stay alone are at risk during these types of weather conditions.
Are at risk of falling and not being found for a long period of time. And those without heat or readily available to heat. And it can leave them with hypothermia and life-threatening conditions, especially with the wet.
Well, the doctor says that if you feel like you've been in the cold too long, don't hesitate to get medical attention. Are your pets prepared for the incoming severe weather? The safest place for your animals during inclement weather is indoors. However, if that is not an option, here's how you can keep them safe. Materials like blankets and hay will collect moisture and freeze, which will make your pets even colder. One East Texas Animal Care Center explains what you can use to protect your pets.
You really want straw when you're insulating an outdoor shelter. If your only option is to bring your pet into a garage and it is unheated, we still need to have straw. We still need to have some sort of structure to keep them protected from any elements.
If you're in East Texas, the Longview Animal Care and Adoption Center is handing out free straw today from noon until 5 this evening. The straw is prepackaged and ready for pickup. And if you're putting together a disaster supply kit, here are some things that you need to know for you and your family. The kit can include water, food, a battery-powered radio, flashlight, first aid kit, and extra batteries.
And that winter storm is really starting to ramp up now across the ArkLaTex. Widespread freezing rain, sleet, and even some snow in some areas, and conditions will continue to deteriorate very rapidly as we head throughout the day today. Travel is not recommended. I'll have the details next.
All right, thanks, Matt. I'm going to go over and pull up our SWEPCO power outage map to see and be ready to tell you about power outages coming to our area. But meanwhile, freezing temperatures are headed our way. We'll tell you which plants are most at risk and what you can do to protect your garden from the cold. Let's take you outside again and let's take a look at this traffic situation. This is I-20 at Airline Drive. And as you can see, the roadways have a little bit of moisture on it. So be careful as you head out if you have to go anywhere. I know some people have to go to work because sometimes the businesses continue to go on like the news. So if you have to get out, make sure that you are connected to us before you leave the home so we can tell you about any road closures, and just try to drive with caution. We're back in a moment.
This is a KSLA News 12 special report. First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
And welcome back. That winter storm really starting to ramp up now, right on schedule. We expected this to really start to increase during the early morning hours, and that is exactly what's happening. Look at all of this coming at us from East Texas, so things are really starting to go downhill in a hurry. So if you aren't hunkered down at home now, you need to be so, because you don't want to travel in this. We're looking at I-30 here, the entire stretch of I-30 from southwest Arkansas all the way back in northeast Texas is dealing with freezing rain and sleet. Might even be a little bit of snow mixing in up there around Idabel. And look what's happening right now in Shreveport and Bossier. We started this newscast at around 5 a.m. There was really not a lot going on, and now we're seeing more widespread freezing rain and sleet coming in, and so things are really starting to go downhill in the Shreveport and Bossier metro areas. And we have a lot going on here in East Texas and Marion County, all the way down to Panola County here, all this entire stretch, looking at that freezing rain coming in from the west. And again, places like Mansfield starting to see some of that, even towards Coshada. And there's your freezing line right there that is working its way southward. So things are going downhill. As far as the road impacts around Shreveport and Bossier, this morning, some slick spots. By this afternoon, though, hazardous driving conditions. That continues through tonight. Then let's look ahead to your Sunday here. You can still see morning, afternoon, and night the entire day. Very hazardous conditions out there, so do not be traveling around the region on Sunday. And even as we get into your Monday morning, early next week, morning and afternoon, still hazardous. Maybe seeing some slight improvements as we get into Monday afternoon, but we got a long stretch of some pretty tough conditions ahead of us. Ice storm warning continues in the areas in purple until 6 p.m. on Sunday. Basically, all areas along and south of I-20 underneath that ice storm warning, again, through 6 p.m. on Sunday. Northern areas underneath the winter storm warning along the I-30 corridor, and again, that also goes until 6 p.m. on Sunday. And in addition to all that, we have an extreme cold warning that will go into effect at 6 p.m. on Sunday, lasting into Tuesday morning. So there is a lot going on. We're going to break it all down for you in more detail throughout this morning. We'll have more looks at the live radar, and I'll have a latest look at some of the new data coming in as far as what the forecast models are showing us for the rest of today coming up in just a bit. Let's take a look at our road conditions now and see what's going on out there, and things are really starting to back up. We actually have the radar overlaid with the traffic map here to kind of show you. Now the pink that you see on the map, that is the ice, so the ice is starting to become more widespread. Let's zoom in, and just since this freezing rain picked up about half an hour ago, look at this. Already those roads are starting to be impacted. So we were all green on this map a little while ago, and now you can see 220 is really starting to back up. And I just looked here, and we now have an accident here, a minor accident, Interstate 220 and North Market Street. So maybe associated with that freezing rain, you can see that back up there. So starting to see a few accidents, and again, I-20 both directions, or excuse me, I-220, I should say, 220 both directions is backing up, and we do have an accident there at 220 and North Market. We'll take you up north here, look at what's happening in Texarkana. Lots of backups on the roads here, so very slick, very hazardous conditions there on that loop around Texarkana. I-30 backing up as well. And then looking up here into southwestern Arkansas, things are really backing up. Little River County there in southwest Arkansas, up into Sevier and Howard counties here around Ashdown up towards DeQueen, really looking hazardous at this time. I'll have more updates for you throughout the morning. Dominique?
All right, Matt, thanks. Again, there is a minor accident on 220 at North Market. We're also watching the SWEPCO map, and in the Texarkana area, that seems to be where more of the power outages are, and that's going to change as more of the icy weather comes down, and we're going to be passing that information along to you. With the winter weather arriving in the ArkLaTex, we want to make sure that you are first alert on what's happening. We have a team in Texarkana and the Shreveport areas taking a look at road conditions. KSLA News 12's Marvin Andrani is live in Texarkana with the very latest. Good morning, Marvin.
Good morning, Dom. Like you said, the road conditions here are not that safe to drive by right now. A couple cars are passing by, but as authorities and as we have been saying throughout this whole week, if you can stay home right now, because all behind me is you see a lot of sleet of ice, which becomes very dangerous if you hit these roads. We checked in with Texarkana officials, with law enforcement, and they say they've seen a couple minor accidents that right now nothing major, but they have said that they have seen a couple minor accidents, and that's why it's important, and we can't stress enough, if you could stay home, because Also try to stay warm. Right now I'm covered with 4 layers and it still feels extremely cold as the freezing rain starts dropping. So we just want you to be informed and stay home if you possibly can. Reporting live at Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
All right, the winter storm is moving into the Shreveport area, as Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones told us. Now we're going to check in with our KSLA News 12 reporter, Kim Nagomo, live in Wascom, Texas. And Kim, what are you seeing out there?
Hi, Dominique. So we got freezing temperatures right now. If you're outside, make sure to stay warm and keep moving because it is cold out here. And so since our last live about 20 to 30 minutes ago, the rain has definitely picked up. I'm going to have you zoom in just so we can see the rain. The rain picked up a bit, and it started to mix in with sleet, and the wind started to pick up as well. So it's definitely getting a bit colder and definitely getting a bit more wet. We still have a few drivers on the road, but we also see a few dozen 18-wheelers still, resting, getting off the road. And as I said, the rain mixed with the freezing temperatures is causing ice to freeze over. On our way here, we actually saw our windshield starting to freeze up. And as we're here right now, I want you to take a look at this bench. It is completely frozen over. You can just see the layer of ice that has formed on the bench. And so it's looking like there's going to be some ice, not just here in Texas, but also in Shreveport, Louisiana, and throughout the ArkLaTex, of course. So, of course, we will keep you first alert on the weather, on the changing weather conditions, and coming up we'll have a dash cam on what these roads look like. Reporting here in Wascom, Texas, I'm Kim Nagomo, KSLA News 12.
All right, Kim, keep us posted. We're taking a look at downtown Shreveport right now, and you can see some of the rain coming down in the area. Look at the slick streets down below. Temperatures are dropping, and as Matt said, it's expected to drop even more as the winter storm moves in. You can stay with us. We're going to have the first alert weather in just 3 minutes.
First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
All right, we've been giving you the first alert on this winter storm for over a week now, and it has arrived. And this is a live look right now from our John Harvey Toyota Skycam. Now, this is a really interesting camera shot because look at this. If you look at the top of the roof here, that's a railing. That is ice that is accumulating there on that railing. If you look at some of the cars in this parking lot, they are encased in ice. And that was my, when I came in earlier this morning, my windshield had ice on it too. And so, what you want to do, as I talked about earlier, is flip your windshield wipers up off the windshield so they don't get stuck on the windshield when that ice starts to really get going. You want to, lift those windshield wipers up off the windshield. That will at least prevent that from the ice from damaging your windshield wipers. That's a look at downtown Shreveport. Yeah, there are just a few people out there right now, and that shine that you see on the roads, that easily could be some ice, and that's going to be the tricky part this morning, is that what might look wet on the roads could actually be some ice, and so really need to use caution if you're going to be out traveling. Here's a live look at our First Alert Doppler radar. We'll take you to a few locations. It is a mess right now, especially along I-30. You saw that live shot from Marvin there in Texarkana. We're dealing with ice. We're dealing with some sleet mixing in there, and the roadways are turning into an absolute sheet of ice there along I-30. It is very dangerous in southwest Arkansas. Do not be traveling here. McCurtain County looking at freezing rain, sleet, and some snow mixing in there up in Idabel, and that continues into northeast Texas. Looking off to the south here, look at that, all along I-20 from Houghton, Minden, all the way back to Shreveport and Bossier. That entire I-20 corridor now being impacted by that freezing rain and sleet. So that is continuing to increase across our area. And then we look into East Texas here near Carthage, seeing a lot of that up towards Marion County there, right along I-20 near Marshall. We're starting to see some of that. Marion County actually just north of that location here. Rusk County around Henderson seeing some heavier freezing rain. And I'm actually getting some reports right now of some thunder and lightning taking place in East Texas in addition to that freezing rain. So don't be surprised today if we hear some thunder as this system is kind of rolling through. That's just how intense this winter storm is. All right, here's a look at future track. We'll take you through the next several hours, and notice that freezing line continues to drop its way south. So places around Natchitoches will likely change from rain to freezing rain as we head throughout the day. Again, that'll be later this morning. I think around noon, even our southern parishes will start to transition over to that icy mix by that time. And then we might get a little bit of a break. Now, I mentioned this earlier today. This is likely going to come through in waves throughout the day today. So we might see it kind of pick up for a time, then kind of taper off, pick up again. So it'll be waves of this throughout the day. And then we get another big surge as we head into the overnight hours with more of that widespread sleet and freezing rain overnight tonight. And that will continue through the overnight into tomorrow morning. This is tomorrow morning around 8 a.m. And that's when the back edge of the storm finally comes through. And so we should be out of this by, getting into tomorrow morning. But I think tomorrow morning is going to be pretty awful across the area. It's going to be much worse. The conditions tomorrow morning are going to be much, much worse than they are outside right now. So keep that in mind. And on the back side of this, you could see a little bit of snow, maybe a few flakes mixing in there along and north of I-30. And that all is out of here as we head into, midday Sunday, but definitely by Monday, this whole system is going to be out of here. All right, so as far as how much ice we're thinking, no changes here to our forecast. We've been pretty consistent with this forecast here, and I'm thinking a half an inch to maybe an inch of ice. Could be a few areas, though, that could pick up over an inch of ice, and that's going to cause some big problems. Pretty much anything over a half an inch as far as ice is concerned is going to cause some big issues, power lines, things like that coming down. Looking at our snow and ice totals across the area, could see up to an inch of snow on the back side of the system. Looking at the cold air, we're talking single digits and teens across our area. That is early Monday morning. That's how cold it's going to be, and those wind chills, yeah, that's not a typo. 12 below zero possible for that feels like temperature in Texarkana. Quick check of that 7-day forecast. First Alert Weather Day continues through Monday, 32 for the high overnight temps in the single digits early next week. And then we should finally start to melt away some of this by Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday.
All right, thank you, Matt. As you were talking about looking at downtown, and you could see some of the areas that are kind of really glistening, that could be black ice, so you want to be careful. Same thing happening outside of our KSLA News 12 studio. This is a live look right here, and you can tell the icy rain is starting to come down outside of the studio. It's coming down hard. You can hear and some of you may even hear it outside of your windows at home, and so you can see some of that icy condition starting to blanket the cars. It's going to be hard to, if you have to go anywhere, to kind of clear up those windshields because it's coming down and it will be a thin layer of ice and it will continue to get thicker as the ice comes down. We are expecting more ice, snow, and days of freezing temperatures right here in the ArkLaTex. We have been keeping an eye on SWEPCO as well and the power outages in the area right now in DeQueen, Arkansas. There's about 1,000 plus people, customers without power in that area. So this is further north of the Texarkana area. Mount Pleasant, Texas has about 981 people, and Atlanta, Texas has about 600 people with customers without power at this time. That number possibly will go up as the icy conditions come down, and we'll keep an eye on it for you. During this weekend winter storm, KSLA News 12 will keep you first alert. You can download our KSLA News 12 app right now on your mobile devices and on your smart TVs. We will have live stream forecasts, newscasts, and weather updates to keep you first alert throughout the storm. All right, let's take you outside. This is I-20 at Greenwood Road, and the not too slick right now, but that's all going to change as more freezing ice comes down, and it will blanket that area and make it very, very slick for you to travel on. So if you don't have to go anywhere, take the advice that we're giving you, that emergency officials have given you, community leaders have said, stay home.
clear out these roads. All right, now let's take a look at our traffic and see what's going on here. So I've overlaid our traffic map here on top of the current radar image, and basically these are our road conditions. So the pink on this graphic is the ice, and you can see it is just covering up the area now. So let's zoom in. Traffic really slowing down all along 220 here, starting to slow down a little bit on I-20. Now the good news is there's not a lot of people out, so that'll hopefully limit any accidents and limit the overall traffic that we have, but things are starting to slow down there definitely on I-20. You can see between North Market Street and North Market Street and Benton Road there on 220 going eastbound, that is really backing up. In fact, the entire stretch of 220 is running pretty slow. Looking up towards Texarkana, slow roadways all over the place. It is an ice rink out there, so do not be traveling if you do not have to. And then looking up north here up into Little River County in southwest Arkansas near Ashdown, Ogden, all the way up towards Locksburg, this whole area here is really starting to back up. We'll have more updates for you on this winter storm throughout the rest of the morning. And as a reminder, KSLA will also have special newscasts. That's going to be happening obviously right now and also tomorrow morning. If you have not already, make sure you download that KSLA News 12 app and the KSLA First Alert Weather app. It is important. Myself and the rest of our weather team will be on social media all day. We're streaming live as well. So if you can't catch us on the TV, we are on our app right now live. We're also going to be on our streaming desk, Facebook, all the social media platforms, so go ahead and follow us there.
All right, a look at the roadways. As you can see, this is exactly what Matt was talking about, the icy conditions on the roadway. You see that like grayish light white color. That is ice on the roadways, and you can tell with the tire tracks going through there. That's only going to get worse as the conditions get colder out there. I-20 at Greenwood Road, this is what you're looking at. Be careful if you have to get out. Simply stay inside if you don't have to go anywhere like work today. Some people still have to work, we understand that, but take precaution, drive slow, and just watch out on the roadways with these icy conditions. We're back in a moment.
Stay first aware on the latest news and weather from KSLA News 12 for free on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV apps. You can watch our newscast live or catch up on the news on your time.
And you know, Dom, this is just the start of this winter storm. This is actually going to go all the way through tomorrow morning. So by the time because we're going to do another newscast tomorrow morning here, and by the time we're back tomorrow morning, it's going to look much worse. It's going to be a lot worse tomorrow.
And we're looking at some of the SWEPCO numbers already before it even has hit the stage of being worse. And 1,000 people in the Queen, Arkansas area are already without power. And then over in Mount Pleasant, Texas, we have 981 customers. And then Atlanta, Texas, 600 plus customers. It hasn't come down to the Shreveport area. We're just hoping that everyone stays on. Yes, of course. Speaking of SWEPCO, they are at the staging area at the Louisiana State Fairgrounds. They have a lot of different states that have come in to help, just like we go and help them. Indianapolis, they have some crews in from Indianapolis as well. I was tracking what you were saying earlier about the snow mix in the Idabel area of McCurtain County. So they were cutting.
Yeah, because you know, they started to move in from the north first. So even during our 10 p.m. newscast last night, I-30, Idabel, McCurtain County was already dealing with the ice. And so it's going to be pretty rough up in that area for sure, because it's been happening since last night. But again, it's starting to come into Shreveport and Bossier as we speak.
And you're saying it's only going to get worse, and things are going to
get much worse over the next couple hours.
Okay.
So be home. Don't go out right now. You don't want to be. I mean, I've seen a few cars on some of our. Actually, there's a little bit of traffic there.
Right.
Quite a bit of traffic there on I-20. But yeah, you really don't want to be out in this. So yeah.
And we're going to be talking about some road closures a little bit later in the newscast. We're going to pass that along to you. We do want to welcome you to this special edition of KSLA News 12. If you're waking up right now, you're waking up with a live look of what we're expecting to hit the ArkLaTex over the next few hours. It's already starting to happen. We're expecting more rain and even more snow. Good morning. Thank you for joining us at 7 o'clock this morning. Joined by Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones. And right now, all eyes are on Winter Storm Fern.
Fern.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that's what the Weather Channel called
it, right?
Yes,
I was wondering what that.
The Weather Channel likes to give the winter storms names, you know, but it does kind of help spread the message. I mean, this is a big system. It goes from here all the way to, so we have winter storm warnings right now from New Mexico and Texas all the way to New York. That's how big this, it's almost the entire, like a huge part of the country. All right, that's another look outside. And this is what we were trying to show you, is you can actually see the tire tracks. This is I-20 here, and I want to point this out. And there are some vehicles driving out there, but you really got to be careful. And those bridges and overpasses are going to be some of the first to ice up. This is another good vantage point. This is on John Harvey Toyota camera looking up north. That's Benton Road. Not a lot of people on Benton Road. That is good. This is the parking lot. I can pretty much guarantee you that is getting pretty icy there in that parking lot. So we're going to keep a close eye on that. Here's a look at first alert Doppler radar, and that icy mix is becoming more and more widespread as we work our way through the morning. So we'll take you up north along I-30. And we are socked in right now up in northeast Texas and southwestern Arkansas here, all over the place. We're seeing some decent freezing rain and some sleet all along I-30 Texarkana, even up towards Idabel, getting that now. Looking south closer to Shreveport and Bossier into northwest Louisiana, and you can see all kinds of different colors showing up on our first alert Doppler radar. Those colors indicate either sleet or freezing rain, or we could see a little bit of both kind of at the same time going back and forth. By the way, nothing that you see out there is just rain this morning. It's all going to be ice. It's freezing rain because those temperatures are well below freezing. Looking off to the south, we have more of that coming into DeSoto Parish now, Mansfield, Coshada, Natchitoches, haven't seen too much just yet. Center, Carthage, East Texas, starting to see some of that. We've actually had some reports of some thunder there in East Texas in addition to that freezing rain. And here's another look at those temperatures. 28 in Shreveport, 26 Texarkana, 31 in Bienville. That ice storm warning does continue through 6 p.m. on Sunday. Again, this is going to be a long duration system. This is going to be here for a while, and that winter storm warning for those northern areas along I-30 all the way through 6 p.m. on your Sunday. So again, this winter storm just kind of getting going as we speak. Looking at the next 12 hours for Shreveport and Bossier, those temps not going anywhere. We are staying below freezing the entire day with that freezing rain and sleet continuing. We might get a little bit of a break. I think we're going to see this kind of taper off for several hours this afternoon, and then it's going to return in earnest as we head through tonight. Let's check out those traffic conditions right now and see how things are looking on the roadways, and really starting to slow down. Look at that, all along I-20, a lot more yellow showing up, which indicates slow travel, and you can see that this is really starting to impact the roadways now. That pink that you see on this graphic, that's all the ice that we're seeing. Look at that entire stretch of 220 is running pretty slow, and that really is from Cross Lake all the way past North Market, and then really that entire stretch past Airline Drive. So 220 looks slow. I-20 looks slow as well. Taking you up north to Texarkana. Lots of stop and go traffic here along I-30, I-49 there. And even in downtown Texarkana, things are slowing to a crawl. We'll take you into southwest Arkansas here. Luckily, there's not a lot of folks on the roads here, but definitely very icy and very treacherous travel in this area. I'll have more details on our winter storm in just a bit.
All right, I am going to take you back out live to Chief Photographer Bubba Knipe and our reporter Kim Nagomo. They are inside of the storm tracker. They are back in Shreveport. They were in Wascom. And as you can see, when they left the Wascom, Texas area headed into Shreveport, it wasn't coming down as hard, but that has changed. And you can see that the roadways are even more slick. So be careful, because that is black ice that is what you're seeing right now that they're driving on. So they're driving very carefully. If you don't have to get out in this in this condition, please stay at home. City officials have urged you to stay at home. The police department, the sheriff's department, the fire department have all recommended please stay at home. And we're here at the station and we're watching the roadways for you. We're watching SWEPCO for you. We're watching the weather conditions for you. And right now, the best thing to do is stay at home, because as Matt said, things are going to get worse. We're all over the ArkLaTex, and with the winter weather arriving in the ArkLaTex, we're keeping you first alert on road conditions and what's happening outside. Marvin Andrade is in Texarkana with the very latest. And Marvin, look at all of that ice behind you.
Yeah, Dom, like you just said, all of this ice right behind me is exactly what makes driving in these roads very dangerous. It's just this sheet of ice that covers the road, makes it slippery, makes it very dangerous. Earlier, we talked to law enforcement here in Texarkana region, and they said that they've seen minor accidents, nothing major yet. But we just want to urge you guys, as we've been stressing throughout this whole newscast and the whole week, if you can stay home, it's the best bet you have. I know some people have to drive, like you've been saying throughout the newscast. Some people have to go to work, but if you can stay warm at home, that is the best bet you can have. And if you need any warming centers to stay here in Texarkana, there's Randy Sam's and there's the Salvation Army. But if you do have to be out like me, make sure you layer up, make sure you have gloves, make sure that you are safe out there right now, because it's really cold. There's freezing rain dropping, and like Dom just said, a lot of sheet of ice right behind me. So live here in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
All right, Marvin, thank you. And we're talking about warming centers. Bossier City is opening up warming centers through Monday. The locations are at Stonewall Baptist Church at 807 Eatman Street and the Shady Grove Recreation Center at 3949 Wayne Street. We're told the centers will open between 10 this morning and 4 in the afternoon, but those times may be adjusted based on needs and demand. Also, let's take you over to Bossier Parish Sheriff's Substation. That's going to be located on Viking Drive. They're going to open this evening at 5 and remain open until the storm clears out. And there are also warming centers open in Shreveport. They're at the Highland Center located at 520 Olive Street, and then Morning Star Baptist Church at 5340 Jewella Avenue in Shreveport. You can also call 211 to find the locations of other shelters in Louisiana. A warming center is also set up at Blanchard Town Hall. That's located at 110 North Main Street. And while the winter storm is set to keep most of you indoors, first responders are still out on the roadways to help those in need. The storm could make road conditions difficult for people to drive. However, first responders are working through the weekend for essential workers who are worried about having to travel on treacherous roads. And one organization is ready to lend a hand. The Shreveport Volunteer Network is on standby, ready to help first responders get to their destinations. During this winter weather, KSLA News 12 is keeping you updated on the first alert. You can download our KSLA News 12 app right now on your mobile devices and on your smart TVs. We will have live stream forecasts, newscasts, and weather updates with our meteorologist, led by Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones, keeping you first alert throughout the storm. Matt.
And we're keeping a very close eye on our traffic cams and our sky cams right now. You can see again that look at I-20 is not looking good. Pretty icy, and what looks like snow, it's not. That's just some sleet that's also mixing in, but definitely snow-packed, or not snow-packed, but ice-packed, I should say, and very dangerous. And this is going to get even worse throughout the day today and through tonight as well. I'll have all the details next.
Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
All right, here's a live look from our Window World Sky Cam. Haven't been able to use this one yet this morning because it was too dark earlier. This is the first time we're looking up there in the Texarkana area. Now, this camera actually not in downtown Texarkana. It's actually located a few miles southwest into Bowie County, but you can really see what's going on with that freezing rain and sleet coming down. And if you look closely, you see some icicles forming there on the camera. Can you guys fix my shot here on the green wall by any chance? And then you can see that the trees are kind of encased in ice there as well. So that is that freezing rain starting to fall. There is a look at I-20, and this is in downtown Shreveport, and you can see that there's still some traffic going maybe a little too fast, but you can see that there is some snowpack there on the interstate there on I-20. I keep saying snowpack. I'm used to living up north where we get snow. This is ice pack on I-20, and where you see that shade of white on the roadways, that's maybe some sleet kind of mixing in. Thank you, guys. So then again, there's I-20, and you can see that there is a lot of ice already on the major interstate there. So that tells you that if I-20 is that covered up, that the side roads are probably in pretty rough shape already across the area. So here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar. You can see all of that freezing rain, sleet combination. It's yucky. It's just yucky outside. Just stay indoors. It is cold, it's windy, and it's just dangerous to be out on the roadways. You really don't want to be out traveling in this. I've seen quite a bit of cars on some of our traffic cams, at least on that I-20 cam, so you definitely don't want to be traveling unless you absolutely have to. But here's a look at I-30 in Texarkana. We've been seeing the live shots from Marvin there. It just looks miserable in Texarkana. And all the purple that you see here, that's mostly freezing rain. We are seeing some sleet mixing in, but it is really tough travel up in this part of the ArkLaTex all across the I-30 corridor. Taking you into Shreveport and Bossier, even out towards Houghton here, we're seeing this freezing rain, sleet all along I-20, also on the south side, and up towards Benton, seeing some of that, up towards Vivian, Oil City. So pretty much all of Caddo, all of Bossier is now in the sleet and the freezing rain. Looking off to the west here, this continues to move into portions of East Texas right now, near Carthage and Center as well. Panola County starting to see some of that, and Shelby County as well. And this is just crossing into the western portions of DeSoto Parish. You can see that kind of a mix of all types of precip there out in Rusk County, out towards Henderson. So here's a look at our weather headlines as far as this winter system is concerned through Sunday. Freezing rain, the biggest issue, 1/2 inch to 1 inch of ice expected. That's all of the ArkLaTex here. Extreme cold on the way. Single digits and teens later on this weekend and early next week. And we're talking below zero wind chills. That'll be early Monday morning. And the expected impacts, talking about the potential for some widespread power outages and also the potential for, well, not the potential. We are going to see some very dangerous and hazardous driving conditions. The roads could be nearly impassable as we head through the overnight hours. Here's a look at future track. We'll take you through the rest of the morning. You can see that we might get a little bit of a break. I think there's going to be some gaps in this, so I don't think it's going to be continuous all day. It's going to sort of come in waves, and so there might be some periods where maybe it tapers off for a time. And then we get into tonight, though, and it starts to kind of fill in once again all across the area. And we could see periods of some heavy freezing rain and sleet tonight, and even the potential we could actually hear some claps of thunder in addition to all of that tonight. And then this all begins to move out as we head into our Sunday. I think this moves out by about noon on Sunday, and then that cold air really starts to settle in as we head into Sunday night and into our Monday. All right, let's take a look at, let's see what graphic we have next. That's our snow and ice totals. Still calling for about 1/2 inch to 1 inch plus of ice across the entire ArkLaTex, and that is going to cause some major issues. And then on the back side of this, could see a brief change over to snow, maybe 1 inch of snow or sleet kind of on top of that icy layer, and that's going to be as the system is kind of moving out. Here's a look at those temperatures early Monday morning, waking up to the teens and the single digits across the region. It is going to be quite cold for our area, and those wind chills, look at that. By Monday morning, wind chills near zero and maybe as low as about 10 below up in the northern portions of the ArkLaTex. That's going to be something we'll watch pretty closely. All right, looking at the next several hours, I know I'm running over on weather, guys. I just got to get through these graphics real fast. Those temperatures will stay in the 20s here as we head through the midday into the early afternoon, mid to upper 20s, and so that freezing rain will continue and those roads will continue to go downhill. Quick check of our highs for today: 29 in Shreveport and Bossier, 36 in Natchitoches, and we're looking at some low 20s for highs up in southwestern Arkansas. So it is really going to be cold, and that means that this ice is not going to go anywhere. Here's a look at the next 7 days. We keep that first alert weather day through Sunday and into Monday. The roads will stay very hazardous on Monday, even though we see that sun returning. We probably won't start to melt this away until Tuesday or Wednesday as temperatures finally climb above freezing.
All right, so let's take a look at what you were talking about, Matt. Right now, you're looking live at the KSLA News 12 Storm Tracker. It was in Wellscombe, Texas, made it back to the Shreveport area, and as you can see, we could hear some of that freezing rain coming down. And as they were traveling earlier, you could see some of that black ice already on the roadways that will just continue to have layers and freeze even more. And I believe you're seeing some of the freezing rain right there as it's coming down in the roadway. Listen, if you don't have to go anywhere, see those tire tracks over the right side of your screen there. This is just around the corner from us near the police station off of Texas Avenue there. As you can see, those tire tracks right there in the icy roadway conditions there making the way. So if you don't have to go anywhere, please stay at home. We are keeping you first alert as the winter moves through the ArkLaTex, and this morning we're keeping in contact with city leaders for the newest updates for you. Lewis Johnson with the Bossier City Mayor's Office joins me this morning with what's happening in Bossier City. Good morning to you, Lewis. First of all, I want to start with, let's start with public safety and some of the roads that are closed. As I was coming in this morning, my husband drove me to work. We saw that the Walter O. Bigby carriageway was blocked off, as well as the Benton Road overpass over those train tracks there. Any more roadways closed down in the area, and what are y'all seeing?
As of now, Dominique, I've checked with our public safety, both fire and police, and overnight in the last several hours, we've had no reports of any significant incidents, traffic or otherwise. But of course, the conditions are getting worse. We also have our public works department is out. They're monitoring, and they're also still salting certain areas. And as she says, Walter Bigby is closed, as well as the Benton overpass. And those are the overpasses right now that we have closed, but we're going to make sure that all the others are as safe as they can be.
Right.
And Mayor Chandler continues to give the message to all the citizens of Bossier City: please stay out. Please stay off the roads unless you have a dire emergency. Please stay off the roads.
Absolutely. We have had some viewers contact us because they are essential workers and they do have to come in. So if they're coming from the Bossier area and needing to go either east or west on I-20, is that still open as well as the 220 area?
As of now, I-20 is open. 220 is open. Both of those are primary thoroughfares, obviously, for our city. And so our priority is to do all that we can on the Bossier side to keep those passable. So as of now, I-20 is open and 220 is open as well.
All right, Lewis, let's talk about some warming centers. I know that there are several open in Bossier, from the substation on Viking Drive to, I believe it is it Stonewall Baptist Church in Bossier City?
That is correct. The warming centers in Bossier City are going to be Stonewall Baptist Church. We also have our Shady Grove Community Center and the Bossier Parish Sheriff's Substation on Viking Drive. It will open this afternoon at 5 o'clock, and it will remain open throughout the entire incident. So we do have 3 warming centers in Bossier City for those emergency citizens who need to come in during that time.
All right, thank you, Lewis Johnson with the Mayor's Office, and we want to certainly thank all of the folks over in Bossier City and Bossier Parish that are doing everything to keep us safe. Good talking with you. All right, let's take a look at our downtown tower cam over Shreveport. As you can see, some freezing rain already coming down. Just take a look. All that you see covering the roadways, that is freezing ice. The temperatures are dropping, and it's expected to drop even more as the winter storm moves across the area. So please keep it locked in right here on KSLA News 12. Our meteorologists are updating us every second that they get new information. Back in a moment. Not sure if we have any others. I know that the city, was it the city or was it the fire department that posted a whole bunch, and I'm not expecting you to name all of them, but like places that people can go if they are unhoused, like the Mission, Rescue Mission, and Salvation Army. And then we'll talk about public safety. I came in this morning about 4 something, and everything seemed okay, but it's changing as I look at the cameras now.
Yeah, it is.
And then we'll talk about public works if we have a chance, like how are they? I'm assuming they're already out. They're on standby.
They're out. I actually actually emailed for any updates, but I haven't received any. So they were out. They're on 12-hour shifts, so they're fully mobilized.
Okay, great. Is it coming straight to Matt? Okay, it's coming straight to you, Matt.
That way or further down?
Down a little bit.
How's that?
So it's a little bit of headroom if you want, or you can move backwards a little bit with your chair. Yeah, that's good.
There you go. Okay.
This is a KSLA News 12 special report. First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
And welcome back on a very icy and cold Saturday morning here in the ArkLaTex. Hopefully you're just hunkering down at home watching our newscast for the safety of your couch, because you really just don't want to be traveling. This is a live look outside. Looking at downtown Shreveport, luckily not seeing hardly any traffic. The bridges, though, that's what I want to show you here. That bridge there, overpasses, definitely icing over first, and then those other roadways are starting to get a little slippery, but you can really see the difference from the bridge here versus the regular surface, and you can see how that is icing over a little bit faster there in downtown. That's a live look from our John Harvey Toyota camera. This is up in Bossier, and this is Benton Road, and not a lot of folks out there either, but you can really see that ice and sleet, and we're actually seeing some more sleet kind of mixing in. I've been noticing that right now with some of the reports I've been getting in, is that we're actually seeing a little bit more sleet actually mixing in versus freezing rain. That's a good thing. We actually want sleet, because sleet's not going to lead to the widespread power outages like freezing rain would. So let's hope that we get more sleet out of this. That would be a very beneficial thing for us. At least right now, we are seeing more in the way of sleet versus freezing rain. So we're going to continue to closely monitor that precip type throughout the day. That's a live look from our Mattress Plus Skycam looking up north into downtown Shreveport here. And as you can see, the roads are definitely a little bit slick. You can see kind of that shine there on some of the roadways. Here's a look at our First Alert Doppler radar, and you can see widespread mix across the area along I-30. That purple color there around Texarkana, that is your freezing rain. So we'll zoom into a few locations, and I-30 is a mess. So avoid traveling in this area if you can. We'll take you south along the I-20 corridor. That wintry mix continues there through Shreveport and Bossier. We'll take you off to the south and west. We're still seeing that icy mix across much of East Texas. Here's the next 5 hours, and no changes here. That winter mix of sleet and freezing rain will kind of go back and forth between sleet and freezing rain several times. And notice those temperatures through noon only in the 20s, and those winds out of the northeast at around 10 to 15 miles an hour, and that's going to make it feel much, much colder. So those wind chills will be into the teens. Highs for today only reaching into the mid to upper 20s if we're lucky. We're going to stay in the 20s pretty much the entire day, so it's going to be very, very cold around the region. Let's check on our traffic now and see how things are looking on the roadways, and we'll kind of zoom into Shreveport first, and things are really slowing down, which is good. We want to see slow traffic because that means folks are not traveling too fast. But you can see all the yellow beginning to show up on the map here, and that indicates slower than average travel conditions. Normally when you look at the traffic map, you want to see green. That's the color you want to see. But you can see that things are really slowing down. All of I-220, the entire stretch there, really starting to back up and get very, very slow. So avoid traveling in that area. Look at that, Texarkana, the entire loop around Texarkana, 369 there running pretty slow near Wake Village. I-30 is backing up too as you're going northeast towards Hope, Arkansas. I-30 right now, very, very treacherous, a complete sheet of ice, so don't travel up in that area. And then we'll take you up into McCurtain County. Not seeing a whole lot of precip, at least right now, at least according to this graphic, but we are seeing some very slow traffic from Idabel to Broken Bow. Basically, all of the roadways here in McCurtain County are snow-packed, either ice-packed. There's some sleet out there, so it's just a mess. Stay home and stay warm.
All right, right now the winter storm is moving over parts of the ArkLaTex, and as Matt said, things are only going to get worse. We're keeping in contact with city leaders to get the newest updates for you. Shreveport Mayor Tom Arsenault joins us live with the latest updates in Shreveport. Good morning to you, Mayor.
Good morning.
Good morning. Let's talk about first the public safety and any roadways that are shut down. Have you seen a lot of accidents this morning that the police department is reporting to you?
I have not gotten any reports of accidents. Normally I do get reports of even minor accidents. So apparently people are heeding the call to stay home. That's the best thing to do. I mean, I can look out my window this morning and see that the roadways near my house are already having ice accumulations. That's just not a good thing. We don't have any way to scrape that ice off. And it's just going to be very dangerous. So we ask people please to stay home today.
All right, so we talked earlier this week when you came on the show on Wednesday, and we talked about the city having a snowplow, having a salt truck, and of course brining the areas. Were they able to get most of those areas done between Wednesday and today?
They did, but of course the more ice and sleet that we get, the less effective that's going to be. So just because we were able to do that doesn't mean that those roads are safe to travel on. They are not, and anyone who is contemplating leaving or going just for recreational rides, please don't do that. We need people to stay home and stay off the roads.
All right, let's talk about Public Works, and you were telling me they're working 12-hour shifts, so basically around the clock.
They are. They've moved to 12-hour shifts so that we're fully staffed 24 hours a day through the duration of this storm, and I'm really proud of our Public Works people for their preparation and for their execution.
And warming centers, if anyone needs to go to a warming center, there are a couple or a few set up in the area.
Yeah, there are. I know that there are 2 lighthouse locations, one at the Highland Center and one at Morningstar. Morningstar Baptist Church, but there are others. I think Hope Connections, the fire department and the city have both posted on social media. I think there are 8 or 10 of those throughout the city. If you have heat in your home, the best place is to have safe heat in your home. The best place to stay is at home. Don't try and travel somewhere else. Most of those are only open during the day, so you're going to need some heat source for the evening.
All right, and I don't know if you could see that live picture that we were showing of our storm tracker. It's out there. It's actually behind one of those city trucks doing what they do best, making sure that we're safe. They're out there working and doing their jobs, and we thank them. And we thank the whole city and the parish, the emergency workers, the city workers, for being there for us and making sure that those roadways are safe. Thank you so much, Mayor Tom Arsenault.
My pleasure.
All right, be safe. All right, coming up.
Oh, okay, I guess I'm up. We are tracking the freezing rain and the sleet all across the ArkLaTex. I'm trying to update some of our social media, trying to update some of our website stuff here. I'll be back with more updates for you throughout the morning.
All right, let's take a bird's eye view and look down at this. Yeah, Matt was talking about this earlier, and this is I-20. It is covered in ice. Yeah, so if you don't have to go anywhere, if you're not an essential worker, please stay off the roadways. This is only going to get worse because more is going to come down and it's going to freeze and it's going to be like an ice skating rink out there. So stay home. Bracing for winter weather and potential power outages, the USDA has released critical food safety guidelines to help your perishable goods last until the lights come on. Back in a moment. Hey. We're with 1,000 people without power in Texarkana, 1,000 people in
Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
All right, so we are back with you watching this winter storm tracking across the ArkLaTex. That's a live look from our Window World camera up there in Bowie County, Texas. This is just to the south and west of Texarkana. And you can see, I mean, you got to look closely, but you can see there's a lot of ice on the top of those trees already in Texarkana. And we're going to take a look at power outages with Dominique here in a few minutes, but I know we already have those power outages starting to mount there up into portions of the I-30 corridor. Texarkana has quite a few outages already. That is a live look over Shreveport right now. We got to look at I-20 and just a little bit of traffic, not a whole lot of people out right now, but the roads are treacherous. They are very icy, and we're also seeing quite a bit of sleet mixing in with that freezing rain, kind of seeing a mix of sleet and freezing rain, and we'll continue to monitor those precip types going back and forth throughout the day. That's a live look from our John Harvey Toyota camera. That's a look at Benton Road, and haven't hardly seen any cars here, which is good. You can definitely see, though, kind of everything encased in that ice, and that little bit of white that you see on top of the ice, that is some of those sleet pellets that are coming down. So again, a mix of precip types. That's a look outside right now from our first alert Doppler radar. You can see how things are really starting to increase across the entire area. What we're probably going to see, though, is we're going to see waves of this coming through. So I think this is our first big batch that comes in. This should start to actually decrease a bit this afternoon. I think we're going to get a little bit of a lull in some of this later this afternoon as that starts to move east. But for the time being, it is pretty much socked in across the area. That's a look at Texarkana. All along the I-30 corridor, it is pretty icy and very dangerous right now. This extending from southwest Arkansas all the way into northeast Texas. All the roadways here in southwest Arkansas, Little River counties, Sevier, Howard counties, Hempstead, Nevada, all of our counties here, even out towards Magnolia, all of southern Arkansas here, all dealing with that freezing rain and sleet, even up into McCurtain County. We might be seeing a little bit more snow mixing in there. We'll take you to the south. You can see kind of a variety of colors showing up on our radar here. So basically the pink and the purple, it's just a mix of sleet and freezing rain. We got a mix of all kinds of precip types going on right now, but it continues to fall across Caddo and Bossier parishes. This actually extending east into Webster and even Claiborne Parish, even out towards Homer and Minden. We're seeing some of that mainly north of I-20 there, but also this is starting to expand southward now. So Mansfield, all of DeSoto Parish now seeing this, and look at that freezing line getting all the way down to Manny. So even into northern sections of Sabine Parish there, we're starting to see that rain changing over to that ice, and that continues into Red River Parish, Coshada. Right now, Natchitoches, haven't seen too much just yet. Keep a close eye on you. And then notice all out across East Texas here from Carthage to Center, all the way out towards Henderson, Mount Enterprise, and all the way west along I-20. In fact, this area of mixed precip extending all the way out towards the Dallas-Fort Worth area. So travel not only here, but travel in multiple states around us is going to be pretty hazardous for the next several days. Here's a look at that ice storm warning that continues through 6 p.m. on our Sunday, and that's for areas along and south of I-20. And basically in a few areas also north of I-20. That goes to 6 p.m. on Sunday. We got a winter storm warning as well in the northern half of the ArkLaTex. That's along the I-30 corridor from northeast Texas into southwest Arkansas and in southeast Oklahoma as well. And that is also until 6 p.m. on Sunday. All right, let's switch and talk about some traffic now and take a look at some of the roadways. And they are running very, very slow. We're kind of giving you the wider picture here. The pink that you see, that is your ice. And then, of course, we're looking at the actual flow on the roadways here. The green basically means that the flow is normal. Where you see some of the yellows and some of the oranges there, that is some heavier traffic flow. So we'll zoom into a few spots here. I want to zoom into Shreveport tightly, and you can see that I-20 is running slow right now, slow going, and that's good because the roads are icy. You don't want to go fast, but definitely slow on I-20 there, and we're starting to see a lot of slowness on 220. Haven't seen too many accidents, so keeping a close eye on our accident report here. Haven't seen too many of them just yet, so that's good. But again, 220 is running very, very slow at this time. Take you up to Texarkana. All kinds of yellow and orange showing up on our traffic graphic, which is just very slow speeds on the roadways, which is to be expected with that freezing rain and sleet. And then we look up into Arkansas. Look at that entire stretch of I-30 all the way up towards Hope, Arkansas, running pretty slow at this time. And we'll take you to McCurtain County, and things here are running very slow as well. That's Highway 3. And then also we got, kind of hard to see that, 98 right there, and then we got Highway 259 that runs north-south towards Broken Bow. So again, running pretty slow. It is hazardous all across the ArkLaTex, so make sure and stay safe today and just avoid travel if you can.
All right, Matt, thanks. Here's a look at the SWEPCO outages. I want to call you over here, Matt, to take a look at these outages with me. This is a look at SWEPCO, and we've been monitoring the power outage situation. Matt, you were saying that I-30, which is right here, is a complete mess. And as you can tell, because of those icy conditions, this area alone right here, Texarkana, Mount Pleasant, Atlanta, Texas, Broken Bow, DeQueen, and Idabel, Arkansas, that's about 5,000 people, customers, without power at this time. So 1,000 plus in the DeQueen area, 1,000 plus in Texarkana area, and 1,000 plus in the Mount Pleasant area as well. If you come a little bit to the south, and you can see Shreveport, it's not really impressive right now, 167, but we are watching the power outages in all of the ArkLaTex, and we'll pass it along to you.
And it looks like even some of that area just in East Texas right there, out towards Henderson and out towards Carthage, that's what is that, over 1,000 there?
Over 1,000.
So yeah, even out towards Carthage, over 1,000. And I think as we head through the next several hours, we're probably going to see these numbers go up for Shreveport and Bossier.
All right, and just to mention that SWEPCO, they are staged at the Louisiana Fairgrounds, and they have called in other people to help, just like we do when they need help in other states. So we heard that Indianapolis crews are here to help with the SWEPCO crews in our area.
That's good.
And they are out 24/7. All right, right now you can take a look right now at the storm tracker traveling. They are in Shreveport. They are right behind that salt truck that you see right there. We talked to Mayor Tom Arsenault just moments ago, and crews with Public Works, they are working 12-hour shifts. So basically they have you covered for 24 hours. In our storm tracker right there on the move, the pictures are a lot different than when we started about an hour ago, and you can see that more and more of that freezing ice is coming down and will likely freeze over on the roadways. And the storm tracker is Chief Photographer Bubba Knipe and our reporter Kim Nagomo. They've been all over the area. They started in Shreveport, went over to Wascom, Texas, and they're back in the Shreveport area. They are monitoring the road conditions, and we'll check back in with the storm tracker on the move. Right now, with the winter weather arriving in the ArkLaTex, we want to make sure that you're first alert on what's happening. We have a team in Texarkana and Shreveport taking a look at the road conditions. We just looked at Shreveport. Let's take you to Texarkana where we find Marvin Andrade. Good morning. All right, we'll try to work that kink out with Marvin, and we'll bring you the latest information from Texarkana. Meanwhile, SWEPCO says they have utility crews staging at several places across their service area so they can quickly start restoring power as soon as the weather allows. Right now, you're looking at the crews staging at the Louisiana State Fairgrounds in Shreveport. SWEPCO says they've mobilized about 5,600 workers across the coverage area. And that includes parts of East Texas. Utility workers are stationed in Texarkana and Longview. At least 2,300 more linemen and forestry experts are also supporting efforts. And you may remember earlier this week we told you SWEPCO did some work to replace power poles and trim trees. They feel this may help when ice accumulates. Well, this winter storm is expected to drop inches of snow in some regions across the country. The U.S. Department of Agriculture is making sure producers and consumers of food are ready for the freeze. Washington correspondent Katrine Asaf has more on ways to make sure that your food stays safe.
As millions of Americans brace for days of winter weather, the USDA is making sure the food you hunker down with stays safe as the storm blows over. Hours before the freeze, they released food safety guidelines in case of a power outage, guaranteeing families know how to make their perishable goods last until the lights come on. Even without power, your refrigerator should keep your food below 40 degrees for up to 4 hours. But in a freeze, your freezer is your best friend. Fully stocked, it can stay cold up to 48 hours. And by freezing any cold items you won't need ahead of time, like dairy products or leftovers, you're actually extending their storage life. Just make sure to keep these doors closed. Something you shouldn't do, placing food out in the snow in the hopes the storm will keep things chilled. Not only is the weather unpredictable, but you're opening up your snack to unsanitary conditions and animals. And make sure you stock up on several days' worth of meals that don't require cooking or cooling, just in case. For those that produce those meals, the USDA is preparing to offer disaster assistance and resources for those affected, guaranteeing from farm to table, you'll know what to do if the snow day becomes a snow week. In Washington, I'm Katrine Asaf.
And with the winter weather arriving in the ArkLaTex, we want to make sure that you're first alert on what's happening. We have a team all over the area from Texarkana to Shreveport looking at those road conditions. KSLA News 12's Marvin Andrade is in Texarkana with the very latest. Good morning.
Good morning, Dom. We've been out here for over 2 hours already, and these roads have been pretty slow. For momentarily, we spoke to law enforcement. They said they haven't seen any major accidents, just minor accidents, but it's just they're advising to not even drive in these roads if you don't have to. If you can, it's best to just stay safe. But if you do hit those roads, make sure you go at a slow speed and just be mindful of the conditions that these roads are in right now. And if you had to stay warm and you had to go out, there's warming centers here in Texarkana, like Randy Sam's and the Salvation Army, that are open. But like we said, we've been out here for over 2 hours and it's just been freezing rain dropping and just creating a lot of ice on these roads. Like you can see, just a slight movement right here is already creating a lot of slippery, and that's what makes it dangerous when you head onto these roads. So if you have to go out to the roads, just stay safe, keep in mind, keep a distance, drive slow. And reporting live in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
We continue to see the blankets of ice on the roadways there and in the area behind Marvin. So be careful if you have to head out. And if you don't, just stay inside. As we feel the effects of this winter storm in the ArkLaTex, here are some things to keep in mind about hypothermia and frostbite. If you think you have a frostbite injury, then a UT Health East Texas doctor says it's important to gradually warm the parts of your body that are showing signs of improper blood flow.
When it comes to frostbite, we tend to try to rub our tips of fingertips or whatever to try to rewarm them, and you want to avoid that in any sort of frostbite injury, as it can cause further damage.
The doctor says hypothermia can happen quickly and unexpectedly, even in temperatures above freezing. He says the condition tends to cause confusion. He recommends, if you have to go outside, to use dry layers to stay warm.
If you have to go out in it, make sure you are well covered, have a heavy jacket, have something over your head.
Hospital emergency rooms like the one at Christus St. Michael Clinic in Texarkana are always prepared for emergencies, but administrators say over the next few days they'll be ready for whatever the cold weather sends their way. Doctors encourage people to stay inside to prevent health problems such as hypothermia. Christus physician Eric Sass told us the elderly, homeless, and those who stay alone are at risk during these type of weather conditions.
Are at risk of falling and not being found for a long period of time. And those without heat or readily available to heat. And it can leave them with hypothermia and life-threatening conditions, especially with the weather.
Yeah. All right, Dr. Sass said if you feel like you have been in the cold too long, don't hesitate to get medical attention. All right, coming up next, leaving your dog outside in the freeze could lead to a fine or worse. Find out about the requirements for pet owners and how animal services are working to keep them safe. Back in a moment.
types, but as of right now, it's mainly sleet coming down. Again, maybe a few, some freezing rain kind of mixed in there, but sleet does not cling to power lines and things like that. So that would be better news power outage wise. We'll see if that continues. Here's a look at the road impacts for the Shreveport and Bossier areas along the I-20 corridor. So this morning, slick spots developing. By this afternoon, just very hazardous travel. Tonight, hazardous all day long tomorrow, morning, afternoon, and night. You do not want to be out on those roadways. It is looking quite hazardous, and these hazardous conditions will likely continue all the way through Monday afternoon. So we're going to be kind of in this for a while. Now, looking at the road impacts along Texarkana and the I-30 corridor, just forget about it. Just stay home. You really do not want to be out on these roads. Look at all the red here from this morning all the way through Sunday, all the way into Monday. Hazardous, 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 hazardous. Every drive time period here between now and Monday is going to be very, very dangerous. And there could be times, honestly, later tonight, as this really picks up even more, there could be some times where travel could be almost impossible across the area. Look at our temperatures right now. We are below freezing, 28 in Shreveport, 23 Magnolia, 27 to Queen, Idabel 28, and 30 in Bienville, Natchitoches at 35, and Mansfield 31. So still maybe a few areas here above freezing, but most of us had dropped below that freezing mark. Got that winter storm warning still there along the I-30 corridor through 6 p.m. on our Sunday. The winter storm warning area is going to have kind of a variety of precip types. We're going to have freezing rain, but also in this part of our area, we could see a brief change over to snow on the backside. Now, where we have the ice storm warning in the purple, that's where this is mainly going to stay freezing rain through the duration of the event. But we're already seeing that mixed with some sleet. So it's not going to be purely freezing rain this entire time. There's going to be some times where it kind of mixes back to sleet. It'll go back and forth quite a bit. And again, that ice storm warning is until 6 p.m. on Sunday. So here's a look at future track. We'll take you through the rest of the morning, and notice that freezing line should begin to move into Natchitoches later this morning. I think everyone's going to be in the freezing rain and sleet by the later morning hours. And then we take you into this afternoon. This is at 3 p.m. Notice it gets a little bit more spotty. So that's maybe a good sign that we might see this lessen up for a time. I don't think it's ever going to totally stop entirely, but there will be times this afternoon where it gets very light and it's more just like a drizzle or a mist across the area. And then we take you into the evening hours, still seeing the widespread pockets of freezing rain and sleet, and this will actually continue into the overnight hours too. One final gasp, one big band comes through overnight into tomorrow morning. That's going to be the heaviest of it, and then this should be out of here as we head through. I'd say by about 8 or 9 o'clock tomorrow, definitely this storm system will be out of here, and then we're pretty much done with the actual stuff falling from the sky, but the roadways are going to stay pretty slick all the way through that time. And we take you into tomorrow evening. The clouds will start to clear out, and as the skies clear getting into Monday, that's when those temperatures are really going to drop. So haven't really changed this forecast. We've been very consistent with our forecast here for the last several days. I still think this is a good forecast for the ArkLaTex. A half an inch to locally up to over an inch of ice is possible. I think actually some of the heavier totals based on some new data are actually going to be in the eastern portions of the ArkLaTex, where in some of those spots we could actually see over an inch of ice. And then on the back side of this, we briefly change over to maybe some sleet and snow. Could see about an inch of that, maybe kind of on the, right on top of that icy layer. So bottom line is, even through tomorrow, travel is going to be pretty much, I wouldn't say impossible, but it's going to be very, very, very difficult. Here's a look at the snowfall forecast here. This is from one of our forecast models. And again, this is on the back side of the system as it kind of swings through the area. And, we could see a dusting of snow, maybe an inch or two, especially up north here, but it's really not going to be a lot. I do think the bigger story is definitely going to be the freezing rain. Quick check of our future track feels like temperatures. This is what you're going to wake up to Monday morning, and it will feel like it's well below zero in some areas, so it will be dangerously cold as we head into the early portions of next week. Here's a look at the next several hours. You can keep that temperature in the upper 20s around Shreveport and Bossier, and that freezing rain continues. Notice the precip chance actually drops afternoon. I think that's a good representation of what we're expecting, because I do think this is going to start to taper off this afternoon. It's going to become a lot more spotty and lighter, and so I think we'll kind of see a little bit of a lull in the winter storm, so to speak, a bit of a lull as we head through the afternoon. All right, here's your highs for today. Only reaching the 20s here along and north of I-20, and some low 30s there along and south of I-20, even some mid 30s, but it's going to be really cold, and it's also going to be kind of windy, so those wind chills will be in the teens. And here's another check of that 7-day forecast. You can see first alert weather days for tomorrow and also Monday. Even though we have some sun on Monday, it's still a first alert weather day just because of the fact that we're not really going to see this ice go away, because those temperatures are still going to be very cold. 39 on Tuesday. And then we take you to Wednesday, Thursday. Those will be our quote unquote warmest days, really not warm, but low 40s for Wednesday and Thursday. And then we'll talk about some mid 30s returning, some cold air returning by Friday and Saturday. Now we're going to send it over to Jake, who has more details on the current radar and more updates on the winter storm.
Yes, here's a live look right now at First Alert Doppler radar. You'll see a good bit of sleet there across the ArkLaTex. That's what this kind of purple color represents. Some freezing rain south of I-20 as in parts of East Texas and northwestern Louisiana. You'll also notice out toward Texarkana and areas north of I-30, maybe a few snow flurries trying to mix in there. If you're in that area, especially southeastern McCurtain County in Oklahoma, or Bowie County in eastern Texas, please let us know. You can leave us a comment over on Facebook. Let us know what you're seeing out there, because it gets tricky when you get that far out, as the radar beam is in Shreveport, and the further out you go, the higher in the sky that it's scanning. So there's high confidence in snow several thousand feet up, but I'm not quite sure if it's making it to the ground. Like I said, if you know, please let us know over in our Facebook comments. Again, we'll touch more on that here in just a moment. I'll actually zoom into the I-30 corridor in the Texarkana area, kind of show you what's going on there. Again, this kind of purple color representing more sleet, and then that light blue showing maybe some flurries there out toward Idabel and Clarksville in eastern Texas. All right, let me go back out to a view of the ArkLaTex. We'll take a look at the I-20 corridor and areas on either side. We'll start off here kind of Shreveport-Bossier, where we're dealing with sleet right now. Just outside a moment ago, you kind of see those little sleet pellets bouncing off the roof of our station cars. We've got freezing rain, though, south of the interstate, and this is what we'll have to watch a little bit closer when it comes to potential power outages across the ArkLaTex. All right, I do have some information to share with you, some of the reports that we've received from the National Weather Service so far. 0.2 of an inch of sleet have been measured at the National Weather Service office. Of course, that information coming directly from National Weather Service and meteorologists. Another storm report, 0.1 of an inch of freezing rain mixed in with that sleet was measured at the National Weather Service office. Of course, we've still got plenty of sleet and even a little bit of freezing rain going on in Caddo Parish right now. So those totals will be changing, of course, as we go throughout the evening. There was a county official in McCurtain County, Oklahoma, that estimated around 1.5 inches of sleet accumulation, and that there were a few downed trees just outside of Hayworth from the weight of that precipitation, that frozen precipitation, along with gusty winds in the area as well. And of course, we've still got some wintry precipitation in McCurtain County at this time. All right, let's take a look at the timeline as we go through the rest of the morning today. This is a look at future track around 10 a.m. You'll notice more of a wintry mix, both kind of a combination of freezing rain and some sleet across the ArkLaTex. This is mid-morning today. As I fast forward that timeline for you a little bit more, this is late afternoon, early evening, and you'll notice those along and south of I-20 maybe seeing some isolated freezing rain or sleet showers, but other than that, as far as widespread wintry precipitation, that's not in the cards. Again, late afternoon, early evening, but don't let your guard down by this point. We'll see a break. However, I do anticipate that wintry precipitation will pick back up. One area that it stays very consistent is along and north of the I-30 corridor. Let's go ahead and fast forward things into the overnight hours. You'll notice wintry precipitation back in full force area-wide across the ArkLaTex. So what accumulations we see during the morning hours today, of course, we will add on to that as we head through the overnight hours tonight. You'll notice, though, this system overall wrapping up for the most part by tomorrow morning. I do think we'll see maybe a little bit more than what future track is showing. However, by the time we get to noon and beyond on Sunday, we should be wrapping up the majority of that wintry precipitation. All right, we've got lots of winter weather and cold alerts across the ArkLaTex. There's a winter storm warning in effect now through 6 p.m. Sunday for the counties that you see in eastern Texas, southwest Arkansas, and southeast Oklahoma. Again, that's running through 6 p.m. on Sunday. For those shaded in the purple, you are under an ice storm warning. This also running through 6 p.m. on Sunday as well. Those cover our East Texas counties from Gregg and Harrison County area south, Caddo, Bossier, Webster Parish areas south in northwest Louisiana. It does impact portions of southwestern Arkansas as well. We'll go ahead and get a quick check of your temperatures. Again, these are very chilly, and this is actually potentially some of the warmer weather we'll see this weekend. 28 right now in Shreveport, 27 for you in Marshall, 27 in DeQueen, 31 out in Carthage, and a little bit warmer in Nacogdoches. Not by much, though, 32 degrees currently. We're at 35 in Natchitoches and 36 degrees currently out in Florine. Over the next 12 hours, temperatures really hovering pretty steady here for us at the Shreveport-Bossier Metro, keeping it generally in the mid to upper 20s through 8 o'clock tonight. Let me go ahead and fast forward to our temperatures over the next 3 days. Of course, today is going to be very chilly. Temperatures not going to fluctuate much, but overnight we drop into the low 20s, back to the upper 20s tomorrow. Single digits potentially for overnight lows Sunday night into Monday. We're to near freezing for high temperatures on Monday, and then right back close to 9-10 degrees for your overnight lows Monday night into Tuesday morning. Very, very chilly temperatures. Here's a look. This is Sunday night, Monday morning across the ArkLaTex. Some will see single-digit temperatures. Others will be in the teens. Either way, very, very cold temperatures and well below that 28-degree mark that we watch for a hard freeze. So, of course, people, pets, and plants need to be in a warm shelter as we go, not just through this weekend, but through much of next week as well. And pipes need to be protected as well. I hope you've already made those pipe preparations. If you have not, if you have the materials at home, do so now. If you have exposed outdoor pipes or spigots, those need to be covered. And of course, make sure that you're dripping your faucets indoors, as temperatures will be very cold and below that hard freeze mark for quite some time. Let's talk feels like temperatures as we head into the rest of the weekend. This is Sunday morning. You'll notice some locations in the single digits, others not far off from that. The warmest feels like temperature on this map, 14 degrees as we head into your Sunday morning. Those get even colder Sunday night into Monday morning. This is Monday, 7 a.m. You'll notice parts of the ArkLaTex feeling like the negatives out there. Again, very, very cold air. I cannot stress that enough. Here's a quick check of traffic. And again, wanted to draw your attention to an accident right now. I believe that's I-20, but let's go ahead and zoom in on that a little bit further. I stand corrected. This is I-220. Looks like that is near the Lakeshore Drive exit, but bear with me for one moment and get some more information for you. This accident is on I-220, the eastbound lanes at exit 2 for Lakeshore Drive. This accident was reported roughly 20 minutes ago at 7:54. And again, that's eastbound on I-220. So stay off the roads if you can. If you must travel on the roads, if you're an essential worker and you're headed out on I-220, expect some additional delays as a result of that crash. All right, let's take a look. I-20 really starting to back up across much of the ArkLaTex all the way basically from the state line, if you're heading eastbound, basically from the state line until you cross the bridge into Bossier City. Seeing major delays, also seeing some westbound delays as well on I-20, heading out basically from Bossier City till about the Pines Road exit in Shreveport. So starting to see some significant traffic there. We'll go ahead and kind of go toward North Bossier. You'll see I-220 again seeing significant backups. Benton Road, Airline Drive, not seeing as substantial backups at this time. We'll go to the south there. The Jimmy Davis Bridge experiencing at least some moderate slowdowns both in the west and eastbound directions. I-49 seems to be pretty smooth right now. 3132 though dealing with some delays out there right now, especially heading westbound. Basically heading out toward I-49. We'll take a look at traffic in Texarkana, 369, I-369 heading northbound, dealing with some delays there. You'll notice I-30 westbound heading out toward Red River County, also dealing with some substantial delays as well. And Highway 82, both directions, of course, also seeing some major slowdowns with traffic as a result of those more significant accumulations out along the I-30 corridor and areas north. Go ahead and take one last look here at our traffic map. Make sure there's no new info. And again, for those just joining us, we've got an accident I-220 eastbound near exit 2 for Lakeshore Drive. That was first reported about 20 minutes ago. So if you're an essential worker, you have to get somewhere in emergency. I-220 eastbound, expect some delays near that Lakeshore Drive exit. Even beyond the accident, traffic significantly slowed down on I-220 and I-20. Again, I-20 eastbound, basically from the state line, the Texas-Louisiana state line through Bossier City, experiencing some delays, and westbound, those delays starting in Bossier City and continuing till about the Pines Road exit here in Shreveport. Otherwise, we've got construction zones as well. Expect even slower delays if you have to be out on the roadways in those areas. So again, I know a lot of you may be coming and going, especially on our streaming platforms. So I'm going to go back to radar and kind of recap what we're seeing out there right now. This purple that you see indicates sleet across the ArkLaTex. We'll zoom into a few areas specifically. We'll start off with kind of the I-30 corridor near Texarkana and areas to the north out toward Ashdown, Texarkana, New Boston, where you see this purple shading. That's sleet falling across the ArkLaTex. However, as you go a little further to the northwest out toward Arkinda, Idabel, New Hope, where you start to see this blue, that does represent snow on the radar. I'm not 100% certain though that snow is falling, and here's why. I'll actually zoom things out so you can see a full view of the ArkLaTex. This is kind of important when I explain this, but you'll see that little icon right there where you see that white line there kind of sweeping across across the ArkLaTex region. That little circle right there is where the Shreveport radar is. And the further away you get as far as distance goes, the higher up that radar beam scans in the atmosphere. So you'll notice as you get out toward McCurtain County, it's showing snow, but that's scanning thousands of feet in the sky. So yes, there's definitely snow falling there, but the question is it making it to the ground as snow or maybe freezing rain or sleet? That still kind of to be determined. So if you're in that area, especially southeastern McCurtain County near Idabel, you've got snow falling, please let us know in our Facebook comments. I'll be checking those here in just a moment. Your ground truth, of course, very important whenever it comes to winter weather. Another check there, again, we'll zoom back into I-30. Texarkana dealing with sleet right now down to Douglasville, Linden, Ida. Really, most locations down to I-20 at this point are dealing with sleet. We'll kind of zoom back out and go a little closer to the I-20 corridor. Again, kind of out toward Longview, Marshall, into the Shreveport-Bossier area. And Minden as well, dealing with a lot of sleet. Then as you get south of I-20, that's where that sleet kind of transitions into a little bit more of a freezing rain. You'll see sleet there in Henderson, Mount Enterprise, though, Carthage, Stonewall, Mansfield, likely dealing with freezing rain. If you do have sleet, again, please let us know. We encourage you to share your reports with us in our Facebook comments on our current live stream. You can tell if it's sleet because that sleet, whenever it hits something, as I was showing with our cars a minute ago, it'll kind of bounce up a little bit. That's how you can tell sleet versus freezing rain. Freezing rain kind of falls down as a liquid and then freezes on contact, so it doesn't bounce up like sleet would on objects. So again, we've got sleet going through Mansfield, Coshada, back into Ringgold, Carthage in eastern Texas, and Mount Enterprise as well. Another recap on your timing here with Future Track. Again, this morning we're expecting that sleet and freezing rain to continue for quite some time, and then you'll notice a bit of a break, especially along and south of I-20, late afternoon to early evening. More freezing rain, sleet kind of mixing in there along and north of the I-30 corridor. However, it picks back up during the overnight hours tonight. There's a look at things just after midnight. More sleet, freezing rain expected across much of the ArkLaTex, again, after midnight and beyond. From there, by the time we get to Sunday afternoon at the latest is when we'll see most of that wintry precipitation starting to clear out. On the back end of that system, more sleet and potentially some snow is expected before things start to clear out. So recap of your alerts. Winter storm warning is in place now through 6 p.m. Sunday for the counties in northeast Texas, southeastern Arkansas, and southwest Arkansas, southeastern Oklahoma. That's running through 6 p.m. on Sunday. We also have that ice storm warning for the counties shaded in purple and parishes shaded in purple. That will be running through 6 p.m. on Sunday. Another check of your temperatures. We are in the upper 20s right now if you're near and north of I-20, some low to mid 30s south of the interstate currently. And over the next couple of hours, temperatures south of I-20 may be cooling down just a little bit. For those of us here in Shreveport-Bossier, not going to see much of a change, holding rather steady there in the mid to upper 20s. Over the next couple of days, again, if you think this is cold, and I've been chilly out there today, it is going to get even colder, especially during the overnight hours, Sunday night and Monday night. You'll see tonight we're in the upper teens, low 20s across much of the area, maybe mid-teens there for those along and north of I-30. Sunday, this is Shreveport-Bossier, near 9 to 10 degrees for your overnight lows. And then we copy and paste that forecast once again Monday night into Tuesday morning, back close to 10 degrees once again. So I cannot stress enough, people, pets, and plants, of course, need to be in a warm shelter. And I hope that you made the preparations that you've needed to your homes. Don't forget to drip those faucets. This is a hard freeze for a very extended period of time across the ArkLaTex. Here's another snapshot of kind of what temperatures will look like Monday morning across the ArkLaTex. We've got some single digits out there. We've got some teens. Overall, whether you're at 7 degrees or 12 degrees, still very, very cold air. Here's a look at feels like temperatures heading into tomorrow morning. Feeling like 11 in Shreveport, 9 in Center, feeling like 7 out toward DeQueen, and feels like temperatures or wind chills expected to be even cooler as we head into Monday morning. Will be near 0, if not potentially in the negatives in some locations. So I cannot stress enough. Of course, we've got to watch the wintry precipitation potential very closely. If we transition over to freezing rain, that can cause some substantial issues whenever it comes to power outages, which we'll take a look at here in just a moment. But again, not only are we looking at that power outage potential and road conditions deteriorating, but after that precipitation starts to wrap up, again, those temperatures will be very, very cold for us across the ArkLaTex. All right, here in just a second, we'll get a quick check of power outages across the region. We've already seen some this morning across much of the ArkLaTex. In fact, we're starting to see power outages really pick up here. So in just a second, we'll take a look at our touchscreen at our power outages map. and take a more in-depth look at your outages. Already seeing some additional ones popping up across eastern Texas and in parts of southeastern Oklahoma as well. So in the back, if we can go ahead and get camera 6 switched around here for the touchscreen in just a moment, ready to kind of break down some of the power outages across northeastern Texas and southeastern Oklahoma here momentarily. All right, so again, just right. Picking up about 422. This is SWEPCO's map. Over 1,000 at this point at Texarkana, actually closing in on 2,000. And again, with most of these outages, with the impacts on the roads, we don't have an estimated time of restoration at this time. You'll notice out toward Atlanta, there's about 618 without power. Another area of power outages in Linden looks like about 3 without power there. Mount Pleasant saying nearly 1,000 customers, SWEPCO customers, without power. We'll go out toward the Avery and DeKalb area where there's about 466 without power. It looks like those outages were reported just after 1:30 this morning. As we head out toward the Shreveport-Bossier area, over 3,000 currently without power. I'm going to actually try to zoom in here on this a little bit more, see if we can't get more specifics here. So 3132, let's see what road this is. Basically, here's 3132, here's US 171. This is near Willis Knighton South, near Burt Coons, kind of near the Hyde Park and Southern Hills neighborhood. I'll zoom in on that a little bit more. So again, near Summer Grove, this is near North Southland Park Drive, near Kimberly Drive. This is a pretty big block of power outages where over 3,000 are without power as of about 30 minutes ago. Estimated restoration time as of now is noon for you in this neighborhood. Again, South Shreveport, south of 3132 near US 171. This is near Willis Knighton South and near West Burt Coons Industrial Loop. Again, over 3,000 without power this morning on the south side of Shreveport. Let's go ahead and zoom this out. We've got additional outages across the ArkLaTex as well. Out near Logansport, looks like we have about 1,400 without power. This is pretty much the entire town of Logansport, US 84 there. So if you're east of Joaquin through Logansport and just west of Stanley on US 84, likely dealing with some outages at this time. This includes western parts of Wood Springs and the Longstreet community as well. Again, over 1,400 without power there. We'll go take a look. This is near Tenaha, over 400 without power there right now. This is probably much of Tenaha, if not all of Tenaha, dealing with some outages right now. Again, Carthage dealing with around 1,800 without power currently, over 490 without power in Mount Enterprise, nearly 2,000 without power currently over in Henderson, Texas. Overton also dealing with about 55 outages. I'd imagine that's a big chunk of Overton. Looks like Overton and a New London, again, looking at a combined 55 to 60 without power. So dealing with a lot of outages right now across the ArkLaTex. I'll zoom in on that, actually refresh it, make sure that we've got the latest information here. So again, over, I believe that was 3,000 are without power in South Shreveport. This is south of 3132 and kind of areas along US 171 near Willis Knighton South and West Burt Coons. And yes, that's over 3,000 without power. Another little outage there with an additional 150 without power. That extends from basically Willow Drive through Ridgewood Middle School. Again, that's an additional 150 to add on top of that 3,000 without power near 3132. The north part of Shreveport, not looking at as many power outages, about 47. Kind of zoom in and see if we can get more specifics. This would be near the Highland and Stoner Hill neighborhoods. That's where we've got about 50 currently without power. Texarkana has about 2,000 outages currently out toward New Boston, around 890. Mount Pleasant still dealing with roughly 1,000 power outages out toward Naples. That's where we've got roughly 225 without power. And then out toward Atlanta, 600 without power currently across the ArkLaTex. All right, that's a current look at your power outages. Of course, we'll have more on your forecast and outages coming up a little bit later. But for now, I'm going to send it back to Dominique at the desk.
All right, Jake, thanks. Right now, you're looking live at the KSLA News 12 Storm Tracker, traveling in the Shreveport area. That's where we find KSLA News 12's Kim Nagomo. She's going to give us the latest.
Hi, Dom. So you actually caught us at an very important moment right now. So we have Bubba, our photog, having to spray down the windshield and get that ice off because as we've been driving, we've just had so much sleet catching onto the windshield, catching onto the wipers, and just completely freezing up to the point where the wipers couldn't work the way it had to. And if you can see the road behind him, it is completely covered in sleet. And if you remember when we were starting our coverage this morning at 6 a.m., it started off with just a light rain, and now roads are just white with frozen sleet, and so it is very slippery on the roads. If you are on the roads, if you have to be, definitely drive slow and definitely pay attention to your windshield and make sure you're taking care of your windshield and your wipers while you're driving, because the sleet might be small, but it is definitely piling up onto your windshield as you drive. So just pay careful attention with it. And I believe, what road are we on? We are on Fairfield Avenue right now. And like I said, yeah, just make sure you're being careful and please drive slowly.
All right, since the freeze of 2021, Texas lawmakers have passed new regulations around required shelters for dogs during severe weather. JD Conti has more from authorities on what you should know.
Dogs and cats don't like running around in this any more than we do.
They may have fur, but when it's cold, it's cold. That's why Texas lawmakers passed the Safe Outdoor Dogs Act in 2021, part of a response to that year's freeze. It creates several requirements that the shelter be adequate and protect the dog from direct sunlight. It also prevents owners from leaving dogs on a chain while unattended. Tyler Animal Services Director Sean Markman says they follow their own stricter ordinance first.
Shelter that is actually, adequate for the size, breed, temperature and everything, that it provides, a safe place for the animal to be. It's got to have at least 3 walls and a top and a constructed floor. That's our definition locally. They need to be able to stand up, turn around, lay down in a comfortable position, and give them enough protection from whatever the weather is.
Markman says they work with owners and can sometimes issue a fine.
And if something needs to be elevated, then we can.
Conviction under the state law is a Class C misdemeanor. That's bumped up to a Class B if there's a previous conviction. Police can issue cruelty charges in some cases.
Thousands of cold-stunned sea turtles are expected in South Texas waters this weekend. Find out why experts are predicting a mass stranding when we get back. Road, and as you can see, the interstate is frozen over in this area, so it's a good bet that you need to stay home today unless you are an essential worker and have to get out. We're going to have more from the weather team when we come back.
Report. First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
And welcome back. We are continuing to keep you first alert with our extended live coverage this morning of the winter storm impacting the ArkLaTex. This is a live look from our Window World Sky Cam, and you can see that camera is getting iced over. This is up in Bowie County, Texas, and we're getting a lot of sleet. You can see that white is starting to cover the ground. That is not snow, that is sleet, and that's been the predominant precip type. I just took a peek outside our station here in downtown Shreveport, and we have some heavy sleet going on. You can hear that ice hitting all the surfaces, and so the sleet is the predominant thing that's going on right now. That's a live look in Shreveport. There's I-20, and you can see the road is covered. So if a main interstate is covered up, you definitely know that those side roads are not going to be in good shape. So just stay home today if you can. You really don't want to travel in this. There are folks out, though. I'm kind of surprised. There are some folks out and about. There's Benton Road, someone going pretty slow. That's smart. And you can see we've seen more of that white kind of coating the area, and that's the sleet coming down. Again, this is not snow falling right now. This is sleet. Those are those ice pellets. You can really hear them hitting your windshield if you're out there driving around in this. Here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar. You can see the widespread nature of this coming through right now. And the purple is mainly sleet. Where you see the pink, that's more of that freezing rain. But we're kind of getting a combination all over the place. Let's take you up to Texarkana, and you can see mostly sleet right now along I-30, but there has been some freezing rain kind of mixing in there. And traffic, road conditions up here are a mess, very slick, very slippery, and just very dangerous. And then we take you south, closer into Shreveport. We got kind of everything going on right now. Again, I just checked outside right here where our station's located right in the downtown area just south of I-20, and it's sleet here, but maybe go a little farther south into South Bossier. That might be more freezing rain. You might go north into North Bossier, North Caddo. That could be more in the way of sleet. And the way you'll notice the difference between sleet and freezing rain is sleet is going to be those little frozen ice pellets that's going to make noise when it hits your windshield. It's going to sound like ice hitting your windshield. If it's freezing rain, it's just going to sound like regular rain, but it will freeze on contact with surfaces. So again, getting a variety of precip types. That is now pushing, hey, check this out, Natchitoches already looks like you might be changing over much earlier than anticipated. So I would anticipate if you're living in Natchitoches or in Natchitoches Parish, you're going to change over a lot faster than we were originally saying we were going to. DeSoto Parish still dealing with that ice and maybe some sleet mixing in. We also have that still in East Texas. Those temperatures are continuing to drop. 28 right now in Shreveport, 28 Texarkana, 23 Magnolia, DeQueen 27, Idabel 28, Mansfield 32, and Natchitoches in the mid-30s at this time. So still just above that freezing point in the Natchitoches area. Here's a look at the next several hours here, and we're talking about temperatures that are really not going to budge hardly at all. We're talking upper 20s all the way through 3, 4, 5 o'clock this evening, even through the evening hours, and we'll still have that northeast wind at around 10 to 15 miles an hour. So that's going to make it really feel very chilly all across the region. Are we doing traffic right now? I can certainly do it if we want. Here's a look at the roadways right now. We'll kind of overlay the ice on top of the road. So that pink color that you see is basically the radar representation of ice. So that's covering up our area. Ice and sleet, it's just a mess. So we'll zoom in a little bit tighter here, and you can see there are all kinds of backups now. I-20 is running very, very heavy, and I believe we have an accident. Jake, you were saying there was an accident somewhere?
Yes, there's an accident. According to the Harrison County Fire Marshal's office, the I-20 westbound lanes are closed at exit 614, so that should be for
Gotcha.
Highway 43.
I'll tell you guys in a second. I know his mic's not on. So he was saying I-20 near Marshall, there's an accident going westbound. Okay, so we do have an accident on I-20 near Marshall, Texas going westbound. So we'll check that out. Actually, I can go ahead and just swing this map over real fast to kind of see if we can grab that accident here on the fly. And again, we're doing this all on the fly this morning as we gave you this special live coverage. So let me actually kind of zoom out here and try to see if we can find that accident there out towards Marshall. Doesn't really seem to be showing up on our traffic graphics, at least right now. Oh, there it is. So again, traffic moving pretty slow there on I-20. There is an accident going on I-20 westbound near Marshall. So we're going to keep an eye on that as well. We're going to keep an eye on all of our roadways throughout the rest of the morning. Let's take it up to I-220 though. You can see that is very, very backed up and not really, you don't want to travel out there, but traffic running very, very slow. Looking up towards Texarkana right now, still very, very slow travel here. You just don't want to be out on these roads. They've been getting consistently worse throughout the course of the morning and still pretty bad right now. And all the yellow, all the orange that you see on the map, That is the slow traffic. We can take you up farther to the north into Arkansas, and you can see roadways here. You'll see a lot of green, so traffic is flowing, but that basically just means that no one's on the roads, and that's why our traffic graphic is saying that. Looking out into McCurtain County, we got some slow travel here as well. We got kind of a mix of sleet and snow here, and we'll be keeping an eye on all of this for you through the rest of the morning. This winter storm is not even close to being over with. This is going to continue all the way through tomorrow morning. I'll have another update for you coming up in just a few minutes. Dom?
Doing the smiling and mugging for the
All
camera.
right, let's take a look at Storm Tracker. It's out in the Shreveport area, and as you can see, that dusting of icy, freezing rain that has been coming down, blanketing the area and the roadways. As you can see, there's a road closure right there. We're going to get back with Kim Nagomo. She's in that Storm Tracker with Chief Photographer Bubba Knight. But first, wildlife experts in Texas are concerned about the winter storm and cold weather impact on sea turtles. Drew Bishop has more.
You don't see this many turtles stranding anywhere else in the United States.
It's all hands or fins on deck this weekend. Experts at Texas A&M Corpus Christi and other local agencies are predicting thousands of cold-stunned sea turtles in South Texas waters in the coming days. So if you spot a shell in need of help, what do you do?
So call 1-866-TURTLE-5. There's a prompt on there that will figure out where you're at geographically, and then that'll ring into the right rehabilitation center. We ask the public not to touch them necessarily. Touching wildlife is just not always the best thing to do.
But when the turtle is rescued, what happens next? Jesse Gilbert walked me through the process at the Texas State Aquarium.
Once the turtle is logged in, we know where it came from. We head over here, our warming center. This is where we take the turtles when they're warming up. So once the animal becomes responsive enough, it'll come over here. What we're watching for is, can the animal breathe, and can it make that conscious decision to pop its head up, catch a breath? We'll keep this water in the high 50s once the animals get here. We don't want to shock them, so you don't want to take them from really cold water all the way up to what I would say is normal water. I would say by Monday afternoon, certainly Tuesday morning, this will be a hub of activity.
During the winter, sea creatures get thermal cues to move away from cold waters. But experts say because it's been a mild winter, there are more turtles in our bays that will need help.
The higher number of turtles that haven't had a chance to get back out into the Gulf yet, just because of the warm temperatures we've had so far, could lead to an increase in numbers that are found for sure.
And while local, state, and federal agencies are on high alert,
we just get ready for the worst.
You can do your part by calling the rescue hotline if you see a turtle in need.
It really takes a village to deal with this many turtles.
All right, KSLA's Marvin Andrade is in Texarkana with the very latest. Good morning.
Good morning, Dom. Like you said, this whole weekend is going to just be filled with ice. As a matter of fact, I want you to look around me and you'll see a lot of ice covering the road, sleet of ice, and it's been like that for over 2 hours already, and the roadways are not as busy right now, which is a really good sign that you don't see as many drivers. You see a couple, but they're driving slow. We actually spoke to Texarkana, Texas Police Department, and they say that over the bridges they've been seeing around 2 inches of ice, and the roadways around 1 inch of ice, but they haven't noticed any major accidents yet. It's all been minor, but they are urging people to not drive if they don't have to stay home. And as a matter of fact, if you do have to go out, if you're an essential worker or whatever it may be, to please just be careful and mindful of the conditions of the roads and to drive slowly. I also want to take this time to give out a shout out to one of our viewers, James. He came by, he was around the area, he came by, he saw us here, and he gave us McDonald's. So thank you so much for that nice hospitality that you were showing us, and just we're here trying to keep you guys informed. So just stay safe at home, stay warm, and try to find a place where you could just hunker down. Reporting live at Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
All right, and we are taking a look at downtown Shreveport. Would you take a look at this? Some of the sleet coming down right now, and I-20 is completely covered.
Yeah, and as those temperatures continue to fall throughout the day, I think the road conditions will continue to get even worse. And as you mentioned, we're kind of seeing that mix of sleet and even some freezing rain right now. And if you don't have to travel, just stay home. It's nasty outside, it's cold, and this winter storm is going to continue all the way through tomorrow morning. And as a reminder, KSLA will continue to have special newscasts tomorrow as well. If you have not already, make sure you download the KSLA News 12 app and the KSLA First Alert Weather app. Myself and the rest of the KSLA weather team will also be on social media keeping you first alert, and we'll be on Facebook throughout the day. We'll be streaming to our app. We're all over the place. You can find us everywhere, and we will be keeping you ahead of the storm and first alert throughout the next couple days.
All right, KSLA News 12 on this Saturday morning. It is 8:43. We're back in just a few minutes.
Stay first aware on the latest news and weather from KSLA News 12 for free on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV apps. You can watch our newscast live or catch up on the news on your time. This is a KSLA News 12 special report. First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
All right, good morning, everyone. This is a First Alert Weather Day with the icy impact. This is I-20 at Benton Road, and a lot has changed since we went on at about 5 or 6 o'clock this morning. Now I-20 is covered in freezing ice. So this is why a lot of the city officials and our weather crews are saying stay at home. This is not what you want to be on. It's very icy out there. It's very slippery. All of this will be freezing over, and it's going to be like a ice skating rink out there. You do not want to be traveling on this. Okay, so right now you are looking live at KSLA News 12, the storm tracker. It is traveling somewhere in the Shreveport area. Earlier, it was behind a salt truck. City crews are working 12-hour shifts, so they have you covered 24 hours. We're going to check in with the weather team, First Alert, in just a moment. But first, we're going to check in with Kim Nagomo. She is inside of that storm tracker. Good morning, Kim. All right, this is a look at Shreveport. I'm going to try to get the exact location of where they are in Shreveport. Chief photographer Bubba Knipe and Kim Nagomo are inside of the storm tracker. Actually, this is in Bossier City. It looks like they are on East Texas Street, coming up on Benton Road. And as you can see, parts of the area covered in the icy conditions. This is all going to be freezing over. Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones has said the worst of the storm is on the way, and the storm started around 5 or 6 o'clock coming down to the Shreveport area. Of course, there are warming centers that we've been listing in the Shreveport and Bossier area. Public Works, we've talked to someone with the Bossier Mayor's office, Tommy Chandler's office, and we spoke with Mayor Tom Arsenault, Shreveport's mayor, earlier this morning about what they are doing with the city. So far, so good. Public Safety says not any major accident out there. Right now, we're going to send it over to Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones.
All right, thanks, Tom. Here's a live look outside. We've been kind of moving our tower cam around to various vantage points to get an idea of what it looks like. That's actually I-20. Perfect timing. You can see the cars moving along. You can see how slow. That might actually be an emergency vehicle there, but traffic moving along slow. You can see the tire tracks right there. And again, keep in mind, that's Interstate 20. That is a major thoroughfare, and we are seeing completely covered up in that ice and sleet. So even the side roads here are looking pretty icy as well. So as Dom mentioned, you really don't want to be out in this right now. Here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar. We've been monitoring this closely throughout the day. We were on air. We went on air originally at around 5 o'clock this morning, and at that time, there wasn't a whole lot going on, but now we got this big batch coming through, and we're seeing all kinds of precip types. It's a mess. We're seeing some sleet. We're seeing some freezing rain. We got a little bit of snow. Just take your pick. We got all things coming down from the sky today. Up north around Texarkana, that is mainly sleet. We've been looking at some of the observations here. Mostly sleet. Could be some freezing rain mixed in there as well. Looking south closer to Shreveport and Bossier, we are really socked in with this right now. This is all along the entire I-20 corridor. So basically from Ruston all the way west to the Texas state line, all along I-20, we're dealing with that. Where you see the pinks, that's more in the way of some freezing rain. Where you see purple, that's more sleet. But as you can see, it's kind of going back and forth all over the place. So, you know, we might get a period of sleet. It might mix back to freezing rain. It might go back to sleet, might go back. So it's going to go back and forth throughout the day. And then looking off to the south, we see maybe a little bit of rain trying to mix in there out in Rusk County. And you get down into portions of our East Texas counties there near Nacogdoches. Might be a little bit of a rain, freezing rain mixture. And then even down towards, say, Sabine Parish here, down towards Manny and even Natchitoches. Starting to see a little bit of that freezing rain, or rain rather, changing over to potentially some freezing rain. So looking at the road impacts here, we're talking about big impacts starting through this afternoon and through Sunday and even into early Monday, all red, which means hazardous driving conditions out there. It's going to be that way for a while, for the next couple of days, really. And up around Texarkana and the I-30 corridor looking pretty dangerous as well, from this morning all the way through Monday night. All 3 days, all time periods there, looking at some pretty hazardous travel conditions across the region. All right, now let's take a look at traffic. And I actually removed the background ice on there. I think it's just much easier to see without that all in the background. So this gives you an idea of the roads across the area. And you can see, wow, what a difference from when we joined you first thing this morning. I mean, almost the entire map now covered up with either yellow or orange, which means just very, very slow travel. So if you got to get outside and if you got to, you know, do something and drive somewhere today, it's going to take you a while because you can see how slow all these roadways are looking. We'll take you up to I-220, and you can see that entire stretch there. I'm just going to get out of the way so you can see this better. The entire stretch of I-220 from Cross Lake all the way past Airline Drive is really backed up, and that it goes all the way out towards Louisiana Downs, the horse track there. That is how far those backups go, or at least those slowdowns. And then you can see I-20, that entire stretch there is very backed up. The Jimmy Davis Bridge, that's going to be pretty dangerous going over that bridge because, as you know, the bridges are going to be even worse than the regular roadways. So, you know, just try to avoid that. Looking off to the south, the Interloop Expressway, that is also really backing up. You can see eastbound and westbound. I shouldn't say backing up, where there's really not a lot of traffic out there. What this map is showing you is just the speeds that the roads are going, what people are going. So basically what that is saying is that it's just people are going very slow on the Interloop Expressway. Not necessarily, it doesn't necessarily mean there's a lot of traffic. It's just things are moving slow. Same story up here in Texarkana. very, very slow travel here on all the roadways up in this region, and that's good news because, again, those roads are dangerous. I'm going to send it over to Jake now, who has more details on the current alerts that we have in the ArkLaTex.
Yes, we've got multiple alerts in place across the entire ArkLaTex. The first ones are actually broken up. We've got a winter storm warning here for counties in northeast Texas, southeastern Oklahoma, and southwestern Arkansas, shaded in pink. That runs now through 6 p.m. on Sunday. Now, if you're south of that, the rest of the ArkLaTex is under an ice storm warning. That alert also running now through 6 p.m. on Sunday. So the wintry precipitation starts to wrap up by Sunday afternoon at the latest. These alerts start to expire, but then we've got another alert on the way, which we'll talk about here more in depth here in just a second. Let's talk about your timing for this wintry precipitation as we go through the rest of the day today. Here's a snapshot of things around 10 a.m. Doing a pretty good job. We're about an hour away from 10. And that, again, we're seeing kind of that mix of freezing rain and sleet across much of the ArkLaTex. We'll have a little bit of a break late afternoon, early evening, except for those along the I-30 corridor. And you'll notice as we head into the overnight hours that freezing rain and sleet mix really starts to work its way back into the ArkLaTex area wide once again, with maybe a little bit of snow trying to mix in, especially north of I-30. We'll see additional snow flurries throughout the morning hours tomorrow. In fact, you'll see by 9 a.m. again, just some isolated snow showers, isolated freezing rain and sleet showers as well. But by the afternoon hours, things will finally start to clear out in the way of that wintry precipitation. Right now, temperatures are generally in the mid to upper 20s if you're near or north of I-20. If you're south of I-20, though, you'll notice some low and mid 30s out there right now. Those won't be sticking with us for very long. Here in Shreveport-Bossier, temperatures expected to stay consistent throughout the day today. Still well below freezing in the mid to upper 20s across the ArkLaTex. You'll want to start dripping those faucets if you haven't done so already. Those will be near or below that hard freeze mark, and we're going to be there for quite some time. In fact, over the next couple of days, here's a look highs this afternoon. Again, not getting any warmer than where we are now. Tonight, temperatures dropping slightly into the upper or the lower 20s, I should say. Slight increase into the upper 20s for highs tomorrow, but look at your low temperatures Sunday night and Monday night. We're looking at those being near 10 degrees, maybe even a little bit cooler in some spots. So Sunday night into Monday, here's a look at your regional view for those hometown lows. Those could be as low as 5 degrees there north of I-30. For those a little closer to Natchitoches, Manning, we could see temperatures in the upper teens, closer to 20 degrees. When it comes to wind chill or your feels like temperatures, we'll go back a little bit. This is early tomorrow morning. You'll see temperatures feeling like anywhere on either side of 10 degrees. 9 there for Center, 11 for Shreveport, feeling close to 7 out into Queen. And those feels like temperatures getting even cooler by Monday morning. You'll see feels like temps could be in the negatives for parts of the ArkLaTex. So some very, very cold air expected across much of the area. We'll take a quick check of traffic. In fact, might make that full screen to make it a little easier to see before we take a look at power outages across the ArkLaTex. Again, across the Shreveport-Bossier Metro, just watching one accident right now still being worked on near Lakeshore Drive, exit 2. That's eastbound on I-220 here in the Shreveport-Bossier area. I'll go ahead and zoom in on that so you can see it a little bit better. Again, that's really, there's a lot of slowdowns both east and westbound, but this will definitely cause some additional delays if you're heading eastbound on I-220. Last but not least, we'll go over to Harrison County, where the fire marshal is reporting that an 18-wheeler accident is blocking the westbound lanes. This would be near your 614 exit or just east of your 614 exit. So somewhere right in here is where that traffic's going to start to back up, and expect significant delays out to the 59 exit, which is 617. The slowdowns there, again, prevalent from I-20, the state line, the Texas-Louisiana state line, all the way into Shreveport-Bossier. I-220 right now seeing the most significant delays and slowdowns out of all of the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. All right, let's get a quick check of power outages right now across the ArkLaTex. We've seen those numbers continue to increase as we've gone throughout the morning today. Actually, as I go over there, we'll take a look at radar here real quick. And if we can make that full screen for just a moment so we can see what's going on out there across the ArkLaTex. Seeing a freezing rain and kind of sleet mix out there right now. For us, again, seeing a lot of that, especially along I-20 and areas north of I-30, starting to see that mix starting to lighten up. So give me just one moment here. I'm going to refresh our outage map. We'll take a look at power outages going on right now across the ArkLaTex area. I think we're starting to notice those increase in number across the region. So we'll start off here, Shreveport-Bossier. I'm going to zoom in here. We've got over 1,000 without power. Most of those are on the south side of town. Actually going to zoom in on that a little bit more. Still that same area, 3132 to US 171. This is near the Southern Hills Hyde Park neighborhood, also near Willis Knighton South and West Burt Coons Industrial Loop. Over 3,000 without power, and SWEPCO expects that these power outages are restored by around noon today. They're currently working on resolving that outage. Now we'll go ahead and zoom back out here. Looks like that there has some shelter information. So if you need that, you know somebody that needs that shelter information, you can pull up SWEPCO's outage map, tap the little house icon, building icons, and it will show you more information on the shelters that are open. Looks like we have additional outages near Stoner Hill, about 38. This is impacting maybe a street or two near Lister Street and Herndon Street. We'll go ahead and go back out and take a look at additional outages across the ArkLaTex. See if I can get those for Texarkana to pull up. Nearly 2,000 without power currently in Texarkana. We'll go a little bit west there, close to I-30, close to 1,000 without power in Mount Pleasant. Just to the southwest, over 350 without power. That's near Dangerfield and Omaha. Those two combined making up about 300. 355 near Atlanta, and an additional 268 to the southeast of Atlanta. No estimated time of restoration just yet. However, they are working on restoring the outages. Again, that's along Highway 77, basically to the southeast of Atlanta, very rural area, so not getting many town names there. We'll go to south of I-20 there near Henderson, where over 2,000 are currently without power. Carthage also dealing with nearly 2,000 residents without power as well. Logansport seeing about 1,400 outages, and then as we head out toward Mansfield, there are currently 1,200 without power. Of course, we'll continue watching our power outages and of course the radar very closely with additional weather updates and outage updates as we go throughout the newscast.
All right, thank you, Jay. KSLA Marvin Andrade is in Texarkana with the very latest. And last time we checked in with you, we saw more and more of that freezing ice falling behind you. Good morning.
Good morning, Dom. You're right. Last time we checked, the sleet mixed with freezing rain was starting to fill up this road. But I want to give you a visual representation of what that looks like. If you walk with me over here, you can see that all this parking lot is basically looking like an ice skating ring. Where the lines are usually at, you can barely see them right now. And that's the situation across the whole ArkLaTex, where some areas are seeing sleet, other freezing ice. But here in Texarkana, it's just a mixture of this throughout all of the bridges, the freeways, the streets. So that's why it's important that if you don't have to head on those roads, it's better not to. It's better just to stay home right now, especially these conditions. It's not safe to be driving in these roads with these conditions. Officials have said, but if you do have to drive slowly, be careful and be mindful. We talked to Texarkana authorities earlier. They said they haven't reported any major incidents yet, but with these conditions, it's always just to be safe. So if you don't have anything to be doing out here, just don't. Stay home, stay warm. I'm from Los Angeles, so this whole situation right now, it's very new to me. Right now, it's very cold out here. I have 4 layers, and as you see, gloves, and even then, I still feel cold. So keep that in mind. It's better to stay home where you can be more warm and just stay hunkered down. Reporting live in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
All right, Marvin, thanks. Right now you are looking live at the KSLA News 12 First Alert Storm Tracker traveling in Bossier City. Going to check in with Kim Nagomo more in the Storm Tracker. Kim.
Hi, Dominique. Yeah, so here we're in Bossier City driving on Benton Road right now. And we actually wanted to show you guys, which is coming up close, some road closures. This is the, this is a lane closure, but we're heading towards the Benton and Spur overpass. Oh, okay, it's to our left coming up. As you can see, that this road is closed due to just that hill and the dangerous potential it has just with the slipperiness of our roads right now. As you can see, there is a lot of sleet going on, and it has caused the roads to be very slushy-like, very slippery, and just mixed with steep hills, it can lead to some potential danger. But we have been seeing a lot of salt trucks driving around from the Department of Transportation, and they have been salting the roads for about the last couple hours now. And so we're just kind of watching them working, and of course we're still seeing people out on the roads. But like we said, if you are going to be on the roads for whatever reason, please make sure you are driving slowly as these drivers are on the road and just kind of taking caution.
All right, Kim, thanks. Bossier City is opening up warming centers through Monday. The locations are at Stonewall Baptist Church, located at 807 Eatman Street, and the Shady Grove Recreation Center, located at 3949 Wayne Street. We're told the centers will be open from 10 this morning until 4 this afternoon, but those times may be adjusted based on the needs and demand. Also, the Bossier Parish Sheriff's Substation at Viking Drive will open this evening at 5 and will remain open out until the storm clears. Now, in Shreveport, the Red Cross has warming centers set up. They are at Highland Center at 520 Olive Street and Morning Star Baptist Church at 5340 Jewella Avenue. You can also call 211 to find the locations of other shelters in Louisiana. A warming center is also open at Blanchard Town Hall, located at 110 North Main Street. All bus service for Sportran Transit are temporarily suspended. This includes both fixed routes and on-demand service. Sportran says icy roads pose significant safety risk for operators and riders. Sportran will assess the conditions daily and announce when the service will resume. We, of course, will pass that along to you. There are a few universities closing in the ArkLaTex to make sure students are safe during the winter storm. We're going to lay them out for you. LSU and Shreveport will close their campus on Monday. School administrators say all scheduled on-campus events from now until Monday are canceled. All in-person classes set for Monday will shift to the Moodle learning system. And the school says they will announce any other closures or cancellations over the weekend. Northwestern State University campuses are also closed on Monday due to the potential winter storm. The residence halls will remain open for students who choose to stay on campus. Dining services are also open on an adjusted schedule. The university will provide updates as they come in. Louisiana Tech University campuses are closed on Monday and Tuesday due to the severe winter storm. This closure includes operations at Barksdale and the Academic Success Center in Bossier City. Some services are open for students who remain on campus. Tech Table is open between 10:30 in the morning and 5 in the evening throughout the planned closure. The Lambright Center is also open from noon until 5. Students are advised to continue monitoring campus updates. And if you know someone at Southern University in Baton Rouge, the university will shift to remote classes on Monday. The campus dining service is available for those on campus. Normal operations are expected to resume on Tuesday. All Natchitoches Parish schools are closed on Monday due to anticipated concerns with road closures and potential power issues. We'll also have more closures at the bottom scrolling on your screen. 906, the Caddo Correctional Center is closed Monday and Tuesday due to the winter storm expected this weekend. There's no on-site visitation. However, visitors can still do remote visits. Visitation is scheduled to resume on Wednesday. And during this weekend winter storm, KSLA News 12 will keep you first alert. Download our KSLA News 12 app right now on your mobile devices and on your smart TVs. We will live stream forecasts, newscasts, and weather updates to keep you first alert throughout the storm. Alert on potential shelters across the ArkLaTex during the winter storm. Hear more about the 2 locations offering warmth. And Louisiana officials are begging you to check your fire alarms this morning. See how easy it is to install fire alarms in your home.
And we're still tracking that wintry mix. We got some ice out there. We got some sleet, snow, and even plain rain. Just take your pick. We got everything going on right now in the ArkLaTex, and it looks like this winter storm is going to continue all the way through tomorrow morning. I'll have a detailed update and take a look at future track. New data just came in. I want to share that with you next.
And a live look at I-20 at Benton Road. Icy conditions out there. Not a lot of cars. If you do have to get out, make sure you drive with caution. Back in a moment.
First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
And welcome back. Keeping a very close eye on the roadways for you this morning. That's a live look from our tower cam looking out at I-20. And man, that's not good. But you know what? What's also good to see is that there's no traffic out there right now. We had some cars earlier, but it looks like people really have kind of heeded our warnings and staying home, and that's what we want to see because, again, those roads are pretty dangerous. Let's take a live look at the radar picture right now. I'll show you First Alert Doppler radar, and you can see how that mixed precip continues to move across the ArkLaTex right now. Got a variety of color on our radar picture right now. Got some purples, we got some pinks, and even some greens out there. And again, that is the freezing rain, sleet, snow combination. If you guys could switch to my weather graphics, that would be awesome. So taking a look at the radar picture, I think we have that for you. Anyway, so that's I-20. We're looking at that right now, and you can see it is icy, slushy, and snow-packed here. And hopefully we can get my weather graphics rolling because I want to show people where the freezing rain, sleet combination is. And there we go. All right, I think that was on my end. I apologize, guys. My computer froze, and I think my computer is just cold because it's cold out. All right, here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar. You can see what is going on right now, and we got some widespread mixed precip across the area, and that is the purple. So the purple that you see here, that's mostly sleet, but we're also seeing freezing rain mixing in, kind of a variety of precip types all across the area. Now, it looks like most of this is actually now pushed just south of Texarkana, so we might be getting a little bit of a break there along the I-30 corridor. Taking you south into Shreveport, we are in the middle of this right now. We got a few little breaks here and there, but in general, it's just that ugly combination of sleet and freezing rain, and we've seen what that's done to the roadways. The roads are kind of a mess out there right now. Looking off to the south, you can see the DeSoto Parish area, kind of a mix of sleet, freezing rain, and just a mess there. And even Natchitoches, look at that. You have changed over. That is much earlier than anticipated. So Natchitoches looks like you're basically in the ice at this point, and you're going to stay that way for the rest of the day. And then we take you off into East Texas. We have more of that. So here's a look at FutureTrack. This is a new model run, some new data that just came in. So I want to share this with you. And it shows that batch of precip that we're seeing now, the wintry mix, is actually going to move out, I think, or it's going to start to diminish in the next couple of hours. And I actually think we're going to get a bit of a break, maybe a substantial break this afternoon. So there's the possibility this afternoon that we're going to get a gap here for several hours where we really don't see much at all. So that is a possibility. This is going to come through in waves, and I think that's going to happen this afternoon. So, you know, by 5, maybe 6 p.m., there's the chance that we might not see quite as much going on around here. And then we get into later tonight, and especially tomorrow. I think tomorrow morning is going to be like the worst period. I think from midnight tonight through about 7 a.m. tomorrow will be one of the worst periods to watch for as that icy mix continues to move through. And again, when you join us back here tomorrow morning for our special coverage, it's going to be worse. It's going to be a lot worse even than it is this morning. Tomorrow morning really is going to be the peak of all this, and then that kind of swings out of here by Sunday afternoon, and then we get you into Monday, and those skies should start to clear, but it's going to be cold. Winter storm warning continues through 6 p.m. on Sunday for areas north along I-30, and then that ice storm warning continues for all these areas in that purple shade, and that is through 6 p.m. on Sunday, so some big impacts across the ArkLaTex. Ice totals haven't changed too much. Now, I will tell you one thing. There's a lot more sleet mixing in than we anticipated, and that might actually cut back a little bit on our ice totals. That could be some good news for us. I got my fingers crossed. For now, I'm still going with a ½ inch to an inch of ice, but if we continue to get more of this sleet, that is going to cut back on our ice totals, and that could hopefully help maybe limit some of our power outages. So that's the one hope that we have, is that we keep this more of a sleet mixture throughout the day today. All right, and then speaking of that, we can see about 1 to 2 inches of snow and sleet on the back side of this as we head into our Sunday. Looking at those temperatures across the board, we are talking about temperatures in the single digits and low teens as we get into Monday morning. Feels like temperatures could be below 0 across much of our area. We got feels like temperature that could be 12 below Monday morning in the Texarkana area. Let's take a look at that 7-day forecast here. You can see, you know, we still got first alert weather days all the way through Sunday into Monday. And then we get into Tuesday, we might start to warm up just a little bit more by then, looking at about 39 on Tuesday, 42 by Wednesday. And so, Dom, I think, you know, the problem is it's going to stay cold for a while. And so whatever's on the roadways is probably going to stay there. I mean, we might not even melt this away until Tuesday. Ugh.
All right, yeah. Shreveport City offices have just announced that they are closed on Monday as well. So we'll be updating that as well at the bottom with the scroll that is going across the bottom.
Okay.
All right, so let's take a look at your SWEPCO outages right here. going to take a look, and this number has grown a bit from Shreveport. You know, earlier it was about 200 and something, and now in this area of 3132, we have about 1,000 customers without power in that area. I believe it's probably gone even higher in the DeQueen, Arkansas area because it started at 1,000 there. Let's see. Still at 1,000, but in the surrounding areas, a couple of hundred there. So
can I jump in real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
I want to look really quick at our total. Let's see what our, so we're 19. So 19, just over 19,000, almost getting close to 20,000 customers. That's the total outage map that we have right now. But yeah, Dom, you were saying, because it's really like that I-30 area up around Texarkana that has really has some of the biggest power outages just because of, you know, that ice started up here a little sooner.
Yeah, Mount Pleasant is almost at 1,000 as well.
So yeah, and then even East Texas, we've been noticing just west of Shreveport, if you go out towards like, you know, Carthage, and look at Carthage over 1,000, even Henderson out there over 1,000 without. And actually, look at this, even down towards DeSoto Parish now. It doesn't like my fingers.
And mine either.
Logansport, yeah, about 1,000 without power at this time. So more and more of us, more and more of the region is now without power.
Let's look at the Shreveport area. Can we make this a little bigger?
Yeah, and I think if you zoom in a little bit, it kind of shows the area that's being impacted. And there it is. It's down by Willis, Knight, and South. So that's going to be just south of the 3132 Interloop Expressway there. So that's near the Hyde Park, Brookwood, Southern Hills. I think that's the biggest outage that we have, at least in the metro area.
Yeah, and we'll continue to watch that. Thank you, Matt. Yeah. All right, coming up, with the winter weather arriving in the ArkLaTex, we are keeping you first alert on road conditions and what's happening outside. Marvin Andrade is in Texarkana with the very latest. And Marvin, it looks like there's snow on the roadways, but I actually talked with Matt earlier. He says that's all of the ice that is accumulated on the roadways and even behind you in Texarkana.
That's correct, Dom. It looks like snow, but I texted meteorologist Jake as well, and he said it's most likely sleet. Right now, my photographer and I were kind of confused whether snowflakes are falling or not. I got to check with the meteorologist just to see if that's the case. But right behind me, you can see that the ice is just piling up the whole parking lot. If you walk with me over here, you can start seeing that these signs where people would park, you can barely see them right now. And that's the case for all of the ArkLaTex right now. Ice is covering up the roadways, which makes driving very dangerous. And right behind me, we have the I-30. It's not that busy right now. It's a little bit slow, but as people are driving by, they're going slow. I've noticed that all morning, that the people who are out here are driving slow, and that's what we have been stressing to you guys all week long and this whole morning, as well as the authorities and the meteorologists. If you do have to drive, we recommend drive super slow, but if you don't have to, the best bet is to stay home, hunker down, stay warm. I'm from Los Angeles, so this whole situation is new to me. I have 3 to 4 layers and I still feel cold, as well as my photographer. We have gloves and it's still cold, so that's why we highly recommend don't be out here if you don't have to. It's extremely cold and it's better just stay home and stay warm. But if you need somewhere to stay warm at here in Texarkana, there's a couple warming centers like Randy Sam's that is open to warm down if you have to, and also the Salvation Army. That's all for me here in Texarkana. Live, back at you.
All right, this is a picture sent to us from Texarkana, Arkansas. And as you can see, someone took a picture, it looks like maybe outside of their home, of the icy conditions in Texarkana, Arkansas. And as you can see, just a blanket of white ice there, looking like snow, but it's actually the freezing rain that is kind of layered. Video of ice on the ground sent to us from Redwater, Texas. And while the winter storm is set to keep most of you indoors, first responders are still out on the roads to help those in need. The storm could make road conditions difficult for most people to drive. However, first responders are working through the weekend for essential workers who are worried about having to travel on treacherous roads. One organization is ready to lend a hand. The Shreveport Volunteer Network is on standby, ready to help first responders get to their destination.
We'll still offer the same great service, but with a possibility of a delay. So right now, we've been preparing for like the last 2 days. We've been trying to get a game plan on making sure our stations, making sure our crews are ready, making sure we have our snow chains for those vehicles, just in case the inclement weather does affect the roadways. We ask that they stay at home, though. We ask that they stay off the roads in these conditions unless you just absolutely have to be out there.
First, essential workers who are worried about having to travel on treacherous roads, one organization is ready to lend a hand. The Shreveport Volunteer Network is on standby, ready to help first responders get to their destination. And a live look at I-20 and Benton Road again. Take the advice of our city leaders and our weather crew here to stay inside and don't go anywhere if you don't have to. Back in a moment.
Special report. First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
All right, it is a First Alert Weather Day, and we have an icy impact all across the area. We've been on since about 5 o'clock this morning, bringing you the very latest. Here's a look at I-20 at Benton Road, and as you can see, the sleet and freezing rain that has come down in the area has covered most of I-20. So if you have to go out, if you are an essential worker, please be careful as you travel on these icy roadways. Right now, we're going to send it over to First Alert meteorologist and chief meteorologist Matt Jones for a look at the forecast and what we can expect for the rest of the day.
We got a long ways to go. I wish this was ending in the next hour, but it's not. This is going to go all the way through tomorrow morning. That's a live look from our Window World sky cam. A very icy, just kind of a, almost looks like snow, but the white that you're seeing on the ground up here is not snow. That is sleet. We've been seeing a lot of that sleet mixing with the freezing rain today. And I was just looking at the National Weather Service chat, and they're also saying that we're getting a little bit more sleet today than anticipated. That could potentially cut down on our ice amounts just a bit. That would actually be some really good news. Here's a look outside on I-20. A little bit more traffic now. Not really seeing a lot of pavement through that ice, so definitely pretty icy conditions there on all of our roadways right now. That's a look at First Alert Doppler radar. You can see a lot of purples, a lot of pinks, which indicates that mixed precip. So we'll zoom in up north, and actually it looks like this is kind of ending now along I-30, so we might be getting a little bit of a break there in Texarkana, and that break could continue for a little while. Looking to the south, though, we are still in the midst of this along the I-20 corridor around Shreveport and out towards Bossier, out towards Minden as well, even all the way east, really out towards Monroe and Ruston. We're still dealing with that. And then we go west towards Greenwood, crossing the state line into Texas, and we're tracking that as well. Looking to the south here, you can see DeSoto Parish. We're dealing with that freezing rain and sleet there as well. This continues into East Texas. Coshada getting some of that, and look at that. Even places like Natchitoches, we have now changed over to freezing rain, so that actually happened a little bit sooner than anticipated. And that actually happened a little bit sooner than anticipated down there in Natchitoches. So we're going to watch that as well, how that freezing line continues to work its way southward. 28 in Shreveport right now, 29 in Texarkana, 25 Magnolia, and 26 in DeQueen. So temperatures continue to fall below freezing right now. Looking at those wind chills in the teens, 18 in Shreveport, 16 Magnolia, 18 in DeQueen. So temperatures continue to fall across the area with those wind chills quite brutal. Here's a look at future track. We'll take you through the rest of the day, and you can see that we're going to get a little bit of a break in some of this, and it looks like we're going to start to see this kind of wind down for a time this afternoon. So I think we're going to get a gap, a pretty good gap this afternoon, where this might actually kind of come to an end for a bit. It's going to come in waves, and then we'll see another one of these waves coming through later tonight into tomorrow morning. And then finally, this whole system should be out of here as we head through the afternoon hours on your Sunday, and then that bitterly cold air is going to come in. Here's a look at the next several hours. That freezing rain will continue to fall across the area, but notice the chances really going down. I think we are definitely going to get a little bit of a break in this, so that's good as we head towards the afternoon, but those temperatures are going to stay quite cold across the region. 29 in Texarkana, 28 DeQueen, only 23 in Hope, Arkansas. And one more check of that 7-day shows those First Alert weather days continue through Monday, slowly warming up as we head into Wednesday and Thursday. Let's check in with meteorologist Jake Lambright with another update.
Temperatures just a moment ago. Those temps will continue to get even colder as we head into the overnight hours, especially Sunday and Monday. We're talking low temperatures near the single digits. You can see there on the First Alert 7-day forecast. Low temperatures forecasted to be near 9 degrees both Sunday night and Monday night in the Shreveport-Bossier metro. Overall, a very chilly 7-day forecast. The highest our temperatures are in the low 40s. You'll notice by Friday, we're already back into the mid 30s, but this is really the time frame I want to focus on, again, Sunday night and Monday night, because again, air temperatures are already cold enough, but watch what happens. We have to factor in the wind into this as well. You'll see this is Saturday morning, or this morning. We'll go fast forward to Sunday morning. Feels like temperatures will be on either side of 10 degrees, but they get even colder by the time we get to Monday morning. You'll see feels like temperatures on either side of 0, in fact, in the negatives for parts of the area. Near 6 degrees, your feels like temperature Monday morning out toward Natchitoches. Let's actually get a check here of your traffic real quick. See, again, a lot of slowdowns this morning, of course, with a lot of sleet and ice accumulations on the roads. We still have that accident showing up here. Let's see if I can pull up some information on that. That's that accident that was reported, I believe, in the 7 o'clock hour this morning, likely still causing some issues. I-220 eastbound, exit 2 for Lakeshore Drive. Again, already either direction seeing some pretty significant slowdowns there for I-220. So let me go ahead and zoom in on this here. We'll see what traffic is looking like. Again, the orange there that you see all over the map, I-220, one of the interstates here in the Shreveport-Bossier metro with the most significant slowdowns this morning. We're also seeing some slowdowns along I-20 as well. In both directions, kind of sporadically compared to how they were a little bit earlier on. We'll go over to Harrison County, where we've had a report of an accident earlier on. Looks like traffic may be flowing smoothly there. Once again, that accident was near mile marker 615 westbound. Not seeing super slow traffic there, but as you look into Harrison County, eastbound lanes starting to see some slowdowns again on the interstate. Lots of slowdowns coming in on Highway 59 out in Panola County in Carthage, and also 79 both west and eastbound heading into the Shreveport-Bossier metro. We'll kind of zoom back out. We'll take a look at traffic up toward the Texarkana area. Again, no accidents reported there, thankfully, at this time. However, there are some slowdowns, especially on I-369 out toward Texarkana and Wake Village. We'll go back, take a quick look at radar across the ArkLaTex See if I can get this to load in here for us. All right, we've got still some wintry precipitation going on across much of the ArkLaTex, where it is starting to slack off for now is near and north of I-30. However, I'll zoom in here on the Texarkana area real quick. You'll notice some blues working their way in here on our radar map. That indicates a transition to snow. With that said, the radar beam this far out scans a few thousand feet in the air. So is it reaching the ground as snow? Still not sure about that. Again, if you have any ground reports, please feel free to leave those in our Facebook comments. I'll be getting to those here in just a moment. I'll actually answer some of your questions here before we get off our newscast in the next little while. Overall, a mixture of sleet and freezing rain kind of along the I-20 corridor and areas south as well. We'll go a little south of the interstate. We still have some light rain showers out toward the Milam area, St. Augustine County, and extreme northern Sabine County. Then you'll notice it shifts to more of a mix as we head out toward Sabine County in eastern Texas and Sabine Parish in northwest Louisiana. All right, we're going to zoom out. I'm going to look here, see if I have any questions from our KSLA Facebook page and answer some of your questions live on the air. I know many of you probably have similar questions, so I will take a look here. Freezing rain accumulations, we'll have to get to those here in a moment. We'll have to get a report later on. Unfortunately, I can't pull that up very easily on a map. I see Liddell saying snow is falling in Foreman, Arkansas. Thank you so much for that report. As I mentioned, especially out in that area where the radar beam scans a few thousand feet in the air, those ground reports are very helpful. Freezing rain and some power or lights blinking in Joaquin, Texas. That's near the Toledo Bend out in Sabine County. Again, a freezing rain report, I'm going to have to get back to you on that here in a little while once we get a final report in because those are calculated a little bit differently. I see Chantel saying it's snowing in Marshall. Thank you so much for that report, Chantel. Saying here a purple color sleet. It's kind of a mixture of sleet and freezing rain here on the map. And then as we get into those pinks, that's mainly freezing rain south of the I-20 corridor. Kaylee was asking that question just a moment ago. So again, wintry impacts and wintry precipitation still expected to continue. Might get a little bit of a break this afternoon. We can actually go through the future track here real quick. A break possible late afternoon, early evening tonight. With that said, though, you'll notice I-30 still dealing with some wintry precipitation around dinner time. Then it fills back in during the overnight hours. So once you see that break this afternoon, that's not the end whenever it comes to wintry precipitation. Again, that starts back up heading into the overnight hours Saturday into early Sunday morning. Then by noon at the latest on Sunday, this winter weather event will start to wrap up the precipitation side of things. You'll notice by 8 to 9 a.m. we're talking about very isolated to scattered freezing rain, sleet, and maybe even some isolated snow showers working their way in there as well. So once this wintry precipitation wraps up, of course, the big focus is going to be on temperatures. Before we get back to what temperatures will look like in the days to come, let's talk current temperatures across the ArkLaTex right now. You'll see along and north of I-20. Most of us are anywhere from the mid to upper 20s. Then south of I-20, that's where we start to see temperatures in the lower 30s. From there, over the next 12 hours, things will stay very consistent temperature-wise. Then overnight tonight, we'll see those cool down into the lower 20s. Tomorrow, we see a rebound back to the upper 20s, but then the night temperatures, both Sunday night and Monday night, both close to 10 degrees. Temperatures, of course, during the daytime hours, not rising above freezing either. So that means road impacts that we see today will continue with us in the days to come. And road impacts may not be at their worst now, but keep in mind, anyone driving on the roads kind of cause that sleet, maybe a little bit of snow to become a slushy mess, and then that will continue to freeze any kind of minor melting that might happen as a result of cars driving over it, that will refreeze and continue to cause issues here in the days to come. So going to be watching temperatures very closely. And of course, single digit temperatures already look cold enough, but let's factor in the wind in there as well. It will feel like either side of zero on Monday morning. This is around 7 a.m. possibly in the negatives for feels like temperatures for parts of the ArkLaTex. So some very, very serious cold once again expected for us in the days to come. All right, we'll do another quick check of traffic for you. Again, still, at least as of our latest traffic update here on our map, still have that accident that was reported about 7:50 this morning. That is exit 2 eastbound Lakeshore Drive on I-220. And of course, those are just the eastbound lanes impacted by the accident. However, westbound lanes across a good chunk of I-220 still dealing with significant slowdowns as well. You could tell by that orange color there on the map. Again, significant slowdowns on I-220. Then in Marshall, that westbound accident, Harrison County, doesn't look to be impacting things all too much. Traffic flows smoothly, or more smoothly, westbound as opposed to eastbound. Some slowdowns there, eastbound Harrison County heading into Caddo Parish. From there, Highway 59, both north and southbound from Marshall to Jefferson, dealing with some slowdowns. Carthage, Panola County also dealing with multiple slowdowns heading both Highway 59 and 79 in both directions for 59 and 79. Then we'll take a check of your traffic out toward Texarkana. Some slowdowns there near Interstate 369 out toward Wake Village, both north and southbound. Then we'll head out toward Idabel, where we've seen some of the highest precipitation accumulation this morning, and you'll notice some slowdowns there along U.S. Highway 259. All right, Matt, Dominique, are you all ready over at the desk?
We are ready.
We're ready. All right, so we've been on. You guys have been on since
5 a.m.
Yeah, 5 a.m.
5 a.m. And so basically, what we're going to be doing we're going to end this live newscast right now, and then we're going to continue to stream on our streaming. So our app, we're going to be live on Facebook throughout the rest of the day, and we'll be doing live cut-ins at the top of each hour, live updates on the weather, and then coming back at 2 p.m. We'll be back here live for another newscast at 2 p.m. And we're not sure how long that's going to go. Kind of is weather dependent.
So what's going to change between now and 2 p.m.?
So I actually think, and we've been talking about this too. We've been looking at some stuff. I think this might actually kind of taper off a bit. We might get a little bit of a break this afternoon, a little bit of a lull, and then it'll probably come back again later on tonight. So it's going to come in different waves. But we'll be here. We'll be keeping everybody safe and be on top of it.
Yeah, and different departments, businesses are starting to share Monday. We did have a few universities that were closed. Now the city of Shreveport said they will close on Monday because of the winter weather.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's because it's not really going to melt either on Monday.
Yeah, so we're going to be watching the local school districts as well.
Very much.
All right. Thank you for watching our special edition of KSLA News 12 this morning.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm meteorologist Jake Lambright with a quick update for you on the ongoing winter precipitation across the ArkLaTex. Let's go ahead and take a look at our current radar right now. You'll notice mixed precipitation still ongoing across much of the ArkLaTex right now. There's a look at first alert Doppler radar. We'll zoom into a couple spots here very quickly just to kind of show you what's going on around the ArkLaTex. We'll start off with the I-30 corridor where there's some very isolated snow showers and also some freezing rain and sleet mixed in there as well. As we get closer to I-20, though, that's where we've got more of that sleet and freezing rain mix that also extends south of the interstate. The exception is extreme southern parts of Nacogdoches County and extreme southern parts of St. Augustine County, where we've got more liquid rain, but again, very, very small sliver of the ArkLaTex at this point. Of course, we've got a lot more to talk about, including timing here in just a minute. Again, a winter storm warning, though, remaining in effect through 6 p.m. this evening for the counties that you see shaded in pink, and an ice storm warning in effect for the counties and parishes on your screen shaded in purple. Right now, temperatures, again, very, very cool out there. We're in the mid to upper 20s if you're along or north of the I-20 corridor, and in the upper 20s to low 30s south of I-20. I'll be continuing this update and, of course, going way more in depth with coverage on our streaming platforms. You can find that on our KSLA News app for your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV, or you can watch along on your smartphone. All right, everyone, I'm still here with you all. I think my mic is working good. All right, so let me try to switch something up here for just a second. I'll actually switch back to full screen radar. We'll kind of take a look at radar and traffic there for just a second. I'm going to get a couple things set up here on my end, so I'm still with you, but want to pull up some additional information whenever it comes to traffic conditions. Of course, we'll take a look at some traffic cameras here in just a moment. And of course, road conditions have deteriorated pretty quickly across northwestern Louisiana and southern Arkansas today. So again, give me just one moment, getting some things set up here on my end. Again, there's a look at that winter storm warning. That's on your screen currently. That will go for parts of the ArkLaTex through 6 p.m. on Sunday. All right, let me take over here. Our graphics, temperatures right now, very, very cold. Of course, these will really not change much throughout the day today. We're looking overall at mid-20s across the ArkLaTex. We're at 27 right now in Shreveport, 25 in DeQueen, 34 right now in Nacogdoches, and 32 out in Florine. We'll take another look at radar, kind of go a little bit slower here, kind of explain what's going on depending on where you are across the ArkLaTex. Let's start by zooming in on the Texarkana area and those locations near and north of I-30. You'll see near Ashdown, we've got kind of a mix of sleet and freezing rain falling. Same near New Boston. Maybe some snow showers there falling near Talco, Talco, Texas this morning. Let me also work, and I apologize, just getting started here at our streaming desk today. Let me pull up our questions. So if you're watching right now on our news app or on Facebook, you can leave your questions in the comments on our Facebook chat, and I'll be answering those for you here in just a moment. We got a cool thing where I can actually pull those up as I'm reading them, so I am working on getting that live right now. So again, apologies. Looks like there's some closures, some new closures to talk about. We will go more in depth into that in just a moment. So I'm sorry. Things on my end have to figure out what our Facebook Live is called in order to pull up the proper comment section for it. So again, give me just a moment. I do apologize. Still here with you. Let me try this and see what I can get pulled up on the screen. Okay, perfect. I got the right one up. So again, if you're watching along, feel free to leave your questions in our Facebook chat, and I'll be getting to those in just a moment. We'll go back to radar. Again, some isolated kind of freezing rain, sleet showers there out toward Ashdown in Arkansas, New Boston in northeastern Texas. You'll notice maybe some light snow showers out toward Talco. I say maybe because at that point we're getting pretty far away from the radar, scanning a few thousand feet in the air. So a few thousand feet in the air, yes, that's snow for sure. but not sure if that's making it to the ground. If anybody's watching north of Mount Pleasant near Telco this morning, please let me know what you're seeing out there so far. All right, since let me go down to I-20. I almost forgot we got the rest of the area to cover here first. We've got along I-20 some sleet and freezing rain showers, kind of a mix there along I-20, basically extending from Longview in Texas. That should be just east of Gilmer now in Upshur County, kind of coming in Jefferson, Texas. You'll probably notice that picking back up here shortly. Most of Harrison County dealing with some kind of sleet or freezing rain right now. That extends into Panola County, into Carthage. Henderson starting to see that slack off, and then of course in Shreveport-Bossier, we're still seeing that sleet going pretty strong right outside the station. That's continuing on into Bossier and Minden, seeing a little bit of a sleet freezing rain mix there in Ringgold and Stonewall, and likely a little more freezing rain as you head out toward Mansfield. South of I-20, make that full screen for you here for just a second. A little further to the south of I-20 near Natchitoches, seeing kind of some isolated freezing rain showers, a little bit more of that activity picking up out toward Winfield and just outside of our area in Gina. And then kind of a mix of freezing rain and even light to moderate liquid rain near Nacogdoches there in Nacogdoches County. All right, looks like we've got some stuff to talk about when it comes to traffic, so I'm going to pull that up here very quickly. We'll start off with our traffic incidents because there's a lot of ground to cover here. With at least some new stuff being put into our traffic system. We'll also take a look at DOTD cams here in just a moment from Louisiana and Arkansas. More in depth there on your road conditions there. So let's start off. I'm going to zoom in. We'll start here, and again, I apologize. Doing a lot of this on the fly as new information is coming in, of course. That purple that you see there, that stretch of Louisiana Highway 3, which I think is Benton Road, and again, I apologize if I'm wrong on that. Looks like there is a closure there, so I will pull up that information so you can see it on your screen. And yes, that is Benton Road. Let me readjust this map so you can kind of see the extent of the closure. Basically, from Old Minden Road to US 79 is where Benton Road is closed in both directions. I'm going to get that info pulled up for you. Closure both ways, Benton Road. And again, that's basically from US 79 down to Old Minden Road in Bossier City. See, Tamika's asking about the snow. We've got sleet and freezing rain, which is what we're expecting mostly. However, some snow is possible. We'll take a look at radar here in just a moment. Of course, got a lot to catch you up on traffic. So again, Benton Road closed basically from, and I'm just kind of rough estimating, it's not quite to that extent, but US 79 down to Old Minden Road is where we've got that closure currently. We've got other areas to focus on here. So it looks like I-49, about to get a lot more info here. So from I-49 from I-20, I believe that's to 3132, is closed, is what that purple color shows. So I'm going to get that pulled up for you. Okay. Southbound I-49. Okay, so the purple indicates a closure. Where that red exclamation point there is on your screen, that indicates that the southbound ramp for I-49 from Louisiana Highway 3132 westbound is blocked. So again, where that icon is, that's 49 at 3132. Indicates that the westbound entry ramp from 3132 onto I-49 southbound is now blocked. I-49, and I'll have to double check things here, but it looks like from I-20 down to 3132 may be closed at this point. That's usually what that purple color indicates. I see some more questions about wintry precipitation and snow. I'll be getting to those here in just a moment, so bear with me on that. Looks like maybe some additional closures on I-220 near exits for 3194. Pull up that. So first hazard, I-49 northbound entry ramp from 220 is blocked. And then let me make sure I actually click the right one there. And then I-220 eastbound entry ramp from I-49 southbound is also blocked. Again, likely as a result of some closures there in the area. Okay, so I think that catches us up to speed on all what's going on traffic-wise in the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. Just kind of look around here and see what we've got going on across the rest of the ArkLaTex real quick, and then we'll go back, talk a little bit more about what's going on radar right now, of course, timing and temperatures as well. Okay, so let's go back. We'll take a look at radar. I know we've got some questions on timing. I guess while we're on the topic of traffic, Mandy's asking about the Barksdale Bridge. I don't want to speculate, and to be honest with you, I'm originally from the ArkLaTex from East Texas, but I'm not too familiar with Northwest Louisiana bridges, which ones close. I don't want to speculate, so I haven't heard anything from DOTD on that just yet, but if it does close, of course, we'll let you know as soon as we get that information in. All right, so a quick check here. First alert radar across the ArkLaTex. You'll notice north of I-30, things are starting to quiet down for now. I-20 areas south is where we've got a kind of a mix of freezing rain and sleet out there right now. So even some liquid rain mixing in there, parts of Nacogdoches County. We'll see things kind of continue on through this morning. Then as we get toward the afternoon hours, that's when we'll see a break. But keep in mind, once we see that break, we will see more wintry precipitation during the overnight hours tonight into early Sunday morning. So let's talk timing here. Again, afternoon hours, early evening, we've got a break if you're along or south of I-20. If you're north of I-30, wintry precipitation is expected to continue. From there, we'll go into the overnight hours. This is just after midnight, Saturday night into Sunday. You'll notice that freezing rain and sleet mix kind of mixing back into the ArkLaTex, more widespread across our area. And then by sunrise tomorrow, most of that widespread wintry precip does move off just to the east. You'll notice that we keep some scattered areas of freezing rain and sleet, as well as even some scattered snow showers out there early tomorrow morning. That will not be sticking around with us much longer from that point. Again, that's 8 a.m., so just after sunrise. But really by the afternoon, maybe some spotty snow showers. But other than that, we will pretty much be done with the wintry precipitation. But from there, of course, we're not done with winter weather. We'll still see impacts on the roadways, of course, maybe still see some power outages across the ArkLaTex. Temperatures, though, are going to be at their coldest once the wintry precipitation moves out. In fact, look at temperatures. These are air temperatures, by the way. Sunday night and Monday night, they will be in the single digits for us in the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. So again, very, very cold temperatures. I hope you've already made those preparations to your home because, again, it is going to be very frigid Sunday night and Monday night. There's a regional view if you want to see what the low temperature looks like in your part of the ArkLaTex, whether we're talking single digits or mid-teens. It is going to be very, very cold and feels like temperatures are going to be very chilly as well. All right, we'll take a look at those feels like temperatures real quick, or your wind chills, and we're going to go back. The map I just showed you Sunday night into Monday morning. This is tonight into Sunday morning. You'll notice starting things off, we'll see feels like temperatures anywhere from ranging from 7 to 15 degrees. Again, overall, very, very chilly for us starting things off tomorrow morning. And then those feels like temperatures get even colder Sunday night into Monday. That's what I was showing you. Feels like temperatures could range anywhere from let me go back to that, to anywhere from the single digits to the mid-teens. So that morning, again, that's Monday morning, feels like temperatures anywhere from -6 in DeQueen to 6 degrees in Natchitoches. It is going to be very, very cold for us across the board. All right, so we kind of caught up to speed on what's going on radar, what the next couple of hours look like as well. I'm going to change something here on my end. Across the ArkLaTex. Oh, that might be hard to see. Are going to be at their coldest. Y'all let me know in the comments if y'all are watching right now if that is hard to see. If it is, I will make it full screen. If not, we'll kind of keep it picture in picture. Move that out of the way for just a second. All right, we've got, of course, power outages across the ArkLaTex. You'll see me kind of looking off to the side here. In fact, it might just be better for me to make this full screen. So we'll go over, we've got some power outages, of course, across the ArkLaTex. Those have been increasing in number throughout the day today. So here's a full screen look at those. Of course, let's go ahead. I'll zoom in on some of these. All right, we'll start off. Feels like temperatures real quick, or your wind. Go a little further to the south. The map I just showed you Sunday night into Monday morning. This is some substantial outages Sunday morning. You'll notice starting over that direction. See, feels like temperatures. Trying to find the best way to get all of these in one go. Again, so for the Texarkana area, we are approaching 4,000 customers, SWEPCO customers without power. out toward DeKalb, you'll notice about 400 to 500 without power. Mount Pleasant coming in at just over 1,000. Now, Atlanta, Texas, this is an area we've been monitoring some power outages in this morning. So far, we're coming in at over 600 in Atlanta. Out toward Overton, New London, ARP, we've got around 360 power outages reported, over 1,300 reported out toward Henderson, just north of Mount Enterprise, roughly 600 reported. Almost 2,000 power outages reported in Carthage. Over 1,900, getting close to 2,000 outages reported in Logansport, 1,300 out toward Mansfield, and then some kind of sporadic outages out toward Kingston, kind of the Hawley area. Looks like that outage just south of Hawley. SWEPCO's hoping to have the power restored in your location around 1 p.m. this afternoon. Same if you're in that outage area just east of Mansfield. And it looks like maybe some trees fell down just north of Logansport. They are still assessing things, but hope to have power restored in about 90 minutes. All right, one of our bigger power outages this morning has been out in the Southern Hills, kind of Hyde Park area. Looks like that outage has been significantly reduced in area, about 350 without power. Go a little further to the south. Right now, again, that's near Baird Road, just east of Woodcrest Drive. And again, that's just to the east of US 171 on the south side of Shreveport. Got another outage reported. Looks like equipment failure maybe. This is just after 5 a.m. And that is just to the north of Willis, Knight, and Bossier. Very, very small area affected without power near Southwood Drive and Sussex Courts. We've got another area without power, about 28 customers without power near the Whitehurst neighborhood. This is, can't go in any further. This is just north of Highway 80 in Bossier Parish, just east of Austin Lane. Looks like they hope to have your power restored by 2 o'clock this afternoon. So again, dealing with some power outages mainly across I say mainly. I mean, we've got a significant amount of outages near Texarkana and Mount Pleasant, and then Logansport, Carthage, Henderson, even heading out closer to Center and Mansfield as well. While I've got this up here, let's go ahead and take a look at our traffic. SWEPCO's hoping to have DOTD cams across Caddo Parish. Got a lot we can choose from. This is I-20 eastbound at Jewella Avenue. See if we can get that loaded in. You can see the camera kind of iced over there. A lot of sleet there that's accumulated on the roads. Again, see some traffic there traveling, going toward the camera, so westbound. But again, highly encourage you to not get out on the roads unless you have to for emergency or you're an essential worker. And if you do have to get out on those roads, make sure to take it slow out there. Drive very carefully because there is a lot in the way of sleet accumulation out there in some dangerous conditions. We've already had 171 so far today. Looks like they might be trying to adjust the Pines Road camera. We'll see if they get that adjusted here in the next, this is just after 5 minute or two. Looks like it's having some trouble. We'll go to I-220. Here's I-220 at Lakeshore Drive. And again, you can just see all of that sleet accumulation there. We've got another area to the side. 28 customers without power near the Whitehurst neighborhood. I'm going to try to adjust things here real quick. So I'm still here with you. Give me just a moment. Highway 80 in Bossier Parish, just east of Austin. Microphone for just a second. Restored by 2 o'clock this afternoon. So again, dealing with some power outages mainly across, I say mainly, I mean, we've got a significant amount of outages near Texarkana and Mount Pleasant, and then Logansport, Carthage, Henderson, even heading out closer to Center. All right, I'm back. As promised, I didn't go anywhere. Again, you're still taking a look at I-220 at Lakeshore Drive. Thankfully, not many vehicles out there on the road. But again, I encourage you, do not get out there on the road unless you absolutely have to be traveling this morning. All right, let's go. I want to see if there are any higher impacted areas traffic. We'll take a look. I-220 at Market Street. This looks like a good camera as well. Again, you see all those accumulations on the side of the road. We'll see if we can get some more views of I-20. This looks like there might be some slowdowns. I-20 at Industrial, not giving us a great view of that, but it is giving us a great view of not just the sleet accumulations, but you can tell the difference. Of course, bridges and overpasses, they get coldest first, they ice over first, so you can see how much more has accumulated. Let's see if you can see my mouse there, accumulated on the bridge versus just off the bridge. A perfect example of bridges and overpasses icing first. We'll kind of go in here, see if I can pull some cameras. Maybe I-49 has a couple. Doesn't look like I'll be able to pull from I-49. We'll take a look into Bossier City. This is I-20 at Traffic Street. Not a lot of accumulations there on the grass, but you'll notice the roads there definitely have a good bit of ice on them this morning. I see Tina can't hear me. Tina, you should be able to hear me now, but let me know if you cannot hear me. But okay, just reading over some comments here. So that's a look kind of at traffic cameras that we have across the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. Let me zoom out and see. Looks like my mouse here is trying to run away from me. Actually go a little further to the east. If you happen to have to travel to Monroe, that area just to our east, they've been dealing with wintry precipitation as well. In fact, this is I-20 at Thomas Road. Looks like it might be having some issues. I-20 at Well Road. This is kind of near the West Monroe area. You'll notice there, they actually might have a little more icing on the roads compared to what we have here in the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. So if you, again, I would strongly discourage any travel, especially of that distance, but roads to our east looking pretty icky as well. We'll go back, reset that to Shreveport so I can have that ready. I want to take a look here at iDrive Arkansas, as it kind of take a look at our Arkansas counties, see what the roads are looking like out that way. And this purple color that you see across much of the major highways indicate ice out toward Foreman, out toward Ashdown. Washington and Hope, looks like there's a lot of slush out there on the roads right now. I will also turn on the traffic cameras, see if we can't get a couple good ones in there. Ice patches out toward Bradley, out toward Stamps, Louisville, Magnolia dealing with some ice. Let me try to zoom in. Again, I apologize. It's taking me just a second. I want to start off with a view kind of in between Texarkana and Horman. This is I-30, mile marker 8, looking westbound. And the roads looking west don't look too bad. I take that back. The roads looking west actually look way worse than eastbound. But still, I would discourage any travel on the roads. Let me try to pull another one here. This is I-30 facing west, east of the I-49 interchange. And again, you can see some ice there on the roads in both directions. Let's see if we can't get a view. This is Highway 151 on the south side of Texarkana. This is the interchange for I-49. This is looking to the north. And once again, you can kind of see, especially the bridges, the overpasses there, have a little bit more ice compared to that stretch of highway on the ground level. So road conditions, of course, out toward I-30, you'll notice that traffic camera, not seeing much in the way of precipitation. We're still seeing more of that along the I-20 corridor. With that said, though, road conditions will continue to deteriorate along the I-30 corridor as more wintry precipitation moves through the area overnight tonight. All right, for those of you just joining me, I'll be with you here for a couple of minutes. And then the stream isn't going anywhere. We'll keep some weather information up as we kind of get some new things, evaluate some new data, get some things together for our 11 p.m. hit as well. I want to start off with a view kind of in between Texarkana and Foreman. This is I-30, mile marker 8, looking westbound. And the roads, looking west, don't look too bad. Again, sorry about this. Kind of adjusting everything on the fly this morning. And there we go, back with our wind chill graphic. So we'll take another look at radar real quick and kind of what to expect in the coming hours. I'll do one last check of traffic. And again, if you have any questions, you can ask those in our Facebook chat. I'll be answering those here in just a moment. So first alert radar right now, if you're along I-30, we're talking about some very isolated, kind of a mix of sleet, freezing rain, maybe even some snow flurries trying to mix in there as well. Going a little further to the south along the I-20 corridor / Highway 80, you'll notice a lot of freezing rain and sleet kind of mixing together, basically from Hallsville, Texas, all the way through Monroe, Louisiana right now, out toward Henderson, Carthage, just north of Nacogdoches, Shelbyville, Center, and Mansfield. That's where we've got kind of that widespread sleet and freezing rain right now. South of the interstate does get a little more spotty, and keep in mind as we head into the afternoon, we are going to see a bit of a break. So let's take a look at our winter storm warning. Counties in pink there that you see shaded on the screen, you'll have that winter storm warning in place through 6 p.m. on Sunday. If you're in the ArkLaTex and you're not in that winter storm warning, you are in an ice storm warning that will also run through 6 p.m. on Sunday. Now for the counties and parishes that you see there shaded in purple on your screen. All right, let's talk rest of the timeline for today. Again, a break late morning, early afternoon. Then during the overnight hours Saturday, that's when that widespread round of wintry precipitation moves back in. This is Sunday just after midnight around 2 a.m. That will continue on. You'll see the widespread precipitation moving out closer to sunrise. We'll keep some scattered snow showers and freezing rain and sleet around. Then by the afternoon, most of that will be out of the area, but can't entirely rule out the chance for a snow shower or two. All right, let's talk first alert traffic here. Real quick, a lot to catch you up on with traffic across the ArkLaTex. Just got some new closures and information in. We'll kind of go north to south here across the across the Shreveport-Bossier Metro in general. So first off, we've got a few closures to give you the first alert to. Let me go ahead and pull some of that information up for you. So, again, I-49 north, we kind of cover up that banner there for a second. I-49 northbound entry ramp from I-220 north is blocked. That is now closed. And this is the southbound ramp, I believe. I-220 eastbound, the entry ramp from I-49 southbound is also blocked as well. We'll kind of go ahead and move to Benton Road. There's a part of Benton Road that's closed from Highway 79 down to Old Minden Road in Bossier City. Give me just one second. I'll have some more info for you in just a second. All right, so getting back to your traffic here real quick, Benton Road there from US 79 down to Old Minden Road is now closed. And it's not that entire stretch necessarily, but this closure it does go both ways. Again, that's Benton Road between US 79 in Bossier City all the way down to Old Minden Road. We'll go ahead, zoom back out. I-20 traffic flowing very, very slowly. It appears, and I will double check on this, usually when we see purple here on the map, that indicates a closure. It does look like I-49 from I-20 all the way down to, I believe it was 3132, is closed. So I will double check that. Of course, we'll have more info for you as we go throughout the morning. But yes, it does appear that that stretch of 49 from I-20 all the way down to 3132 is closed. Let me pull up the latest southbound entry ramp from 3132 closed. So that is the latest there. Don't see any accidents here in the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. I'm going to kind of zoom out and see what else is going on across the ArkLaTex. Don't see any accidents there. So for now, I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up. However, the stream will stay live. We're going to evaluate some new data, get some things together, and of course, I will have your latest forecast information and traffic. We'll have some graphics there playing for you every few seconds. So all of that will be visible. I'm going to switch that over right now, and again, I will see you back here around 11 o'clock at the top of the hour.
Good afternoon to you. I'm KSLA Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones. We have another update for you on this winter storm that's moving across the ArkLaTex. That's a live look at the radar right now, and you can see the widespread wintry mix continues across our area. We're going to get some waves of this throughout the afternoon, so it's not going to be continuous, but we've definitely seen some tough travel conditions. We've seen a mix of sleet and freezing rain across much of our area, and as we zoom in a little bit closer here, you can see what's going on closer to Shreveport and Bossier, still dealing with this widespread wintry mix. And again, the roads are treacherous. We have about 17,000 without power right now, and those power outages will continue to climb as we head throughout the day today. Check out the current temperatures right now. This is part of our problem because it is really cold out there. We are now in the upper 20s, 27 currently in Shreveport, 29 currently Texarkana, 28 Magnolia, and those wind chills have been in the teens. Let's take a look at those wind chill values. Look at that. So we continue to drop. It's bitterly cold out there, and that's part of the problem because as that ice continues to accumulate on the roadways and on the power lines and the trees, it's not going to melt. And so I think these power outages are going to start to increase over the next several hours, especially as we get into tonight. But again, there's that feels like temperature of 15 currently in Shreveport. Let's take a look at the current advisories that we still have. We still have that winter storm warning, and this is in effect until 6 p.m. So again, this is going to be until 6 p.m. on Sunday, and that's for the northern portions of the ArkLaTex. That's along and north of the I-30 corridor there. Again, all areas shaded in pink under that winter storm warning. That ice storm warning continues for areas to the south in purple. That's your ice storm warning that goes until 6 p.m. on Sunday. And in addition to all of that, we have an extreme cold warning. So once all this winter precip moves out of here, we're going to get some very, very cold air moving in. We're talking temperatures here in the single digits and teens as we head into Monday night. Wind chill values will be dropping below zero. And you can join us throughout the next hour. We're going to be streaming live on Facebook. We're also going to be on our app, and we're going to have a lot more detail on the timing of all this. We're going to have a more in-depth look at the radar, and we'll take a look at some of those forecast models and let you know exactly when this is all going to come to an end and how much more ice and snow we could see, and we'll be here streaming for you throughout the afternoon. All right, back with you here live. We want to talk more about this winter storm that's coming through the area. So again, where I left off on after our little live cut in there is that we have an extreme cold warning right now, and this is going to go until noon on your Tuesday. And so, yeah, this cold's not going to go anywhere anytime soon. It's going to be extremely cold across the ArkLaTex. We're talking feels like temperatures that will be below zero as we get into Monday morning. Let's take a live look at the radar once again and see what's going on here. And you can see that that wintry mix continues across the region. And actually, let's get a kind of a wider view of that. You can see right there, there is your wintry mix that continues to move through. But we're starting to see maybe a little bit of a lull in some of this. And this is kind of what we had been expecting throughout the day today, is that we might see a little bit of a kind of a let up in the activity as we head into the afternoon. So maybe not quite as heavy in just a couple of hours. We're going to keep an eye on that. This is going to, as we talked about all along, this is going to sort of come through in waves. So notice around Texarkana, that heavy stuff has kind of come to an end, at least for the time being. So, you know, again, don't let your guard down, because we're still not done with any of this. We're still going to see, you know, this continue off and on throughout the rest of the afternoon and into the evening. But at least right now in Texarkana, we're looking at least that freezing rain and sleet kind of dissipating or kind of diminishing, at least temporarily. And then let's actually take a look a little bit farther to the south. Taking a look at the Shreveport area, and you can see there still some widespread freezing rain, sleet combination across the area. So that's what it's looking like around Shreveport and Bossier. I just took a peek outside, actually, and it is still coming down. It's kind of like that icy mix. You can hear that sleet, though, hitting everything out there. And so the sleet is actually a better thing, though. If you get more sleet, that's going to help hopefully limit those power outages, because when you have more sleet, it doesn't like to cling to the power lines quite as much. And so that will hopefully help us out just a bit. Maybe we won't see quite as many power outages across the region. But again, we can't really hold our hats on that, because this is going to continue to go back and forth between sleet and freezing rain several times as we head throughout the day today. So that's the challenge with this storm, is that these precip types are going to continue to kind of fluctuate back and forth. And so we can't really, let our guard down just yet, even though we haven't seen a lot. I mean, we haven't seen a tremendous amount of power outages, but those are starting to creep up. And I think what's kind of helping us out a little bit right now is simply the fact that we have had a lot more sleet. And of the two precip types, between freezing rain and sleet, you definitely want to have sleet, because that is the one that's going to cause less issues, and it's not going to, again, cause as many power outages as some other precip types. But again, that's that live look around Shreveport. Checking out the National Weather Service chat room to see if we have any updates from them. And it looks like just a lot of reports of sleet. Although we do have one report here of a half an inch of ice accretion east of Idabel. So we have some large tree limbs coming down up there in McCurtain County. So that's going to be a problem there. Just a lot of reports of sleet. I've seen a lot of sleet reports. I've seen a few reports of some ice. It's just a mess. It's a mess out there, and it's just going to continue to be this way throughout the afternoon. And again, these temperatures are not going to warm up. So whatever we have out there, whatever is going to accumulate on the roads and on the surfaces, on the ground, that is going to just stay there. So it's the ice and the sleet and the snow is not really going to go anywhere anytime soon, and that's going to continue to cause lots and lots of problems for our region. Let me actually pull up, let's see here. I'll try to pull up Facebook to see if I can see some of your guys' comments. And let's see. All right, so a lot of you guys are in here right now. Again, I'm trying to see if I can find any comments here. I can't see them just yet. But if you do have questions, jump on here. I'll try to answer as many as I can. But again, that's kind of what we're looking at as far as the current radar picture. And this system has been moving through for the last several. What I want to do is look at the last 3 hours on this. And you can see, as earlier this morning it was a bit more widespread, and now it's starting to break apart just a little bit, and that's what we're kind of expecting. I think we're going to see a little bit of a lull in this activity as we head into the afternoon hours, and then we'll kind of pick up again as we get into tonight. So let's look at the latest forecast models here and kind of see how this is going to move through during the day. Take it to right about noon. So we'll stop this at noon. And you can see by that time, definitely still have some widespread ice and the sleet. But notice there's a lot more gaps in this. So that tells us that it's going to start to maybe taper off later on today. And then we take it into the evening hours. And there's about 5, well, we'll take it to 5 p.m. And again, you see not as widespread. So I do think we're going to get a tiny break in this. I don't know. I don't think it's ever going to completely end entirely. But I think it's going to get a lot lighter and a lot more spotty and more like freezing drizzle more than anything else. So we'll kind of see that taper off a little bit by 5 p.m. And then, actually, let me give you guys a wider view of this. There we go. You can see a little better there. Again, so that's going to be 5 p.m. And then we'll take you into the evening hours. And notice how that starts to increase a bit more. I think what's going to happen is we're going to get another big wave coming in from the west as we head through the overnight hours. And so that's when we're really going to start to see the conditions going downhill quite a bit. And that's going to be, I think, later on this evening, overnight tonight, into tomorrow morning. That's when we're really talking about some pretty bad conditions out there. And, that's when we're really going to see, I think, major issues on the roadways once we get into that time frame. So somebody said they can't hear me. You guys can hear me okay? Making sure you guys can hear me all right here. Got one person saying they can't, but if you guys are having issues with that, please let me know. I can always turn this up just a bit. But anyway, so that is kind of what we're looking at as far as midnight tonight. We'll continue to take this into the overnight hours, and you can see that continues to make its way through during the overnight. There's 7 a.m. on Sunday, still dealing with the widespread sleet and the freezing rain, and then we'll get into the past about lunchtime. I think this is actually going to move out around 9 or 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, and that should start to move out. Now, how much are we talking? Well, this has been a very consistent part of our forecast, and I'm not going to change our numbers here because, I've been looking at some new data, and I still think this is pretty realistic as far as ice accumulations. I'm still thinking a half an inch to maybe over an inch of ice in some areas. And if we do get to those levels, if we get up to a half an inch of ice, we're going to start to see a lot more power outages and some pretty big problems. So I am still pretty concerned, even though we haven't seen a ton yet. I still think we're going to see more ice kind of mixing in, and so that's going to start to accumulate and cause more problems. So again, a half an inch to an inch of ice is definitely looking possible here. However, the one thing that we can kind of hope for is that with more of that sleet that we've seen so far this morning, that might actually help kind of taper those amounts just a little bit. So basically, if we get more sleet, that's going to lower the ice accumulations a touch. If we get less sleet, that's going to raise those ice accumulations. So we're going to have to really watch this as we head throughout the afternoon and kind of see, what type of precip is the dominant one. And so far this morning, we've seen a lot more sleet than freezing rain, but there's still the potential that we switch back over to freezing rain later today. And then, as we've been talking about on the back side of this system, I think we could actually switch to snow for a very brief time. And so still expecting the potential for about 1 to 2 inches of snow and sleet on the back side of this on Sunday. So that would be kind of on top of what we've had today. And so that's definitely going to be a possibility there for your Sunday. Let me go back and we'll check out the current temperatures around the region because, again, that's going to be a big story too, just how cold it's going to be. So right now, 27 Shreveport, looking at 25 in DeQueen, looking at about 28 in Magnolia, and 32 in Natchitoches, 26 out in Marshall. And then, when you factor in that wind, it's going to make it feel even worse. So those wind chill values, they're nasty. 15 is what it feels like in Shreveport right now. It feels like 18 Texarkana, 19 in Marshall, and about 23 in Magnolia. So it's brutal out there. It's definitely very, very cold, and any ice that's on those roadways is definitely going to be sticking around the region. Let's take a look at our traffic right now because we haven't done that in a little bit. I want to look at some of our traffic and see what things are looking like on the roadways. So let's go to that. All right, so there you go. We got a lot of issues. All the orange and the yellow that you see on our traffic map, that is just really slow travel. We can see some road closures there as well. Look at I-49 is now closed, basically from I-20 all the way to the Interloop Expressway. So again, the purple that you see on the map, those are road closures. So that is, again, that's I-49. Let's get the specifics on that. Let me pull this up, see what's going on there. Okay, so it looks like I-49 southbound, the entry ramp from Louisiana 3132 westbound is blocked. And again, and then it looks like I-49, the road blocked between exit 206, I-20, exit 17B. So basically that entire stretch of I-49, it looks like southbound and maybe northbound also might be blocked. So avoid I-49. That looks like it's blocked, or it looks like it's closed at this time. So that is going to be an issue there. Let me actually look and see what else we got going on. We got a lot going on with our traffic right now. Oh, hold on one sec. So again, there's I-49. We got another issue here on 220. Right here, it looks like we might have another closure going on I-220 and I-49. Let me check this. Okay, so the I-220 eastbound entry ramp from I-49 southbound is also blocked. Again, some road closures happening here. So I-49 northbound entry ramp from I-220 northbound is blocked. So northbound and southbound, I-49 at I-220, the entry ramp are blocked, northbound and southbound there. So going to want to avoid that area as well. Let me see here. Let's see what else is going on. There's just a lot. So we've got to kind of cover this area by area. You can see I-20 is a huge mess, right? I mean, this is really bad. This is a lot worse than it was earlier today. So all roadways in the area are running extremely slow. We do have some closures there on I-49. You can see I-20 as you're going west into Texas is really, really backed up as well. Let's take a look south here, down through Stonewall. Again, 171 is running really heavy. I-49 south into DeSoto Parish is running pretty slow as well. And again, the purple that you see there, those are some road closures, so we have that. And then notice as you get further to the south, down around Natchitoches, still doesn't look like there's too many issues there, but where we're starting to see that ice really accumulating on the roads, that's where we're seeing some bigger problems there, and that's closer into Shreveport and Bossier at this time. So multiple road closures, and let's actually zoom in a little bit. Something going on I-20 as well. Actually, this is going to be Benton Road. So there's a closure here. That is, I believe that's Benton Road there. So we're going I-20 and Benton Road. Let me see what that closure is. 1 second. Yeah, so, okay, so the road is closed from Spur Benton Road to Benton Road. So that section of Benton Road is closed. I-49, again, running very slow. So bottom line is, if you can avoid getting out on those roadways, that is probably your best bet, because it's not going to be fun. And you can see, again, 220 running really, really slow. Let's look up north and see what's going on here. Atlanta, Texas, running very slow. And again, lots of issues up around Texarkana. Just really, really slow traffic. So just take it easy, guys, because again, these roads are kind of a mess all around the region. Someone said, what's the difference between purple and pink? Well, purple is generally sleet. Pink tends to be the freezing rain. That's kind of what we're looking at there. But anyway, let me get back to the traffic. So there's Texarkana. You can see, lots of slow traffic there. Don't see any road closures, at least right now, in the Texarkana area, at least on this map. And then you take you up to Hope, Arkansas, where, things are running slow there. Southwest Arkansas, a lot of slow stop-and-go traffic there on the roads. And then McCurtain County. Just got a report from McCurtain County, actually, of over half an inch of ice there in Idabel and some tree limbs and maybe some trees coming down. So that's something we're going to have to watch pretty closely as well. All right, guys. I'm just trying to do multiple things at the same time, so let's just see here. All right. So that's our current road conditions. Let's take a live look outside. I've been using this camera a lot this morning. Kind of gives us a really good vantage point of what's actually going on out there. And again, there's a live look. That's a live look right now. And as you can see, things are moving along really, really slow. And that road looks like a sheet of ice. And again, that's I-20. So you can only imagine if that's the main interstate there, I-20, that those side roads are not going to be in good shape. It's not going to be fun at all to be traveling. So, just go ahead and hunker down and yeah, we'll get through this, and then hopefully we'll be on the other side of this by about Tuesday of next week. But again, that's a live look at I-20 right now, which is running really heavy. We'll take a look up at Texarkana. Look at that. Our camera's almost iced over at this point, so you can't see too well from that Texarkana cam. And then we'll take a look here at our John Harvey Toyota camera. This is the one up in Benton. This is on Benton Road. Now, I do see a little bit of traffic. There's a few brave souls out there, driving around, but got to be careful because, again, these are not good driving conditions at all. And again, that's your John Harvey Toyota cam looking at out in Bossier City, and that's Benton Road. Looking at I-220 in the distance, you can see all that ice and sleet that's been building up in that parking lot. And we've been keeping a close eye on this camera throughout much of the morning. So let's go back to our radar. And let me see here. Okay. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure some stuff out in the background here. All right, so again, that's a live look at the radar picture, and you can see that we are definitely dealing with a lot of that freezing rain and sleet and all that is going on right now. So I'm going to jump off here just for a second. I got to figure something out on the computer, but I'm going to continue to roll these graphics for you here, so stand by for just 1 second. Okay, back with you guys again. Thank you for holding out there for me for just a few minutes. I was trying to figure some other stuff out, some technical things. Anyway, this is a live look at the radar, but what I want to also show you right now is the power outage map from SWEPCO. So let's take a look at that. Let's see here. Let's see. 1 second, guys. So some good news here is that our power outages have actually come down a little bit. Kind of surprising there, but that's actually good. Let's take a look at that. That's our SWEPCO map right now. And as you can see, power outages have kind of come down just a little bit there. So that's good. We're at about 16,501, and it was up to over 19,000 at one point. And I think something that's kind of helping us out is that we don't have as much freezing rain out there right now. We're seeing more in the way of sleet. And as I talked about before, when you start seeing more in the way of sleet, that actually tends to kind of cut back on power outages, because basically sleet is like, if you've been outside today, you can see it. It's those little balls of ice, those icy pellets that are falling out of the sky. And those tend to bounce off power lines, and they don't tend to stick as much. Now, when you get the freezing rain, that's when that's the stuff that clings to power lines, trees, things like that. And so that's when you're going to start to get more of the power outages. But again, power outages, I don't want to jinx us right now, but it's not horrible. I actually thought we'd have a lot more by this point. Of course, we're still only about halfway through, maybe not even halfway through this storm yet. So far, Shreveport-Bossier, not bad. We do have some outages down here on the south side. This is south of Stonewall. I've actually seen a lot more outages down here in DeSoto Parish. Stonewall, between Stonewall, maybe Mansfield. I think this area might be having more freezing rain. So that outage there down near just south of Stonewall, near Gloucester, Kingston. Again, this is in DeSoto Parish. So some good news here is that just over 1,000 people without power there. So we're going to watch that area. I think that area is rising there, but that's in rain. And so we're going to continue to monitor that pretty closely. As we kind of widen this view, we got quite a few power outages in East Texas here. We're going to kind of focus on that. 16,501, around over 19,000 at one point. And I think something that's Center Texas, we got some power outages out towards Henderson. Freezing rain out there right now. We're seeing more in the way of sleet. And as I talked about before, Carthage. Okay, so we got power outages near Carthage, mainly in East Texas. Then again, near Shreveport and Bossier, nothing really in the metro area that I can find right now. Not too much in the way of power outages right now, but we're going to continue to watch that closely. And then up towards Texarkana, we do have some power outages there. But again, total outages right now, right around 16,501. So that's kind of, what we're looking at as far as outages at this time. We do have some, I believe we got some new viewer photos that are coming in right now. Horrible. I actually thought we'd have a lot more by this point. So that's just some pictures of some of the snow that's falling around the region. Maybe not even halfway through this storm yet. So far, Shreveport-Bossier, we're getting a lot of pictures in. Look at all that ice. This is in Texarkana. That's quite a bit of ice that's accumulating there on the power lines and the trees and things like that. So that's definitely something that we're going to have to watch. And again, this is going to continue to kind of add up over time. So hold on one sec, guys. Down near just south of Stonewall, near Gloucester, Kingston. Again, this is in DeSoto Parish. So some good news here is that just over 1,000 people without power there. So we're going to watch that area. I think that area is rising there, but that's in rain. And so we're going to continue to monitor that pretty closely. As we kind of widen this view, we got quite a few power outages in East Texas here. We're going to kind of focus on that. 16,501, around over 19,000 at one point. And I think something Center Texas, we got some power outages out towards Henderson. Freezing rain out there right now. We're seeing more in the way of sleet. And as I talked about before, Carthage. Okay, so we got power outages near Carthage, mainly in East Texas. Then again, near Shreveport and Bossier, nothing really in the metro area that I can find right now. Not too much in the way of power outages right now, but we're going to continue to watch that closely. And then up towards Texarkana, we do have some power outages there. But again, total outages right now, right around 16,501. So that's kind of, what we're looking at as far as outages at this time.
coming down on in piles. I was
Got it all good. All right, well, good afternoon. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Jake Lambright here with an update on the winter weather ongoing, and of course, a quick look at your road conditions a little bit later on. All right, let's go ahead and take a look here. First Alert Doppler radar, you'll see across the ArkLaTex East Texas, seeing that wintry mix start to wrap up. However, we still have a mixture of sleet and a little bit of freezing rain there across northern Louisiana, extending from Shreveport all the way to the eastern extent of our viewing area in Ruston there in Lincoln Parish. A few little isolated showers of sleet, freezing rain, and even liquid rain are present south of I-20 there in eastern Texas. Of course, we still have the winter storm warning in place through 6 p.m. on Friday, and also the ice storm warning that will also be in place through 6 p.m. Friday as well. We'll go ahead and take a quick check of your temperatures right now and over the next couple of hours here around the ArkLaTex. We are still at 28 in Shreveport, 25 over in DeQueen, 35 in Nacogdoches, and 33 in Bienville. You'll notice not much of a change here for us in Shreveport-Bossier through the rest of the day today. Temperatures, though, will be cooling down overnight tonight into the lower 20s. I'm going to continue this coverage right now on the KSLA app. You can watch on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV, or watch along on your mobile device through the KSLA News app. All right. So we are going to continue our coverage here. We're actually going to start here in just a moment with one of our reporters, Kim Nagomo, so hold on for just a second. We get everything ready. All right, sorry about that. Working with some new technology for the first time. So we've been keeping up with the changing weather and, of course, giving you the first alert to that since this morning. KSLA's Kim Nagomo is outside the station giving you a recap of the storm. Kim?
Hi, Jake. So as you can see behind me, the sleet is coming down in piles. And I was in Shreveport around 6 this morning going live, and it started off as a light rain. But when we did another live shot in Wascom, Texas, around 7 a.m., the rain became heavier, it got windy, and we even started to see ice on our windshield and on the roads as we were driving back to Shreveport. And so we're going to play some video for you now. This is how it's been looking for the past few hours now. I took this footage. The roads are very slippery and drivers are taking it slow. The sleet has completely covered the streets, and we're seeing several salt trucks driving by on highways and main roads. We also saw the Benton Road overpass is closed during the storm, and it most likely won't open back up for another few days. I was surprised to learn that people still have to go into work despite these weather conditions, and I spoke with one worker describing his commute driving in the sleet.
The usual commute's roughly about half an hour. Today it took about an hour and 15 minutes. That ice is coming down pretty fast, pretty thick. It's dangerous.
So Jake, as you previously mentioned, the sleet has, been coming down for hours, and we're still experiencing freezing temperatures. And I plan on speaking with more commuters about the road conditions that they're facing and the changing weather throughout this weekend. Jake.
Thank you so much, Kim. Of course, we're still tracking that chance for wintry weather. We've still got some wintry precipitation out there in northwestern Louisiana, and we will see another round overnight tonight. In fact, let's dive into some more details here with your forecast. Going to go back there to your temperatures for just a moment while I get some additional things set up here on my end. Of course, we still got wintry precipitation out there across northwest Louisiana right now, mainly in the form of some sleet, but we also have some freezing rain mixed in there as well. You can see that on live First Alert Doppler. As we go through the next couple of hours, let's take a look at future tracks so you can know what to expect as you go throughout the rest of your day today and into the day tomorrow. So we'll start things off around 4:35. You'll notice a good break there for those in parts of East Texas, whether it be along and south of I-20, and then also northwest Louisiana, also seeing a break from this wintry precipitation during that time frame. Now from there, it starts to fill in during the overnight hours Saturday into Sunday. I'll go ahead and make that full screen. You can see that a little bit better. Let's try that again. There we go. So you can see their future track. Again, it starts to really fill in during the overnight hours, maybe some snow mixing in there across southeastern Oklahoma, southwest Arkansas. Some isolated snow showers will be possible. Some scattered freezing rain and sleet showers also possible early Sunday morning. And then we get that wintry precipitation out of here, just keeping a few very isolated snow showers around for Sunday afternoon. Of course, I do want to remind you that anything that falls, of course, we've already got plenty of accumulations, but anything additional that falls will also stick to the ground and continue to cause the same impacts that we're seeing now. Highs this afternoon, not going to get any warmer than where we are now. During the overnight hours tonight, we'll be in the lower 20s. Now, Sunday, highs back in the upper 20s, but during the overnight hours, we will see single-digit low temperatures, or very close to it in Shreveport-Bossier. Same for Monday night, and you'll notice Monday a little bit warmer, but still not above freezing. So it may not be until Tuesday before we finally see some noticeable improvements there on your roadways across the ArkLaTex. Take a look here. Also, I do want to also emphasize the wind chill potential as well, because wind chills, or the feels like temperatures, are going to be much cooler than our air temperatures. And again, those are already cold enough. So you'll notice wind chills, or those feels like temps, on either side of zero as you start your day Monday morning. So that is some pretty serious and pretty dangerous cold out there for us in the ArkLaTex. Let's start off here with a look at your traffic as well. Some new updates to give you with this as well. So we're going to go ahead and zoom in on a few areas and talk more about them. We'll start here, I-220, the I-49 interchanges. Both are closed. I'll pull that information up for you on the screen here in just a moment. We'll start with that northern one. I-49 northbound entry ramp from I-220 northbound is blocked until further notice, and the I-220 eastbound ramp from I-49 southbound is also blocked until further notice. Anything that shows up in that purple color on the map is a closure. In fact, Benton Road, one of the more traveled roadways, highways in Caddo, Bossier Parish, is also closed from US 79 down to Old Minden Road. So I'll pull that information up as well. It is closed in both directions. So again, if you take Benton Road in between US 79 and Old Minden Road, again, Benton Road in that stretch is closed. I-20 seeing some substantial slowdowns there as you get close to the Red River going into Bossier City. We'll have to see if there's a traffic cam out close to that in just a moment, see if there's an accident or anything, or if it's just traffic moving very slowly. I-49 is closed from I-20 all the way down to 3132. So want to give you the first alert to that as well. Go and pull that up. That's just showing that the I-49 southbound entry ramp from 3132 westbound is blocked. And like I said, that whole stretch of 49 from I-20 to 3132 is closed. I saw another closure in a rural parts of Bossier Parish. So want to give you the latest on that. If you're going from US 71 in southern Bossier Parish to Ringgold along Louisiana Highway 154, it is closed in both ways from Bistineau Lake Road to Lakeview Circle. So again, Highway 154 closed, heading out toward the Ringgold area. I think that's out toward the Lake Bistineau area, one of the major highways that goes in and out of there. Right now, not seeing any additional accidents or closures being reported on our map across the ArkLaTex. Again, most of the ones showing up on our map are reported in Caddo and Bossier Parish, most of them, of course, in the city, those elevated bridges and overpasses. However, again, we do have that additional closure coming off of US 71. If you're going east off 71, southern Bossier Parish, and you're trying to get to the Lake Bistineau area or Ringgold along Louisiana Highway 154, it is closed in both directions, close to the Bossier Parish line. So I want to give you, of course, the latest on that. Speaking of, I will switch us over here just a moment. We'll take a look at viewer photos a little bit later on. I do want to see if we can get some traffic cameras up where we've got that slowed traffic along I-20 heading eastbound into Bossier City. So give me just a moment. I'm going to try to zoom in here and see what we can find. Looks like we've got several traffic cameras in that area. So we'll take a look. This is I-20 at Traffic Street, westbound. I'm not seeing any super slow traffic going out that direction, or coming toward the camera, I should say. We'll go ahead and try to look at some other cameras on the other side of the river and see. Have to give me just 1 second while I try to get back into the computer showing the camera there. All right, let's back out of that and go to the Shreveport side. This is I-20 at Spring Street, and this is right there in the median. Of course, anybody on the road should be taking it a little bit slower today, or a lot slower, I should say, with the ice on the roads. Not seeing any traffic, any accidents or anything of that nature. Currently, again, that's I-20 at Spring Street. We'll kind of go down I-20 here. This is I-20 at Common Street. This is facing eastbound. And again, a couple cars out there taking it a little bit slower, but not seeing any accidents or any kind of major slowdowns involving multiple vehicles this afternoon. Sorry for that pause there. Of course, I do want to remind you we are live right now on our Roku, Fire, Apple TV apps, the KSLA app. You don't need to sign up for an account. You don't need to pay a subscription or anything. It is totally free. Very easy to use. Of course, that's how you can watch this extended coverage live right now on your TV. If you do have any questions, you can ask them in our Facebook chat over on the KSLA news page. Here's a look at I-20 right now at Lakeshore. A lot of ice there, especially on the sides of the roads. Looks like one of those lanes. I mean, of course, there could be some black ice. It's definitely slushy there on that road that looks a little more clear. But again, that is the latest from the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. We'll go ahead and take a look at things in Arkansas. Looks like there's still some slushy roads. I don't know why I can't say that today. Slushy roads there, kind of around the Texarkana area, especially on I-49 and I-30 eastbound if you're headed out of the Texarkana Metro. Here's I-30 facing westbound, west of the I-49 interchange. And the roads showing a little bit of slush, and maybe some black ice in there. Of course, black ice is hard to see, especially on a camera, but also when you're out driving. Why I can't stress enough being careful, very, very careful if you absolutely have to be on the roadways. Here's I-30, mile marker 6.5, looking westbound there in southwestern Arkansas. This is just to the northeast of Texarkana there along I-30. We'll take a look at I-30 near the Pinson Park area. Looks like that camera is not available. We'll try this one. This is State Line Avenue, just north of Texarkana there, I-30. And again, a lot of ice on those roadways this afternoon. And again, iDrive Arkansas, or RDART, reporting slushy roads, especially on I-30 if you're leaving Texarkana and trying to get toward the Hot Springs area. I do also want to take a look at some viewer photos here. Let's see if I can. I apologize. Give me one moment here. I'm going to change that so I can kind of be here in the frame while you're also. I got the wrong mouse again. While we're also looking at viewer photos, and also I'll give you an update on power outages here in just a moment too. Of course, if you have any photos, we encourage you to submit them. Ground truth, very, very important in winter weather events like this. You could submit them on our website, and we'll start over from scratch here. I'll show you how to submit your photos. So you just go to KSLA.com. This is our homepage right now. Of course, if you have questions about closings and delays, you can click that banner right there. You can also see what weather alerts are going on. Of course, live weather coverage. We will be streaming throughout the day today. And if you don't see us live and talking, those couple minutes that we're prepping, we will have the latest weather information and traffic going for you here on the stream. So we're continuous with you today. However, if you want to submit your photos, you'll want to click this little sandwich menu, that 3-line bar right next to the Watch Live. From there, where it says KSLA News 12 here, there's a little arrow there. You'll want to click on that, and from there, click Submit Photos and Videos. From there, you can upload your photos directly to us, and again, we'll be showing some of these on our streams today and also later on air, so make sure, again, if you'd like for your photos and videos to be seen, definitely share those with us. Here's a cool video from Cameron. It looks like this might be a drone shot. I am a drone pilot myself, love flying the drone. Look at that. What a great video. And again, this is in Texarkana. You can see all that ice, maybe a little bit of snow there accumulating. Let me see if I can't make that full screen for you here real quick. Again, this is from Cameron, and I'm sorry, I already forgot your last name, but I will credit you again here at the end. What a breathtaking drone video from Cameron this morning from Texarkana. Cameron Hunt shared this video with us. Looks like he might have another one, so we'll go ahead and take that full screen as well. Just awesome. Again, I'm a drone pilot. I like technology a lot, so I enjoy flying a drone, and of course, you get such unique perspectives. Getting that bird's eye view. Of course, you can see he's kind of pointing it down there into the trees. You can see the trees are frosty, probably have a little bit of ice accumulated on them. Yes, great views from the Texarkana area. Again, these videos courtesy of Cameron Hunt. He just submitted these a few moments ago. Melanie submitting these photos from Keachai, Louisiana. You can see that ice there accumulating on Melanie's truck. They kind of there on the ground around it. We'll keep going down here. This is from Gwendolyn Crowder off of Greenwood and Murtis Avenue. Again, you can see all those sleet pellets there accumulating on the sidewalk and on the ground there. We'll keep scrolling down a little bit more. Cassie shared this photo from the Texarkana, Texas area. You can see those icicles there on Cassie's car and even getting on some of those plants as well. One of our producers, Cameron Jones, he just submitted this from our parking lot. You can see that sleet really accumulated there on a lot of our vehicles and especially out in the parking lot. You have to be careful if we go walk outside. Lots of accumulations there. This here is a photo from Bailey about an hour ago. Not sure where the location on this is, but you can see against some of that ice accumulation there on the ground, on the sidewalk. We'll take a look at a couple more viewer photos and videos before we look at your SWEPCO power outages. Last one we'll look at for now is from Sheila Coley. This is from Texarkana, Arkansas. Again, lots of accumulations. They've been dealing with that wintry precipitation falling since last night, so it has been quite some time since that has fallen. Of course, now y'all are starting to get a little bit of a break from it, but of course, we're expecting more to roll in later on today into the overnight hours. All right, let's get a check here of your power outages. This map here, courtesy of SWEPCO. We'll kind of zoom in here and take a look at some of the outages across the ArkLaTex. There are a bunch, especially out toward the Texarkana area. Of trying to zoom these out to get a good number without having to click on a bunch for the same city. So we'll start Texarkana. Over 4,000 of you are without power right now, according to SWEPCO. Out toward New Boston and Maud, there's about 55 without power. Out toward, this is near DeKalb, Texas, in Red River County, got about 520 power outages. Then Atlanta, Texas, still dealing with 560 power outages. That number has improved since earlier today, but still a good number of outages out there. We'll go a little further to the south, out toward Overton, New London, ARP combined, looking at about 320 power outages, 947 in Henderson, 597, getting close to 600 there. And Mount Enterprise, I believe that's Beckville, with about 37 without power. Carthage, close to 790 without power. Tenaha coming in with about 243 without power. And then in the community of Center, looking about 143 without power. That's a look at East Texas outages. Now, Logansport with roughly 1,900 power outages. Out toward Mansfield, we're looking at 539. Out toward Coshada, Edgefield, Hall Summit, we're looking at about 500 or so, I believe. They're hoping to have power restored between 1 to 2 p.m., depending on where you are. Also expected to have power restored by 2 p.m. for the 300 or so, I believe, that were without power near Loggy Bayou and near Ringgold. Again, yes, that's 339 without power in that general vicinity. Just south of Shreveport-Bossier, kind of near Stonewall, there's over 2,000 currently without power. I'm actually going to try to zoom back in on this area, see if we can pull a little bit more information on it for you. 2,000 without power. They're hoping to have it back for you just before 5 o'clock this evening. Still very few without power on the south side of Shreveport, kind of near the Southern Hills community, and then 14 without power. Again, that spot I was talking about earlier, close to Highway 80. I will check our Facebook comments here very quickly, see if we have any questions. And bear with me for one moment. I've got a bunch of tabs open everywhere. Sometimes it's hard to keep track. I'll go back here and try to open that up. Okay, there we go. So don't see any questions here, so I'm going to go ahead and wrap things up now. Of course, we'll be back with you very soon. Don't go anywhere, though. Of course, if you want the latest weather information while I continue to work on the forecast, talk with Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones and Meteorologist CJ Cartledge, getting that forecast fine-tuned, of course, getting you some new info. We're going to leave current radar, what to expect over the next few hours. All of that is going to be cycling through here on your screen. So, of course, stay here. We'll have more weather info coming up for you right now.
Usual commutes roughly
Welcome. Well, good afternoon, ArkLaTex. I'm meteorologist Jake Lambright here with another update on your weather conditions. And then later on in our live stream, we'll talk some about traffic as well. Here's a live look right now. We'll switch that over to radar here in just a moment. But again, seeing some wintry precipitation out there across northwestern and northeastern Louisiana. We'll actually zoom in right now. For the most part, if you're near north of I-30, you're getting a break from the wintry weather. Same with most of East Texas. If you're south of Shreveport on Interstate 20, out toward Bossier Parish, Webster Parish, even out into Ruston, Jamestown, Mansfield, and Natchitoches, you're dealing with some scattered wintry precipitation, whether that be some freezing rain and likely some sleet mixed in there as well. This will continue on for about an hour or so, and then we'll have a break area-wide until we get later on into the overnight hours tonight, and that is when more wintry precipitation is expected. We'll get a quick check of your temperatures right now across the entire ArkLaTex. You'll see we're at 30 right now in Shreveport, a little bit cooler up toward DeQueen with temperatures at 24, 27 in Idabel, and 32 in Natchitoches and Florine. As we go through the next couple of hours, you'll see temperatures falling into the mid-20s by 10 o'clock tonight, and from there they will continue to fall into the lower 20s by sunrise tomorrow morning. I'm going to continue this update over on our streaming platforms. Make sure you've got the KSLA News 12 Now app downloaded on your Roku, Fire, or Apple TV, or on your smartphone to continue on with this weather update. All right, so we're going to continue on, like I said, with our weather update here. So I'm going to go ahead and switch things over. On my end, you're going to be able to see the radar here full for just a second. As I was mentioning before, most of that mixed precipitation at this point is over in northwest Louisiana. And at that point, you'll see it's kind of moving off to the north and east. We'll get a little bit of a break there, and then we'll see it fill in overnight tonight. So let's take a look at that latest timing right now across much of the ArkLaTex. You'll see by 5, 6 o'clock, that's when we start to see that wintry precipitation return to especially the I-30 corridor and areas north. And then by midnight tonight, a little bit beyond, that's when we really start to see that wintry precipitation start to fill in. From there, by sunrise tomorrow, most of that will be just off to our east. From there, we'll see some isolated to scattered snow showers and even some freezing rain and sleet mixed in there as we go throughout much of the day. Now, when it comes to winter weather alerts, right now we've got a winter storm warning in place for the counties in pink. That will be running through 6 p.m. on Sunday, and an ice storm warning for counties and parishes shaded in that purple color. Again, that also running through 6 p.m. I do want to remind you, of course, we're streaming on the KSLA News 12 Now app. Also, we're streaming to our Facebook and YouTube platforms. So if you have questions, please leave those in our comment section. We'll be getting back to those here in just a couple of minutes. But again, still tracking some wintry precipitation left over across the ArkLaTex right now. That will begin clearing out here shortly. And then from there, we'll see more start to arrive in the ArkLaTex late into the overnight hours tonight and into the early morning hours on Sunday. Of course, in addition to the wintry precipitation, once that threat starts to wrap up, as we head into the day tomorrow, temperatures getting much cooler. That's something that's not going away. In fact, look at the difference between tonight and Sunday night. 21 for your temperature tonight, 9 degrees for your overnight low Sunday night, and then once again on Monday night. We won't be above freezing again until Tuesday, and of course, that's going to continue to cause some issues when it comes to our roadways and road conditions. Here's a look at those morning lows, again, overnight Sunday into Monday morning across the entire ArkLaTex. Again, pretty chilly out there. Some parts of the region will be in the single digits, others in the mid-teens. So pretty cold either way. And that's not even factoring in our feels-like temperatures or our wind chills. You'll notice those could be on either side of zero by the time we get to early Monday morning. We're going to take a full look of traffic coming up right after this short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. All right, thank you so much for joining us. Again, I'm going to take a quick look at your traffic right now across the entire ArkLaTex. Looks like we might have a new accident that has just popped up on the map. So I'll go ahead and zoom in. We'll get some new information on that. This accident, if I had to guess, probably I-20 eastbound, but I want to make sure I get that correct. Yes, I-20 eastbound, this accident happening about 40 minutes ago. Still causing some slowdowns there on, again, I-20 eastbound near exit 14 for Juella Avenue. So if you are traveling in from the Texas side into Shreveport-Bossier, expect additional delays. Again, as there is an accident there, we'll actually try to see if there's a traffic cam nearby and see if we can get a view of that accident. Do also want to remind you there are several closures, one of the big ones being I-49 from I-20 all the way down to Louisiana 3132. And so again, I-49 from that stretch, I-20 to 3132 closed both directions. Another closure that we have, another big one out in Bossier City, Benton Road is closed from U.S. Highway 79 all the way down to Old Minden Road. Again, another closure that we have there for you this afternoon. Closed both ways. No estimated time as when those roadways will reopen. Of course, we'll have to wait for conditions to improve. Also, the on-ramps for I-49, let me try to readjust that, at I-220 are closed in both directions. I-220, as far as the traffic flow goes, very, very slow this afternoon. Of course, with the ice on the roads, if you have to be on the roads, I encourage you to take it slow. Again, as road conditions are pretty dangerous. I'm pretty sure that this icon here is for the closure. Yes, I-49, that on-ramp to 3132 is closed because 49 is closed from that stretch. Again, I-20 to 3132. Another closure to give you the first alert about in southern Bossier Parish, if you're headed out toward the Lake Bistineau area or trying to get into Ringgold on Louisiana Highway 154, maybe try to get out of Ringgold. There is a closure there now, both ways. Again, Louisiana Highway 154 closed from Bistineau Lake Road to Lakeview Circle. And again, that closure also until further notice. So kind of zooming things out, I don't see any additional accidents here across the ArkLaTex right now. I do want to zoom back in, though, on the accident that we have on the traffic map. Again, this is I-20 eastbound near exit 14 for Juella Avenue. I'm going to put that information on the screen for you and actually take that full screen for just a moment while I work to get things pulled up here on my end through DOTD, see if we can't get a camera or eyes on that accident right now, again, on I-20. So bear with me for just a moment as I work to see what traffic cams that we have in that area. As I mentioned, of course, expect delays. If you have to be on the roads, expect delays this afternoon as you'll have to take it slow, but especially, again, I-20 eastbound heading out closer to Juella Avenue. Looks like we might have a camera right there, so I'm going to see if it has any traffic or anything that's visible. And this is going to be at Juella from Hearn. So this might be just past where the accident is, but not a lot of traffic out there right now. I'm actually going to see if I can't get a different viewpoint here in just a moment. Again, that's I-20 at Juella. We'll go back a little bit. This is I-20 at Monkhouse. Looks like we might have a little bit of trouble getting that feed. Would be a perfect camera if it were up right now. But let's try... Here's another look, I-20 east at Monkhouse Drive. Not seeing any emergency lights. Let me actually pop that up for you so you can see it. Not seeing any emergency lights or any significant traffic backups. So at this point, that accident may be cleared. Of course, we'll let you know, give you the first alert to that as we learn a little bit more. Other than that, of course, just watching mainly our construction zones out across the area, and again, a couple closures. We'll go through those big closures one more time. And then take a look at some viewer photos, or actually some more road conditions before we get to those viewer photos. Also, I'm watching our Facebook chat pretty closely and, of course, answering your questions. I see Sean Tavius is actually joining from Queen City, Texas. And y'all are getting a little bit of a break right now. However, that wintry precipitation is expected to pick back up during the overnight hours tonight. So definitely, again, stay weather aware. Don't get out on those roads overnight tonight. I see Shelton here is asking about the Jimmy Davis Bridge. We'll take a look at the Jimmy Davis Bridge here in just a moment. I actually have a view for that set up. So the Jimmy Davis Bridge, just seeing some significant slowdowns in both directions, but no closures reported there for now. And again, we've got traffic flowing slower, but we do have traffic flowing there right now. Looks like there might be a new accident that just popped up on the map. This is I-20 near Greenwood. So let me see if I can pull some additional info for you. So not necessarily new accident, just popped up on the map here for us. This is I-20 eastbound before, take that full for you. I-20 eastbound just before exit 3 heading eastbound towards Shreveport. That's near Louisiana Highway 169. So I'll check, see if we have a traffic camera in that general area. That might be just outside of where we would typically have our cameras. So hold on for just a second. I look, and it looks like probably just outside where we would have a camera. It looks like the closest one is out to the east. We do have a camera facing westbound. This is I-20 at Burke Coons, but I do think it's a little bit too far away from where that accident has been recorded or reported. You can see that icicle, though, hanging in front of the camera. Definitely an icy day out there for sure. I'll leave some of that information up for just a moment. Got to switch back to control that computer. And from there, we'll kind of recap some of those big closures very quickly. So zooming things back out, again, some big closures to give you the first alert about. I-220, the on-ramps for I-49, both directions are closed. That's what you see there in the purple, those two icons. Again, those roads are closed. Another big closure for you, I'm going to zoom into it right here. This is Benton Road from U.S. Highway 79 down to Old Minden Road. Benton Road is closed in both directions. Again, this is just the stretch between US 79 down to Old Minden Road, but it is closed. It is impassable. You will not be able to get through until road conditions start to improve. Another big closure, I-49, all the way from I-20 down to Louisiana Highway 3132. Again, I-49 from I-20 down to 3132 is closed. I-49 southbound, getting closer to Stonewall, heading into DeSoto Parish, seeing some backups there. Looks like there are some additional closures. 514 both directions, going off of US 71 to Hall Summit, closed. Just off of 71, again, Louisiana Highway 155 heading into Martin, closed both directions. As we go further south into Bossier Parish, again, Louisiana Highway 154, kind of near the Lake Bistineau area, heading out toward Ringgold. That is closed in both directions as well. I'll actually pull up the specific roads it's closed from. So Bistineau Lake Road to Lakeview Circle. Again, Highway 154 closed to the east of US 71, heading out that direction. So again, lots of closures today, and of course traffic running very slowly. Seeing a couple of accidents. Again, stay off the roads if you can. This is not great weather to be out in. Of course, the risk of an accident is much higher. So again, I really encourage you to stay off of those roads if you can. We'll go ahead and get a quick check of traffic out in southern Arkansas. You'll notice this kind of pink shading there running I-30 from Texarkana out toward Hot Springs. That indicates slushy road conditions. Here's I-30 mile marker 8 looking westbound. You can see that ice there on the road. What may be harder to see right now is the potential for black ice on the road, which again is there. It's very slick and dangerous. It's just a lot harder to see. We'll take a look at I-30. This is State Line Avenue looking eastbound. Again, a lot of ice there on the interstate and also on the side of the interstate. If you have to be on the road, I know I'm repeating myself here, but again, please, please, please take it slow out there if you must travel this afternoon. Anywhere in kind of this pink shading, basically all around Texarkana on the major interstates does indicate pretty slushy roads. And that goes I-49 down through Falk, and even down to the Arkansas-Louisiana state line. All right, I do want to bring you up to speed with the latest, of course, on power outages as well. Give me just a moment here. I'm going to switch something on my end. I want to talk some about power outages across the ArkLaTex. We have seen multiple thousands throughout the day. So let's go ahead and get an update on that. I know SWEPCO is working diligently to restore power to the ArkLaTex as quickly as they can. Out in Texarkana, there's still about 4,500 without power currently. Out toward Mount Pleasant, looks like those outages have been reduced. Now, out toward Naples, there's still about 275 without power. Dangerfield and Hughes Springs looking at a combined total of 641. Jefferson, you have about close to 1,000 without power currently. Blanchard right now dealing with 318 power outages. Carthage still coming in at roughly 909 power outages. Center has 143 outages. Logansport still with a high number of outages, about 901 outages currently. Mansfield around 200. East of Mansfield, 345 are without power, and the estimated time of restoration there is about 3 o'clock. Out toward the community of Holly, an additional 940 are without power, with an estimated restoration time of, let me actually go back to that real quick, about 3 o'clock. Now, northeast of Kingston, about 275 are without power. Not seeing any major outages in the Shreveport-Bossier area, thankfully, at this time. Just about 300 without power kind of in and around Shreveport. That's including that higher number out toward Blanchard. So, again, you can kind of see the radar there overlaid on the power outage map. We're starting to see that wintry precipitation move out of the area. However, some power lines still weighed down with some ice. So with that said, we could see additional outages even during that lull where we don't have any kind of wintry precipitation. All right, I'm going to switch things over to our viewer photos. I want to submit those. And again, real quick, I want to encourage you to ask any questions that you have in our Facebook comment section. I've got those up. In fact, I see Colton's got a good question. Will this continue tomorrow? During the daytime hours, we will see some isolated to scattered wintry precipitation. Most of round 2 falls during the overnight hours tonight. So after dinner time and well into the overnight hours tonight, while most of you will probably be asleep, that is when much of that freezing rain, sleet, maybe a little bit of snow will start falling once again. All right, looks like we've got some great new photos coming into our newsroom, so I want to share some of those with you, of course. This is a photo from Henry about an hour ago. Not sure the location on this, but look at those icicles off of those plants. And again, that was sent to us about an hour ago. This is from Jim in Carthage showing, looks like a cover for a light switch or something covered in ice. I'll pull that image up so you can see it a little bit better. We'll keep going down. Barksdale Air Force Base. This was sent in by Skylar. You could see all of the sleet accumulating there on the roofs and on the roads as well as the grass. It looks nice. It looks like snow, but it's just not that soft, powdery texture like snow. It's a little bit crunchy if you get out there and walk on it. And I will say, if you walk on it, be careful. That ice, very, very easy to slip on. Here's a picture from Texarkana. And let me actually go back up, see the name. This is from Bethany Hanna. Again, you can see just how much ice has accumulated on those tree branches. That's not good. Likely seen some accumulations on the power lines there as well. We'll go back down. I got to find this video again. That's in our weather folder. Some more photos to show you here in our winter storm folder. Of course, if you upload your photos, we encourage you to send them here. But of course, we're watching all the folders. Looks like Brooke's out with her kids. Lake Bistineau, Parish Camp Road. Lots of ice out there right now. Looks like this is such a cool photo. Adriana's dog is enjoying, Domino is enjoying some ice balls out there. I'll have to get my dog Jules out in a little while and see what she thinks of the ice. Last year, I took her out in the snow that we had in Alexandria, and she did not know what to think. But maybe this time she'll have a little bit of fun out there in it. Here's a picture of Jamie Brown that Jamie Brown submitted of her kid Natalie out in Keithville. Natalie having a great time out there, well dressed, layered up with boots on and everything. Again, closed-toed shoes, tennis shoes, boots, great to wear out there. Any shoes that have some traction to help kind of prevent you from slipping. Look at this. Brittany submitted photo of, and I'm sorry if I butcher this, but Jason out there making a snow angel out there in the sleet this morning. Plenty of snow, or sleet I should say, out there to do that. Looks like McKinley had some fun four-wheeling around, and then Amber showing a photo there of eating ice. So I do want to go down if I can find it pretty quickly. Oh, this is a good photo. This is from Michelle Vernon near Texarkana, Arkansas, the Genoa area. Look at how much ice has accumulated there on those plants. There's one video, I showed it a little bit earlier. I want to see if I can find it again. A great shot from the Texarkana area this morning. a drone shot. You can see all the accumulations very, very well. Actually make that full screen for just a moment. But again, look at that great drone shot. Again, this is in Texarkana from earlier today. So if you have any photos, again, or videos, highly encourage you to share those with us. Of course, we'll show those here on our social media platforms and also on the air potentially a little bit later on. I see Jacob giving us a report. Freezing rain in Natchitoches was heavy and it just slowed down. Thank you so much, Jacob, for that report. In fact, we'll actually go back, take one last look at radar before we hop off. Now, I say that I will not be talking for just a minute. We'll still be here watching the stream, and we'll be giving you the latest weather information. We'll keep some weather graphics going. So the stream will not end, and we'll be back here in a little while. Of course, we're making some edits to the forecast and watching things closely, kind of rounding with the team, making sure we've got everything in place. We will also have a special newscast running from 2 to 3. It will be right here on our live stream. It will also be on the air on CBS. You can watch along on the Roku, Fire TV, Apple TV app, your smartphone, over-the-air television. However you watch, you can watch that newscast there again 2 to 3. So again, as Jacob was mentioning, that freezing rain starting to slack off in Natchitoches. We're starting to see things wind down in Shreveport-Bossier. Again, for now, we've got round 2 coming. Oh, let me actually switch that back real quick. There we go. Now y'all can see what I'm seeing here on the radar. But again, Natchitoches is starting to see that freezing rain slack off. Same with our sleet in Shreveport-Bossier, but that will be picking up again later on tonight. All right, I'm going to continue making some adjustments to the forecast with CJ Cartledge, our meteorologist CJ Cartledge, and Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones. We'll see you back here in a little while. In the meantime, though, again, we're going to have more weather information for you right here on this stream, so you don't have to go anywhere. We'll have the latest radar, traffic, and more for you right here. We'll see you in a little while. And again, stay tuned. We'll keep you first alert to the latest throughout the evening.
This is a KSLA News 12 special report. First Alert Weather Day, icy impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath. This is a KSLA News. This is a KSLA News. This is a
personnel, and we're having to go and check on many different people right now, making sure doing all kinds of different welfare checks and what have you. So we just encourage everyone to stay around their homes, enjoy their family time, enjoy the outside, enjoy the weather, but just stay, keep the vehicles off the road.
All right, that was a perfect soundbite. So now we get to do it live in about a few minutes. We're about to come on in about 30 seconds, and then I'll be talking to you again, asking. Icy impact. You are looking live right now at I-20 at Benton Road, and as you can see, the area is covered in ice with all of that freezing rain and sleet coming, just pockets and layers of ice on the ground. And while we have a bit of a break, it's all going to happen overnight again. KSLA is keeping you first alert on the latest updates on this icy impact. We're going to send things over to Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones for an update on today's conditions so far. You guys have been really busy in the weather center.
Yeah, it's been a very busy day, Dom. We're actually getting a little bit of a break, though, in the heavy stuff right now. And this is kind of what we had been anticipating. So we're getting a little bit of a lull in the winter storm, and this might continue for several hours, but don't let it fool you. Don't try to get out on the roads. Don't try to get out and about because the storm's not over. In fact, I think the worst of this winter storm is still yet to come as we head into later on tonight. This camera right here, this is our Window World Sky Cam. This is in Bowie County. And again, remember, this camera is up on a tower. It's up elevated. But I just wanted to show you this to show how much ice has accumulated here on the top of this tower. And again, that's in Bowie County. That's just southwest of Texarkana. A lot of ice has built up on the tower there. And so that's the problem. Because again, we're going to see the same type of thing on tree limbs and things like that, and that can start to cause those tree limbs to come down. That is a live look in Shreveport right now. Looking at I-20, you can actually see a little bit more of the roadway there because, again, the intensity of that freezing rain and the sleet has kind of dropped off quite a bit. So that's actually allowed for the roads to get a little tiny bit better there on I-20, but it is still very, very slick and slippery, and those side roads are a complete sheet of ice right now. But look at our radar picture, just about as quiet as it has been all day long. So again, the forecast models have been doing a really excellent job showing this gap in the precip, and you can see how that's continuing to move kind of away from us now. We'll zoom in a little bit closer though into the Shreveport area, and you can see just not much left here, at least right now. We're still seeing some light mist, some freezing drizzle, but that's pretty much all we have. There is some heavier freezing rain and sleet still going on just east of our area out into Bienville Parish and then out towards Ruston right along the I-20 corridor. Temperatures have not warmed up hardly at all. It's still sitting at 30 degrees right now in Shreveport, 33 in Natchitoches. Magnolia only 21. That is freezing cold. Missing some temperature data there in Texarkana, and 24 right now in DeQueen. Look at that wind chill in DeQueen, 13. Feels like 12 in Magnolia. Very, very cold out there, and it feels like 21 in Shreveport. So a bitterly cold afternoon, and it's going to stay very cold as we head through the overnight hours as well. That ice storm warning does continue through 6 p.m. on your Sunday for all those areas in purple, and that winter storm warning continues along I-30. And again, these will continue through 6 p.m. on your Sunday because this winter storm is not done with us yet. So as we head through the next 5 hours or so, look at that. We kind of quiet down. So again, there's a lull in this, but the winter storm is not over. I know you're going to look outside and be like, what happened? Where's the freezing rain? Why is it not happening? We're going to get several hours here, I think, where we're not going to see a lot. And then this is going to start to build back in as we head later into tonight, into tomorrow morning. But that little gap in this is going to actually be kind of nice here for a little bit. Look at these overnight lows tonight in the teens and low 20s. It is going to be really cold, and those wind chill values will be even colder than that. All right, let's take a look at traffic. We got a lot going on our roadways. We'll kind of start off to the north and then work our way southward. This is a wider look at the map. I mean, look at that. Everywhere you go, you see the yellows and the oranges. That means very slow speeds on our roadways. And you see that shade of purple there. I-49 is shut down basically from I-20 all the way down to the Interloop Expressway. So that's going to be an issue there. Looking at I-220 from North Market Street past Airline Drive, running very slow. Luckily, there's not a lot of folks out on the roads, so that is what we want to see. And again, those slow areas go all the way east on 220, all the way towards Louisiana Downs. So that entire stretch, I-20 out there too, looking very slow. The Jimmy Davis Bridge, that is slow, going both directions. And again, remember, those bridges and overpasses are going to be even worse than the normal roads because those tend to get icy first. And then you can see that closure there on I-49 that extends all the way south of the Interloop Expressway. A lot of slowness there on the Interloop and the Burt Coons Industrial Loop. Linwood Avenue backed up as well. And then we'll take you to Texarkana, where things here are also pretty dicey on the roads, very icy, very slick. And the best thing you can do for yourself as we head through the afternoon and into tonight is just stay at home. You don't want to be out in this, and those roadways will continue to be very dangerous as we head through the evening. We'll send it over to Jake now.
Starting to see that wintry precipitation wrap up across much of the ArkLaTex. As you see that last little batch there kind of moving through Claiborne Parish into Lincoln and Jackson Parish as well. Now this is just, as Matt was saying, just a break for a little while as we're expecting this to pick back up a little bit later on tonight. So let's actually walk through that latest future track real quick and get you covered through the rest of the overnight hours. You'll notice here this is doing a decent job in showing that most of that wintry precipitation out of the area by this point. And then you'll notice closer to dinner time that we start to see isolated scattered wintry precipitation near north of I-30, mainly in the way of, again, that freezing rain, kind of sleet mix. Then it really starts to fill in during the overnight hours. This is around 2 a.m., so closer to midnight when we really start to see things pick back up. And that continues, and most of this falls likely while you're asleep tonight. You'll see by 8 a.m. tomorrow a couple scattered areas there of freezing rain and sleet mix, and also some isolated snow showers in there. Again, that's first thing tomorrow morning. By the afternoon, a couple little spotty snow showers are expected, and then after that, we will continue to dry out for the rest of the day. Of course, temperatures on the other hand, those are going to be pretty chilly in the days to come. In fact, here's a look at the next 3 days. You'll see temperatures tomorrow afternoon in the upper 20s, lower 30s for your Monday. You'll see those temperatures so cold during the night that the bars do not even show up on the screen. We'll talk more on your temperatures and, of course, what to expect during the overnight hours coming up in just a few minutes. Take a look at this video just into the KSLA News 12 newsroom from Texarkana, Texas. Ice causing a power line to explode. KSLA News 12 crews were on the scene when the sparks flew. This video was taken on Richmond Road. Thousands are without power in the ArkLaTex right now. In fact, here's a look at your SWEPCO outages. We'll go ahead and kind of refresh things, zoom things back out for you here real quick. Again, in the Shreveport-Bossier Metro, we've got a couple power outages, over 1,000 here on the southeast side of Shreveport, 4,000 to be exact. Then just to the west, we've got another 915 outages, 318 still without power as you look out toward Blanchard. Those outages looking a little bit better toward Logansport, still about 1,100 without power there, near 150 without power in Stonewall. And then as we get closer to kind of the Coshada Edgefield area, we've got about 500 without power. All right, meteorologist CJ Cartledge joins us live outside right now with a look at our conditions. CJ, how's it looking out there right now?
Well, Jade, we are dealing with light freezing rain as of right now, but just as you mentioned and as Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones mentioned, we are not expecting this light freezing rain to last long here. And as you can see, looking at this puddle down here, you can clearly see that freezing rain is ongoing right now, along with the slushiness that is here in the parking lot here at KSLA News 12. As you can see, I'm just kicking it a little bit. It's just slushy conditions out here in this part of the parking lot. But as you can see, looking at the sidewalks here, is more of the smaller ice pellets, which denote this sleet, which was ongoing earlier today, where temperatures was just a little bit cooler as compared to right now here. We are expecting to see a little bit of a lull period where not much is expected to go on through the rest of this afternoon, but by the late afternoon hours and into the evening, and definitely through the overnight hours, we should start to see that freezing rain and sleet to pick up here around the entire ArkLaTex, and then it should finally move out of the region by the time we hit the mid to late part of the morning hours for Sunday. Make sure to be careful out there on those roadways if you have to travel, but if you don't, I advise you to please please stay home. The road conditions are not safe to drive as of right now, and they won't be safe to drive for at least the next couple of days, actually. So if you have to be on the roadways, once again, please take your time out there. I know there's a lot of slower traffic out there right now. They should stay that way through the duration of this storm here. I'm meteorologist CJ Cartledge reporting in the parking lot of KSLA News 12.
All right, working on clearing the roads, the Department of Transportation using a plow to shovel ice off of Interstate 220 in Bossier Parish. The roads are continuing to accumulate ice. Crews have been putting in overtime, working to remove the ice from the roadways. Happening right now, Caddo Parish Public Works, they are clearing the roadways and retreating the roads and bridges across Caddo Parish. A reminder, it is unlawful to remove or go around any barricades. Marshall Independent School District announces all campuses and offices will be closed on Monday, January 26th. The closure is due to the weather storm currently in the ArkLaTex. District officials say they are monitoring the situation. Further updates will be provided as decisions are made. You can also look at the bottom of our screen as more closures are announced. KSLA has live team coverage throughout the ArkLaTex, from crews surveying the roads and businesses right here in the Shreveport area all the way to Texarkana, where support crews are working overtime to make sure that everyone is as comfortable as possible. Gonna send things over to KSLA's Kim Nagomo right now, who is riding around surveying the city. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Hi, Dominique. So I'm standing in between I-49 and I-20, and right now the air is pretty still. I am getting a little bit of a light freezing rain right now, but as you know, today it was just sleeting so bad today, and so this is the result of what we have now. Take a look at the weather outside, and as you can see, take a look at, there's a closed road section over here. This is just one of the few sections closed on I-49. Most sections are closed on I-49. I-20 is still open for the most part, but as you can see, people are not taking their chances when being on the road. And I-49 will open back up when the storm clears up in a few days. And like I said, the morning started off with a light rain today, but it gradually got worse. It was windy, the rain was harder, and it just caused the sleet that you see out here today. And I also want to take a look right here. So far, like I said, the sleet is over, but right now you're getting this frozen layer worth of ice right now, and this is just the beginning. And we want to remind you again to stay off the roads unless you completely have to. And if you are being on the roads, please make sure to drive with caution, especially when you are on those slopes. The slipperiness of these roads and the slopes are a dangerous combination, so please stay off the roads unless you have to. Reporting live in Shreveport, I'm Kim Nagomo, KSLA News 12.
All right, thank you. We've got live team coverage from across the ArkLaTex. Let's toss things over to Chris Immersion. Good afternoon. I've been working all morning long, so pardon me.
Hey, Dominique, morning or night, it is a storm, of course, is dangerous. Of course, everybody's, of course, be cautious as well of what's happening. But we got enough of the ground level shots of what's happening on the ground. Let's take you above ground right here, 12 stories in the sky. I'm going to try to see if we can work this correctly right here. This is the view from up top in Shreveport right here. Let's take a look at all these houses in the background over here. You can see the ice is accumulated well on many of the rooftop buildings over here in Shreveport. This is kind of pointing towards southeast Shreveport. If you know where Willis Knight and Piermont is, that's headed that way over here. You see a bit of I-49 north and south over here. But this is a shot of I-20, or this is a shot of above ground in Shreveport, 12 stories in the sky right here, as this storm is taking over the ArkLaTex here in 2026. Of course, people remember the 2021 storms, what that did to our area over here, but this is 5 years later doing similar things right here in the ArkLaTex. Again, that's 12 stories up in the sky right here. Again, quite a view right here if you're kind of looking up above, but again, all the rooftop buildings over here have definitely been iced so far today as we're experiencing winter weather here in the ArkLaTex. This is a view from 12 stories up in the sky, and of course a lot of ground level view as well. But right now, 12 stories up in the sky here in Shreveport at the View Tower. Chris Immersion, KSLA News 12.
All right, Chris, thank you. And KSLA's Marvin Andrade is in Texarkana right now as crews continue to work on keeping people's power on. Marvin, how are crews managing things down there right now? We did see that our bureau chief in Texarkana, Fred Gamble, was able to get some video, exclusive video of one of the power lines kind of exploding in that area.
Good evening, Dom. Yeah, Fred Gamble was over there, and he said he was just recording a regular power line when he saw the explosion that happened. It happened earlier today, and it's kind of a situation that we've been seeing around this area where we're actually at. I went to a gas station earlier as well, trying to put gas, and as I was doing that, the power went out there as well, and the street lights were off. So there's over 1,000 customers here in Texarkana region that are without power. But the main issue that SWEPCO wants people to know is that in order for them to be able to help customers restore power, they need to be able to get on those roads safely. That's why they say if you don't have any business being outside, they recommend just staying inside.
Including our line crews so they can get to those areas quickly and safely.
And that's the issue. And that's the issue, that they just want to be able to get to those areas safely, want no issues, and for that to be done, you have to stay at home. So if they need to get to a place right away, they are able to get there. Reporting live at Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
All right, Marvin, thank you. Over in Minden, police are working around the clock to keep people safe and get them off of the roadways. Joining us right now is Minden Police Chief Jarrett McIver. Thank you so much, Chief McIver, for joining me. And thank you for your crews and all that they're doing to keep everybody safe in the area. Let's talk about efforts and how everything's going right now over there in Minden.
We're staying busy. We've got all hands on deck for this weekend and this weather event. Today we've had, a few minor accidents, a few vehicles sliding off the road, but so far we're in decent shape, just getting ready for the next 48 hours.
All right, and how can you prepare in the next 48 hours? Are you guys putting salt down like the city over there? Not sure if you have any of the equipment like the snow plows or things like that.
Yes, we've been meeting with the mayor's office and other entities this entire week, planning, working around scenarios, different things. Crews have been out salting, sanding, getting ready, going back over roads and bridges, checking for areas that may be trying to re-ice. So we've got a plan in place, and if we follow our plan, I believe we're going to be okay.
All right. Are there any warming centers available in the area over in Minden?
We do. We do have one warming center that is coming online at 3 p.m. today.
All right, and is there anything open that you're aware of, like grocery stores or any stores that people may need to get some last minute things?
Right now, there are still a few stores that are open, not many. Most folks are going ahead and getting ready to go home to prepare for tonight. But yeah, I would say, hoping most everyone is already prepared prior to this so they don't have to get back out on the roads today.
All right. Any road closures in your area that people need to, if they have to get out, they need to avoid?
Not right now so much, but we already know from prior past storms, roads that are going to become a problem later on tonight. So we are prepared, ready to start blocking those roads off once they become treacherous to travel.
All right, Chief McIver, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon, and we'll keep in touch.
Thank you.
All right, and we've got much more storm coverage coming up, but we want to remind everyone once again to stay off of the roadways. We encourage you to send us any photos and videos, but do so responsibly. We don't want you getting hurt. You can do that by going to KSLA.com. However, we strongly advise against putting yourself in danger, as I just said. Now, if you want to upload any video from your computer, simply click the burger icon on the top left. That's the three little lines up there. And then click on KSLA News 12. And then you'll click submit photos and videos, and you can upload your videos to that album that says January 2026 Winter Storm. If you're uploading using your phone, you're going to press that burger icon, and you're going to swipe up on the pop-up menu and then press submit photos and videos. Again, we encourage you to send that viewer video, but we prioritize your safety first. And we want to thank you that you have joined us and you are depending on on KSLA News 12, our weather team, and getting the latest coverage to you. But again, stay off of the roadways, and we encourage you to send those videos in.
We've already seen some pretty cool cool.
Yeah.
You know, we don't want to drive in it.
Right.
But it makes for some pretty scenes. I was looking at some of the pictures from Texarkana, and we got a lot of ice. Guess what mic was on?
Yeah.
If that was on. Hey, we've been awake for a long time.
I know, yes.
No, we've been looking at photos from Texarkana. A lot of ice building up on those tree branches.
Wow.
We've had a lot of reports of trees, limbs coming down in that area. Also, DeSoto Parish, we're getting some reports down there of quite a bit of tree damage down there, and some big power outages. So it's just kind of sporadic around the area, but I think it's going to get worse tonight.
Yeah, a lot of closings are coming in. The city of Shreveport has sent information about closing on Monday, as well as Bossier City, and I don't think that surprises you because of the freezing temperatures that are likely to stay until
Right,
Monday.
and this is going to come to an end probably about 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, 8 or 9, it should come to an end. But as you mentioned, the temperatures stay below freezing, so whatever's on the roads, it's going to stay there through Monday, and that's kind of why Monday, I think a lot of places are starting to cancel.
All right.
So, yeah.
And during this weekend, icy impact, KSLA News 12 will keep you first alert. You can download our KSLA News 12 app right now on your mobile devices and on your smart TVs. We will stream your forecast, the newscast, and weather updates to keep you first alert throughout the storm. And we're taking a look at downtown Shreveport, and you can see some of the freezing rain coming down. Temperatures are dropping. It's expected to drop even more as the winter storm moves across the ArkLaTex. This is a look, a bird's eye view to see all of that freezing rain, the sleet that's landed on the roadways. This is why emergency officials want you to stay home.
I have an update also that City Hall is closed.
Right.
So
on Monday?
Monday and Tuesday.
Monday and Tuesday. City Hall, that's where everybody would go to do like
yeah, we're for non-essential workers.
Okay.
They will not report. So, you know, you go pay taxes, pay your water bill, things like that.
Okay,
But
gotcha.
City Hall and city employees are informed that it will be closed.
Okay, close Monday.
Our utilities reported everything is holding steady. We have no problems, problems with power. Police department have reported no weather-related incidents, and the fire department has reported a couple of slip and falls, but other than that, we're doing very
good. Okay, got it. I got those questions in.
Special report. First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
And welcome back. Here's a live look from our Mattress Plus Skycam looking out over downtown Shreveport. That heavy sleet that we had earlier today, that has moved out, and you're not seeing a lot showing up on the radar picture. But we are still seeing some of that. And so even though it's pretty light stuff, it is still going to cling to the tree branches. It's still going to be on the roadways. And so those roads are going to continue to get even worse, even though you don't see a lot showing up on the radar. And look at that. Pretty remarkable. We have really quieted down. There's hardly anything left on the radar. Our forecast models did a really good job showing this. They've all been insistent on bringing this little bit of a break in the winter storm, and that's what's happening right now. So I think basically from now through maybe 7, 8 o'clock this evening, maybe even as late as 9, we're not going to see very much. So we're going to get a nice little gap here, and then things are really going to ramp up later on tonight. Things really get going once again. So here's the latest timeline for you. So for tonight, that heavy mixed precip arrives. There could even be some rumbles of thunder out there tonight with that. Very dangerous travel conditions for tonight. For Sunday, that mixed precip should end by about 9 o'clock, but those roads are going to stay pretty treacherous throughout the afternoon. And then into Monday morning, the roads are going to remain very icy, and really you don't want to travel. And those wind chills Monday morning could be as low as maybe 10 below up in the far northern portions of the ArkLaTex. All right, here's the latest version of FutureTrack. This brand new model run just came out a few minutes ago, actually, and it's doing a good job. You see that big gap in the precip all the way through 5 p.m. And then we get deeper into the evening, that kind of starts to fill in once again. So we'll start to see a little bit more of this by about 9 o'clock. Probably still not super heavy, though, by that time. And then we take you deeper into the evening hours here by midnight tonight, and we start to see more of that coming in. And then the really heavy stuff comes in from Texas late tonight into tomorrow morning. I'm thinking between about midnight tonight and about 7 a.m. tomorrow. That's going to be the very, very worst of this entire winter storm. And when you join us for our special coverage tomorrow morning, it's going to be pretty bad out there. It's going to be even worse than it was this morning. And that's 7 a.m. and we're still dealing with that across the ArkLaTex. And then on the very back side of this, notice that we might actually see a little change over to snow. Again, we've been forecasting this all along, that we're going to see a little burst of snow on the very tail end of this system. And then this is finally going to move out of here entirely by tomorrow afternoon. And then that cold air moves in. So here's the snow and ice totals. I really haven't changed much here. I'm still thinking 1/2 inch to 1 inch of ice total as we head through midday on Sunday. And on top of that, could see an inch or two of snow and sleet. We've already seen some of that snow and sleet across the area. Here's those lows for tonight in the teens to low 20s, and then for tomorrow night, low temperatures in the single digits and low teens all across the board. It's going to be a very cold night, and I want to show you that wind chill forecast going forward. So here's where we are right now. We'll take you through the overnight hours into tomorrow morning. Look at these wind chills tomorrow morning in the low to mid teens and even some single digits off to the north and west. As we take you through tomorrow afternoon, all day long on Sunday, those wind chills will remain in the mid teens all across the area. And then we get into Monday morning here, those wind chills in the single digits, but a few spots could even have a wind chill below 0. Quick check of that 7-day forecast. First alert weather days continue through tomorrow. And then I made some adjustments to that 7-day forecast, which might make you kind of happy. I think we're going to warm up as we head into the next 7 days, back up to 50 by Thursday. And it looks like it's not going to be quite as cold as we first thought. So good news there heading through Friday and Saturday.
Yes, great news. The warmer the better, in my opinion. But I do want to walk through your traffic with you real quick. Of course, we've got several closures to let you know about, and thankfully, those accidents we had out there on the map just a little while ago no longer showing up. Let's start with some of the big closures across the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. We'll start with one of the bigger ones in Bossier Parish. This one here. Benton Road is closed both directions, basically from US 79 down to Old Minden Road. So if you have to get on the road, if you're an essential worker or it's an emergency and you would take this route, you need to find an alternate route, as again, that part both ways, both lanes are closed. Then as we go out toward I-220, you will notice here a couple of closures there as well. I-220, both the on-ramps for I-49 are closed as well. That's what this shows right here. Traffic very, very slow in this same general area. So if you have to be out there on the roads, keep in mind traffic will be significantly slower compared to usual. We'll go out. Another big closure, of course, is I-49. Interstate 49 here is closed all the way from I-20 down to 3132. So again, both lanes of travel completely closed. I-49, again, that's I-20 down to 3132. Last but not least, we'll go over to a closure here in southern Bossier Parish. This one here is kind of near the Lake Bistineau area. This closure starts around Bistineau Lake Road and it goes all the way out to Lakeview Circle. Again, both lanes of travel, both directions of travel are closed. That's Louisiana Highway 154, a common route used to get kind of from Bistineau to Ringgold or the other way back to US 71. So again, want to give you the first alert to that. We'll take a quick check of your radar here, which again shows most of that mixed precipitation starting to move out of the ArkLaTex, but wave 2 does arrive a little bit later on this evening. So of course I'll have a lot more for you whenever it comes to that. But here in just a moment, we'll take a look at radar first and then get a look at your power outages here in just a moment. And starting to see some of those outages popping up across northern parts of the ArkLaTex. So interested to see how that map has changed over the last couple of minutes. So yes, as I was mentioning before, of course, we have those outages across the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. We'll start kind of out toward the Edgefield area right now, kind of near Coshada. Got a combined total of about 500-600 outages out that way. East of Mansfield, SWEPCO's reporting 345 outages, and they expect power to be back within the next 30 minutes. Then out toward the community of Holly, also expecting a restoration time around 3 p.m. this afternoon. Nearly 1,000 are without power right now. 2 areas near Ringgold without power, 165 without power just to the southeast of Ringgold. No estimated time for restoration there. Another spot northeast of Ringgold, kind of out near the Lake Bistineau area, 253 without power there. And again, no estimated time for restoration. Another 495 out without power near the Sligo community. Out in Shreveport-Bossier, we have roughly 80, it looks like, without power across the metro area with no estimated time of restoration just yet. Blanchard with about 300 without power. As you head closer to the south side of Shreveport, we have around 900 outages closer to Keithville and Stonewall. That's where those outages really start to pick up. About 1,500 right now without power across the ArkLaTex. Another 700 or so without power in Atlanta and 1,000 without power in Mount Pleasant. We're going to go ahead and send things back out to meteorologist CJ Cartledge, who's outside of our KSLA studios. CJ, what are you seeing out there?
Well, Jake, we are seeing the freezing rain start to die down a little bit. We're seeing a little bit of some, flakes out here, but we're not seeing much precipitation as of right now. Right on schedule, what we had said earlier in this show at around 2 o'clock that the freezing rain would start to die down. We'll get a little bit of a low period. But here in my hand is pretty much a bowl of ice pellets here. We did see sleet fall for most of the ArkLaTex throughout this morning, and as you can see, it makes a pretty good snowball kind of here. It kind of crushed in my hand, as you can see there. But before you guys get any funny ideas, make sure to be safe out there if you're trying to throw snowballs at your friends, your siblings, or anybody who you may be throwing it to. But we're still seeing some pretty hard and compact sidewalks here with the sleet out here, as you can see there, and not so much here on the roadways, but it's still pretty bad to drive out there on the roadways right now. So make sure to be safe if you have to travel, but if you don't, make sure to stay home as well. Stay warm, and I'll have another update for you coming up in just a few minutes.
Yes, it keeps piling up, and we're keeping you first alert as the winter storm moves into the ArkLaTex throughout this evening. Again, this morning, we were keeping in contact with city leaders. For the newest updates, we're going to check in with Louis Johnson with the Bossier City Mayor's office once again this afternoon. He joins me right now with what's happening right now in the city of Bossier. First of all, we want to get out that City Hall is going to be closed on Monday and Tuesday.
That is correct. For non-essential workers, they are not to report to work on Monday and Tuesday. The mayor announced that this morning, and of course he did so because of the impact of Winter Storm Fern and safety for the employees.
All right, so the power grid is holding steady.
Yes, I've contacted our utilities, and we're looking very good right now as it relates to power, as it relates to water. We've had no reports, and they're very pleased that right now things are going well in Bossier City.
What about any incidents or accidents on the roadways? What is the police department reporting?
Public safety. The police department has not reported any weather-related incidents or accidents, and the fire department has only reported a couple of slip and falls that are associated with the weather.
All right, we know that several roadways are blocked in the area as more of the freezing rain and sleet comes down tonight and overnight. Do you expect any other roadways to be closed in Bossier Parish?
I think we're going to play that by ear, but the good news is that we have our public works department. They are out. They're still monitoring on the roads, and if it becomes unsafe, I'm sure that they will close them at that time. But right now, we have Walter Bigby, we have the Benton overpass, and those are the only ones that are closed right now. And we're going to play by ear to make sure that everything is safe for the citizens of Bossier.
All right, thank you so much, Louis Johnson with the Bossier City Mayor's office. Thank you for getting this information out. We're back in a moment.
Thank you very much.
Do we have the mayor or Leanne?
Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
First alert weather day and the icy impact. Welcome back. We are taking a live look outside right now. This is thanks to our downtown sky cam. And as you can see, the camera has a little bit of precipitation on it as the freezing sleet and freezing rain continues to come down in spurts out there. But just take a look, a bird's eye view at the roadways covered in that ice. So it's good, as the city leaders have said and as our meteorologists have said, to please stay inside. Don't go anywhere unless you have to. We're going to send things over to Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones for an update on today's conditions so far. Good afternoon.
That kind of tells the story right behind me, Dominique. You can see all that ice buildup. This is on our camera from our Window World Sky Cam. This is up in Bowie County. Now remember, of course, the camera is up high at an elevated surface, and so it's accumulating a little bit more ice than other areas. But really, look at all that thick ice that has formed here on our tower, and that's pretty interesting there up in Bowie County. Now we'll take you again to this vantage point of Shreveport, and you can see actually things have improved since earlier. We're getting quite a lull in the precip right now, and the temperatures have actually warmed up a couple of degrees, and I can actually see a little bit more in the way of pavement there, asphalt there on the roadway. So maybe at least the major roadways, I-20 looking slightly better actually than it was earlier, but those side roads are still quite dangerous right now. That's a look at Benton Road. This is our John Harvey Toyota camera. You can see still that ice build up there in the parking lot. But again, as we're starting to see that precip coming to an end and the temperatures have warmed a couple of degrees, I think we're starting to see at least some improvement on some roadways, but you still don't want to get out there. It's still quite dangerous. Here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar, and there's not a lot going on, and we were kind of expecting this all along. We were expecting this break to happen in the afternoon, and that's exactly what is happening now. And again, this winter storm is kind of coming through in waves and spurts, so we'll get this kind of, diminishing for a while, but then I think it's going to pick back up quite a bit as we head through tonight. There's a live look around Shreveport, getting closer in, and again, some of that drizzle that we have in the area not really picking up so much on the radar. You see most of that freezing rain and sleet has now moved east of our viewing area. Temperature is still pretty cold, 30 right now in Shreveport, 29 Marshall, 24 in DeQueen, and 19 currently in Magnolia, but those wind chills are brutal. It's nasty out there. Feels like 20 in Shreveport. Look at those wind chills up in Arkansas, 9. That is your current feels like temperature there up in Magnolia. Still got that ice storm warning, and that goes through 6 p.m. on your Sunday for all the counties and parishes in that purple color. And then we take you up to the north here. You can see along I-30. That is your winter storm warning. That goes through 6 p.m. on Sunday. So again, both the warning and the ice storm warning, the winter storm warning and the ice storm warning continuing through the day tomorrow. Here's a look at the next 5 hours or so, and you can see those temperatures here will stay pretty chilly, only looking at those readings in the 20s, actually right around 30 right now. And look at the break we're going to get in this precip. In fact, this lull that we're getting might actually last through about 7 or 8 p.m., which is good. Maybe that'll allow, some crews to keep ahead of some things, or at least will maybe temper down our ice totals somewhat. But again, I think this is all going to ramp up again later on tonight. Here's a look at those overnight lows tonight, ranging from the teens up north to the low 20s elsewhere. So even if we get a little tiny bit of melting in some spots, that is definitely going to be refreezing. And we do have an extreme cold warning that will go into effect 6 p.m. Sunday through noon on Tuesday. I'll have another check of that weather coming up. Jake, let's check out what's going on over there.
We're going to take a quick look at your traffic here because there's a lot to dive into whenever it comes to traffic here in the ArkLaTex. Lots of closures now in the Shreveport-Bossier Metro as well. So bear with me for just a second. We'll take a look again at all the major road closures going on right now. No accidents in the Shreveport-Bossier area, no accidents right now in the Shreveport-Bossier Metro. You will notice, though, your on-ramps for I-49 from I-220 are completely closed at this time. We'll go down a little further to the south and east there into Bossier Parish, where a stretch of Benton Road from US 79 running right here all the way down to Old Minden Road, both directions, those lanes of travel are closed. So if you usually take that stretch, again, it is impassable right now. Another big closure for us is I-49 in Shreveport. It is closed all the way from I-20 down to 3132. So you cannot travel on that section of I-49. Otherwise, we've got another closure out in extreme southern Bossier Parish. This is out kind of near Ringgold and Lake Bistineau. So if you're traveling from Ringgold out toward Bistineau to get onto US 71, that road, again, this highway, State Highway 154 is closed in both directions from Bistineau Lake Road down to Lakeview Circle until further notice. Let's go ahead and zoom back out and check, see if there are any other closures or traffic incidents across the ArkLaTex. And right now, not seeing any major closures popping up on the map or accidents, fortunately, right now across the ArkLaTex. We'll go ahead and get another check here of your first alert radar. Once that loads in there for just a second, you'll notice a little bit of that wintry precipitation still across our extreme eastern areas, but it won't be long before we get a break until that overnight round starts to arrive in the ArkLaTex. Speaking of, we've got to talk about power outages. We've already seen several so far today, thousands without power as a result of the ice. We'll start off near Texarkana. You'll notice about, let's see if I can get that to pop back up again. In the Texarkana area, looks like it might not work with me, but out toward New Boston, we've got 239 without power. The outages have gradually decreased in Atlanta, Texas today on Cass County. It's gone from near 1,000 to about 600 now. Jefferson has roughly 980 without power. As you head out toward Mount Pleasant, out toward Pittsburgh, there's still 1,000 without power there. Try to zoom that in a little bit more. Still over 1,000 without power in Henderson. See if I can get some specifics. 1,300 without power in Henderson. 1,400 without power in Tenaha. As you head out towards Center, roughly 1,300 without power. And then closer to the Mansfield area, we're looking at 2,600 outages. Last but not least, we'll try to get a number for Shreveport in there, over 1,000. Of course, without power, 1,200 so far. We'll continue to have updates on your power outages and your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
All right, thank you. We've got live team coverage from across the ArkLaTex right now. We're going to send things over to Chris Demersion.
Dominique, as just mentioned, the ice is still here in the ArkLaTex. Let's step out of the shot for a second. This is from the 12th floor of the View Tower next door to our KSLA News 12 studios here in Shreveport. Let's step out of the shot for a second as we take a look at some of the buildings over here. I haven't spotted too many cars on the road. I did spot maybe a couple, but not too many cars on the road. I'm going to zoom in here pretty good. This is going towards East Kings Highway right here. This is I-49 right here. As you can see, I-49 is pretty iced up good right here. No one on Interstate 49 north or south. Is kind of pan around over here pretty slowly. If you can see in the distance right here, that is the LSU Health Building straight ahead over here. Not too much ice is accumulated on top of the LSU Health Building, but the pan a little bit more right. Again, this is going towards East Kings or Kings Highway here in Shreveport. I'm going to take you over to the Independent Stadium at Hirsch Coliseum. I'm going to zoom in pretty slowly over there. Look at top. That is Hirsch Coliseum right there. You see the snow has accumulated pretty good on top of Hirsch Coliseum, and there you see Independent Stadium in the background. So again, the ArkLaTex was iced up pretty good right here on the first day of our live team coverage right here on KSLA News 12. And of course, again, haven't spotted too many cars on the road. And really, if you don't need to be on the road, as we mentioned all morning and afternoon long, if you don't have to be on the road, just stay off the roads. And of course, we'll bring you more up top visuals later this hour, later all day long right here on KSLA News 12. But in Shreveport, Chris Demersion, KSLA News 12.
KSLA's Marvin Andrade is in Texarkana right now as crews continue to work on keeping the power on there. Marvin?
Dom, here has been a pretty chaotic morning as ice keeps on falling. There's been power outage, more than 1,000 power outages. I just checked on the SWEPCO outage map here in Texarkana region, and most of that is because of the ice. I want to show you a visual representation of how that ice looks like. Right here, if you see below me, you would normally be able to see the line, the divider where people are supposed to park, but you can barely see that right now. And that is also something that affects those power lines, because the weight of those power lines adds the weight of a grizzly bear on those power lines, which is why there's many people here suffering without power. But also the roads authorities have wanted us to tell people to just stay home if you guys can. Right here next to me, for those who did have to work, this restaurant next to me said that they stayed open in the morning to be able to help those workers who are working in tree lines and power lines and those emergency workers.
Where they can go to get something hot and go in out of the cold.
Like he said, they can get something hot, get out of the cold really quick. But that's the case here in Texarkana. It's been really cold a whole morning, and right now we're no rain, gladly, no freezing rain or no sleet falling, but it's still the cold air and the ice that is on the roads that makes it dangerous to be on those roads. Reporting live in Texarkana, Marvin Andrade, KSLA News 12.
So fun fact is Marvin is from Los Angeles, right?
He's
so
not used to this.
No, this is his first winter weather event that I think he's
wow.
experienced. So he's probably liking it, but he also looks really cold.
Yes,
he's
he
nice
does.
And bundled up. Yeah, for sure.
He talked about that earlier this morning.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much for joining us for this storm coverage. We have much more coming up, and we want to remind everyone once again to stay off the roadways, and we encourage you to send us any photos and videos to KSLA.com. However, we strongly advise against putting yourself in danger. Right now, let's take a look at downtown Shreveport again. You can see some of that freezing rain still coming down. Temperatures are dropping. It's expected to drop even more as the winter storm moves across the area. What are we seeing here, Matt?
Yeah, so that's kind of some freezing drizzle. Still seeing a little bit of that, although it has kind of tapered off, Dom. It's not nearly as heavy as it was during our newscast this morning. So we're going to get a bit of a break, and this break we're getting might last through about 7 or 8 p.m.
Okay.
So it's going to, I think things might improve a little bit, but then it's going to get much worse tonight. So the storm's not over. I'd say we're about halfway done, but we still could see another quarter to another half an inch of ice on top of this. So I think we're going to see more power outages and more issues tonight.
Yeah.
Working super hard. Just want to give a shout out to every single person
yeah.
because people have been working around the clock. We have people spending the night at the news station. We have some of us staying at a little bed and breakfast right next door. And then, so everyone's here and we're keeping everybody safe.
I'll be here. And during this weekend, icy impact, KSLA News 12 will keep you first alert. Download our KSLA News 12 app right now on your mobile devices and on your smart TVs. We will live stream forecasts, newscasts, and weather updates to keep you first alert throughout the storm. Back in a moment. Gummo is along the interstate right now. And Kim, how are the roadways looking?
Hi, Dom. So instead of the interstate, I actually wanted to focus on some of these city roads right here locally. We have a big road closed sign right here. This is on Kings Highway and Line Avenue. And when we take a look at this road and really kind of look at what has happened, it looks like this road has previously been driven on. They tried throwing sand on it to help with the traction, to help cars get through this road. But at the end of the day, the best decision was to ultimately close this road down. Look at that long slope. We've been talking about it today. Slopes and mixed with this slippery road is just a recipe for disaster. So there are multiple roads within the city and on the interstates that are closed due to just that steep slopeness along with these slippery roads. And so, as I said before, we've been here all day, and throughout this morning we've been getting, it started off with light rain, and that rain got heavier mixed with wind, and then of course these freezing temperatures, and that's how you ended up getting sleet. And now what we have so far is, let's just take a look at the ground. It's very mushy, but it is still very slippery, and it might not look as bad as it thinks, but trust me, once you get down to those freezing temperatures tonight, it's just going to freeze over and it's going to be a mess. So this is all just a precautionary measure. Please, guys, be careful when you're driving on these roads, especially the slopes. Drive with caution, drive slowly, and what we are stressing most importantly is, if you do not have to be on the road, do not be on the road. But of course, that is not the case all the time. We will have more coverage for you in our upcoming shows. Reporting live here in Shreveport, I'm Kim Nagomo, KSLA News 12.
And here's a live look outside from our Mattress Plus Skycam, and things have definitely improved a little bit. As expected, we're kind of seeing a little bit of a break in the winter storm right now. It's going to last for several hours. And interesting to note that the National Weather Service also noted this as well, that our temperatures, because of this break, have actually warmed up a couple of degrees. Now, I don't think that's going to make a huge difference in our overall winter storm in general, and I still think we're looking at some pretty significant ice and sleet totals, because later on tonight, it's going to get pretty bad once again. In fact, I think the worst of this winter storm is still yet to come, and that's going to happen late tonight into tomorrow morning. But here's a look at First Alert Doppler radar. I'm telling you, we're getting a pretty good gap in all this. I was expecting a lull, but I wasn't necessarily expecting it to get this quiet. We hardly have anything showing up on the radar at this time. So enjoy this break while we have it, because it's not going to last all that long. Looking ahead to tonight, that heavy mixed precip arrives. Very dangerous travel out there for tonight. Sunday, I think that mixed precip should come to an end around 9 o'clock or so, but those very icy and dangerous roads will remain, and those roads are going to stay treacherous into Monday morning, and those wind chills Monday morning could certainly drop below zero, especially in the northern half of the ArkLaTex. So it's going to be really, really cold as we start off early next week. Here's that forecast for the next 12 hours or so. You can see that gap. We're getting just a little bit of that freezing drizzle right now, but between now and I'd say about 8 or 9 p.m., not a whole lot goes on across the area. Once we get past 9 o'clock, though, things will start to ramp up again, but I think it's really after midnight that things start to go downhill in a hurry, and those temperatures dropping, and along with the dropping temperatures and the increasing precip moving into the area, those roads, even if things start to improve ever so slightly, it's going to get even worse out there tonight. So look at the overnight lows for tonight. Low 20s for most of us, and some teens up in Arkansas, back into Oklahoma. 16 tonight, Idabel, 17 out there in Hope, Arkansas. Let's shift gears and show you what's going on with our traffic. A little bit messy out there. Luckily, there's not a lot of folks on the roads, but you can see all of the slowness out there. All the yellow and the orange on your map just showing slower than average speeds on our area roadways. And we do have a closure to tell you about here. This is I-49 southbound. That's the entry ramp from Louisiana 3132. The westbound is blocked, and also I-49, the road blocked between exit 206, I-20, and exit 17B. So basically from I-20 all the way down to the Interloop Expressway, northbound and southbound I-49 is closed. We also have another closure, I-220 eastbound. That entry ramp from I-49 southbound is blocked, and also the entry ramp northbound is blocked as well. And again, that's I-49 and I-220 there. Those both northbound and southbound entry ramps are blocked there. And then you can see still a lot of slow travel here on I-220 going east past Airline Drive. So take it easy there if you have to travel. And again, if you don't need to be on the roads, don't do it, because even though maybe some of the major interstates are are passable. Those side roads are going to be pretty dangerous. Here's a look at I-20, and actually that is starting to improve a little bit, but you can see all of the side roads there in downtown Shreveport, and Clyde Fant there running pretty slow as well. Arthur Ray Teague is running slow, and then we go south here. And you can see the Jimmy Davis Bridge is pretty slow going both directions. Of course, those bridges are going to be even worse because typically bridges and overpasses are worse than other roadways. And then we'll take you north to Texarkana. We're here too, even though we haven't seen anything heavy for the last several hours as far as the wintry weather. The roads are still kind of a mess and things are moving slow.
All right, you're taking a look around the Champion Lake area where a group of ducks have decided it's a great day for a dip, worrying nothing about the weather. They're just diving feet first and they're loving it. And now to the backyard of one of the KSLA viewers in South Shreveport. Ice and a little snow covering their deck, pool, and backyard. Don't forget, anyone can send us pictures, and we might even feature it right here on air and on our KSLA News 12 app and KSLA.com. Last but not least, a few kids decided today would be the perfect day for sledding down the street. During this weekend winter storm, KSLA News 12 will keep you first alert. You can download our KSLA News 12 app right now on your mobile devices and on your smart TVs. We will have live stream forecasts, newscasts, and weather updates to keep you alert throughout the storm. Don't forget, you can send us your photos and videos using the app or the website, but focus on your safety first. Well, thank you so much. We've got much more storm coverage coming up, but we want to remind everyone that once again to stay off of the roadways, and we do encourage you to send us any photos, videos to KSLA.com. However, we strongly advise against putting yourself in danger.
Right, and we do have another special newscast coming up at 6 p.m. tonight. I believe that's going to be an hour long as well. And by the time we join you at 6, I don't think there's going to be a lot going on the current radar, but we're going to kind of look ahead to what's going to happen overnight tonight because, again, I think this winter storm is only about half over. We still got half of it left to go.
All right, we're taking a look at downtown Shreveport. You can see some of that freezing rain that is coming down. The temperature is dropping and is expected to drop more as the winter storm moves across the area. And
then just a quick reminder as well, Dom, that don't forget to, we're going to be live streaming throughout this entire event. Even when we're not on your television, we're live streaming on the app, on Facebook as well. Any streaming device that you have, we will be live streaming and continuous weather updates there.
All right, and as always, stay first alert to any breaking or developing news in the ArkLaTex by downloading our KSLA News 12 app. We're going to leave you with this look at I-20 at the 220 hub.
Stay first aware on the latest news and weather from KSLA News 12 for free on Roku, Amazon Fire, and Apple TV apps. You can watch our newscast live or catch up on the news on your time. This is a KSLA News 12 special report.
Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
This is a KSLA News 12 special report. First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
And good morning, everyone. I'm First Alert Meteorologist CJ Cartledge here on a live update here due to this winter storm moving through the ArkLaTex. As you can see, we've been dealing with a bit of a lull here in the winter storm that we have been dealing with throughout the daytime hours for today and throughout last night as well. We're not dealing with much winter precipitation, maybe a little bit along the I-20 corridor as of right now, but that's pretty much going to be it for at least the next couple of hours or so. Things may start to pick back up as the sun sets for tonight and temperatures start to drop here, but I'm going to try to move myself off of the screen here if I can do so. But we're going to be talking about the latest updates that we've been seeing here so far for this afternoon here. So let's dive into what temperatures are as of right now, where temperatures are at. We're currently sitting in the 20s across the region, around 28 for Shreveport, 33 by Bienville. Moving myself off of the screen here, around 34 by Natchitoches. We're seeing more above freezing temperatures as of right now and well below freezing temperatures in areas far north of the I-30 corridor. Around 23 by DeQueen, 25 for Idabel, same thing for Mount Pleasant, 30 for Longview, and we're sitting at around the freezing mark near Nacogdoches as of right now here around the region. But looking over in across the ArkLaTex in terms of feels like temperatures here, moving this a little bit over to the west here, just so you guys can see the full picture without it being blocked by my head. Around 17 degrees, what it feels like here outside in Shreveport, Bossier. It feels like 9 degrees near Magnolia, and we could see temperatures very close to these marks here, especially near that 9-degree mark as we move into early Monday morning. That's still a bit of some ways out here, but here are the current winter storm alerts right now. There's a winter storm warning in effect from now until 12 p.m. on our Sunday, and there's also an ice storm warning that is in effect from now until 6 p.m. on our Sunday as well. And here's a look at how temperatures will be behaving as we move through the next couple of days ahead of us here. Temperatures drop into the lower to mid 20s and some even the teens out there by early tomorrow morning. We should see a daytime high on Saturday, only around 28 degrees here before temperatures drop deep into the single digits and the teens out there. So we're going to be streaming live on our Facebook stream on KSLA News 12 as well as on the KSLA News 12 app. Make sure to join into that live stream where I'll be talking in more detail about what we can expect here through the rest of this weekend. And going back to what we were talking about before, temperatures are going to be diving deep in just well below that freezing mark here, just like where we are sitting for many around the ArkLaTex as of right now, especially feels like temperatures well below that freezing mark across the region. I'm gonna give you guys some live looks around the ArkLaTex as of right now, and we're gonna be diving into future track just soon after here. We're also gonna be listening to your questions and anything that you may need to ask here on this KSLA First Alert Weather Day. We'll also be dealing with the KSLA First Alert Weather Day for tomorrow as well as on our Monday here, even after the storm leaves the ArkLaTex, mainly due to temperatures dropping well below that freezing mark here around the region. So if you have any questions, make sure to leave them down in the Facebook comments. We're going to be live for just around 20 minutes or so to answer any questions or concerns that you may have here in terms of this winter storm. So here's a live look outside through our John Harvey Toyota Sky Camera. We're dealing with overcast skies, of course, and as you can see, the ice is still on the grounds here and on those windshields. Once one thing I did want to mention here before I get into the forecast is if you are outside, if you can get outside, make sure to pull those windshield wipers out of its normal setting here. Just make sure to pull them out just so that they're not frozen into the resting position as where they are usually here, which is right on the very edge of your cars here. Make sure they're pointed outwards away from your car so they're not frozen right on the car as you are driving the next time you're going to your cars there. So if you haven't done so already, make sure to do so pretty fast here, or with as soon as possible. Here's another live look outside through our KSLA tower camera sponsored by Mattress Plus. We're seeing some light freezing raindrops here, as you can see on our Mattress Plus camera. And light freezing raindrops across the Shreveport-Bossier area as of right now. There are some isolated to scattered freezing raindrops out there as of right now in terms of first alert Doppler radar, which we will show right about now here. Actually, I wanted to show our Texarkana camera, just a live look outside of Texarkana, just to show the ice that has built up on the cameras out there and the wintry scene that you can see right behind the ice that is blocking the camera, as you can see there. So it's a very cold scene up there by Texarkana. Their temperature sensor hasn't been responding very well through the past few hours or so, as what Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones has been talking about recently, or before I hopped on air here. But here's a look at first alert Doppler radar. We are looking at a pretty dry scene as compared to what we've been seeing throughout the most of the morning here, as you can see with a live look across the area here. Just looking over to the east, that's our batch of wintry precip that we saw early this morning, and we have more on the way for us as we move through the rest of this afternoon and into the evening here. So as you can see, there are a couple of snowflakes moving into portions of Red River County there that I'm seeing there, as you can see, looking at the far northern portions of the ArkLaTex there, moving into Red River County as well as McCurtain County in the far northern portions of the ArkLaTex, and mainly around the Shreveport-Bossier area. We're looking at mostly freezing raindrops here. We're going to zoom in a little bit, looking at the Shreveport-Bossier area here, just going a little bit down to the south and east here. As you can see, some freezing raindrops are ongoing right now near Shreveport-Bossier and along the I-20 corridor as well here, just to the east of Shreveport near Minden and Arcadia. And we're dealing with a bit of some raindrops here, more than likely seeing freezing rain or regular raindrops as temperatures are more than likely very, very close to that freezing mark, if not just a couple of degrees above it here. Here's a look at temperatures once again, around 28 degrees near Shreveport right now. Same thing for Marshall, around 31 for Carthage, 32 by Nacogdoches, 30 for Center, and 23 looking to be the coolest outside of Magnolia, sitting at 19 degrees right now. And we did see a feels like temperature of 9 degrees over by Magnolia not too long ago here. Taking a look at feels like temperatures, I believe they're still at 9 degrees in terms of feels like temperatures there. Just a couple of degrees higher than that freezing mark, what it feels like there by Bienville as well as Natchitoches. Around 21 is what it feels like near, that is Marshall and Center. 17 it feels like near Shreveport-Bossier. And as mentioned before, we're under a winter storm warning for the northern portions of the ArkLaTex until 12 p.m. on our Sunday. And we're also going to be under this ice storm warning for the southern portions of the ArkLaTex from now until 6 p.m. on our Sunday. So even after this system leaves the ArkLaTex, we have to deal with the dangerously cold temperatures, which is why we're also going to be under another warning heading into our Sunday night, into our Monday night, as well as into Tuesday night. This is an extreme cold warning. This means that temperatures are expected to reach very close to, if not get even below in maybe one or two areas, that 0 degree mark, 0 degrees Fahrenheit, that is. It's going to be dangerously cold as we move into our Sunday night into Monday, as well as Monday night into Tuesday. And just to give you a quick glimpse of what we're talking about here, this is the temperatures as we're waking up on our early Sunday morning. This is early tomorrow morning here, around 19 near Texarkana, 22 by Shreveport, and around 20 near Homer, 21 for Minden, 22 by Ruston, and around 22 degrees also for Nacogdoches, Center, and Mansfield here. Definitely very cold temperatures on the way, but we are dealing with even colder conditions as we move into early on Monday morning. This is going to be when the start of this this is for the reason why we're going to be under an extreme cold warning as temperatures drop deep below that freezing mark and maybe even get close to the 0-degree mark here. Maybe see some areas, believe it or not, get below the 0-degree mark. But it looks to be a bit of a long shot, but it is definitely possible here as we move through Sunday night into our Monday here. But here's a full look at your lows for tomorrow night, waking up on your Monday morning. 15 by Homer, as low as 5 degrees by DeQueen. More than likely seeing the single digits for areas in the far northern portions of the region north of I-30 there. Around 12 for Shreveport, 15 by Longview, and 16 by Nacogdoches over in East Texas there, as you can see there on the screen. I'm going to give you a look at future track just to show you guys what we can expect, or show you all what we can expect throughout the duration of this system rolling through the ArkLaTex. And as you can see, starting here at around Saturday at 4 p.m., which is where we currently are here around the region, dealing with a few instances of freezing raindrops as well as some sleet falling, more than likely in the northern portion of the region where it's a bit colder. But we should see more of that second batch of freezing raindrops and the winter precipitation as a whole move in from the south and west associated with this this track of this entire system here. We should see widespread winter precipitation heading into the early evening, especially by around 9 p.m., getting close to that 10 p.m. hour here. We will have another full hour-length show at 6 p.m. tonight as well as 10 p.m. tonight, by the way. Make sure to tune into those shows at KSLA News 12 on Channel 12, by the way, and all of your streaming platforms. We'll be streaming all on there as well. But here's a look at what we can expect through the overnight hours. Just after midnight, another batch of showers and freezing rain showers and potentially some snow flurries are expected heading into the early morning hours for our Sunday. And this should continue as we move into the daytime hours, a little bit of the daytime hours for our Sunday there. And as you can see, it should start to exit the ArkLaTex by the mid to late morning hours on our Sunday here. Maybe a few isolated showers or isolated snow flurries are possible heading into the middle of the daytime hours on Sunday, but not much is really expected. And a much colder air mass is expected to flow through the region as we move into the early morning hours for our Monday. That's what's going to cause temperatures to drop deep into the teens and into the single digits for many areas around the ArkLaTex. It's definitely going to be very cold out there, so you'll definitely want to protect the 4 Ps, pets, plants, pipes, and people. You'll definitely want to allow your pipes to drip through the overnight hours, even for tonight, as well as into tomorrow night as well, and into Monday night as well, as temperatures surge towards the 0-degree mark. But it looks to be a bit out of reach for some areas, but definitely possible here around the ArkLaTex. So I'm going to be looking at the chat to see if there's any questions here for any of the viewers out there that are watching. I don't see any new questions here. But yes, we're going to dive into a little bit of some pictures here that may have come in from for people who have sent in pictures here. So let's put that on the screen. Just showing you a picture from Amy Dandy, who is enjoying their time out in the snow. I believe it's her kids, Dawson and Melina, in Jefferson, Texas there. That's definitely a beautiful scene for them as they're getting a little bit of some sleet and snowfall a bit out there. Elm Grove, Louisiana. Lake Bistino on Parish Camp Road in Elm Grove. This is a nice little picture out there, enjoying the snow for sure. Even the dogs are enjoying it. The doggos, our dog Domino, enjoying ice balls out there. So that's definitely a cool picture for sure. Definitely having fun out there in the bits of snow that we are receiving here. Around 5 minutes ago, Natalie in Keithville, saying hi to the camera there, of course. Making snow angels out there. Jason Angel from Brittany Garner around 5 minutes ago. That's definitely a beautiful scene. I remember doing stuff like that in the last time we saw a ice storm like this, which was last year. It was actually a snowstorm, historic snowstorm that graced across the Gulf Coast states, the bottom portions of the Gulf Coast states there. I don't know if you guys remember that, but definitely made some snow angels when that storm occurred, and I'm glad people are out there having fun as well. We have a four-wheeler rolling around out there, as you can see. We're going to full screen that for you guys, just making a bit of some donuts out there, definitely having fun. Definitely good thing to see. eating ice out there. I would not recommend you to eat ice out there, but it's definitely have fun however you can. You might get a sore throat afterwards. Having fun from Stormy Andrews around 12 minutes ago. That's definitely a nice scene. Even playing bikes out in the snow. Playing with your bikes, definitely a fun time out there. Yeah, still having fun in the snow. So that's definitely a good scene to see, or good thing to see, is people still having their fun as they're encountering the very cold conditions that are out there as of right now, and the bits of snowfall that we've seen, and even the bits of sleet that we've seen here around the ArkLaTex. So I'm gonna take another look at the live radar and try to see if I can see any new comments or concerns that people may have had on the Facebook stream here. Let's go back to the live radar just to show you guys. And we're going to be bringing up some of the Facebook comments that you may have been talking about here, or don't believe we're streaming on Facebook. So yes, just another rundown. We're dealing with a little bit of a low period as of right now, and we're going to be dealing with this low period for around the next hour or two before we can start to see more winter precipitation move in from the south and west here. And we should see even more winter precipitation as we move through the overnight hours for tonight. So we are not done with this system just yet here. So make sure to continue to stay indoors, or if you're heading outside, make sure to be careful out there on those roadways if you have to travel. But if you don't have to travel, I advise you to please stay off of the roadways out there. But if you're going outside just to have fun, make sure to layer up, have your gloves, hat, anything that you need to stay warm out there. Make sure to have the layers as well, because it's definitely cold, and it's expected to get colder as we move into tonight, and potentially even colder as we move through the daytime hours tomorrow here. We should see very similar conditions, maybe a degree or two lower in terms of highs for tomorrow, but we are definitely still dealing with the cold throughout the rest of this weekend, and we may not see above freezing temperatures for the entire ArkLaTex until Tuesday afternoon here, where temperatures may reach the lower to mid 30s out there across the region. So yeah, we'll have another update at the top of the 5 p.m. hour here, so make sure to tune into that. We'll be streaming on all of your favorite streaming platforms. That's Facebook, that's your KSLA News 12 app, Roku TV, Amazon Fire TV, anything that you can name. We're going to be streaming on it here for KSLA News 12, and the KSLA First Alert Weather Team will keep you up to date in terms of what we can expect here on all of the streams. Make sure to continue to stay safe out there around the ArkLaTex, and continue to stay weather aware as we encounter this winter storm that is causing some havoc here around the entire ArkLaTex. So I'm going to leave you guys with a live look outside here. We're going to dive in. We're going to look at the KTSH camera just real fast here, just to show you guys the current conditions. As you can see, the freezing raindrops are on the lenses there, as you can see there. And we're going to continue to see light freezing rain as we move through the next couple of hours or so. And make sure to continue to stay weather aware to us as we move through the rest of this storm or as we continue to see the storm moving through. And I'm First Alert Meteorologist CJ Cartledge here, just signing off for now, but I'm going to leave you with this loop of the many different warnings that we have here, and the road impacts as well. I will see you guys once again later on at the top of the 5 p.m. hour.
This is a KSLA News 12 special report. First Alert Weather Day, Icy Impact. Sponsored by Barksdale Federal Credit Union, Mattress Plus, and your local Rebath.
And good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back. Starting you guys off with a live look outside through our KSLA Tower camera, sponsored by Mattress Plus. We are looking at a wintry scene across the Shreveport-Bossier area and across the area, actually, as well. Once again, I'm First Alert Meteorologist CJ Cartledge here, just giving you a quick weather update for you guys before we go into depth about what's going on here around the ArkLaTex in just a second here. Just dealing with some light freezing rain drops or freezing rain across most of the area here. Light rainfall for the southern half of the region and maybe a few snowflakes for the far northern portions of the ArkLaTex right now. We're currently sitting in the 20s and 30s in terms of temperatures across the area right now as well. And here's a look at Future Track on what we can expect through the rest of tonight and into tomorrow here. Future Track shows that we can expect another batch of freezing rain as well as sleet and maybe even some snowfall for the far northern portions of the ArkLaTex there. But we should see that batch roll in as we move into the late overnight hours for tonight, and more than likely seeing scattered freezing rain and sleet through the rest of this afternoon and into this early evening. But we should see that batch continue to roll through the ArkLaTex through the night tonight and into the early morning hours for our Sunday, and we should see things begin to taper off here in terms of wintry precip heading into the midday to early morning hours for our Sunday there. We're going to be streaming live on YouTube, Facebook, and the KSLA News 12 app, so make sure to tune into the latest forecast here we have coming up, and make sure to make your way over to one of those streaming platforms or on Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and all of your favorite streaming platforms. I'll be there with your latest forecast. All right, so diving into the latest forecast here, we're going to start you off with a Window World Sky Camera here. This is sponsored by Window World, one of our sky cameras here that we have at KSLA News 12. And we are going to be dealing with the freezing rain, sleet, as well as the snowfall through the rest of the daytime hours for today, or at least through starting at around 6 p.m. is when we should see scattered to widespread impacts. But for now, until around 6 p.m. for the next hour or so, we'll deal with mainly of a dry period here around the region. So let's dive into First Alert Doppler radar. We're also going to be answering any types of questions that you may have and comments that you may have on what we could expect through the rest of today. Here's a live look at First Alert Doppler radar, just showing you guys what's ongoing around the ArkLaTex and what has been going on through the past 3 hours or so since the last time we've been live on air. And as you can see, we're just still dealing with that low period as of right now across the ArkLaTex, still dealing with the freezing rain along the I-20 corridor, as well as raindrops in the far southern portions of the ArkLaTex, dealing with cold rain as well as freezing rain in portions around the southern half of the region, and also dealing with some sleet and snow, as well as possibly some freezing rain in areas north of I-30 as well. Taking a quick look at temperatures right now. I know we just showed temperatures a little bit ago, but we're going to be looking at them once again. We're currently sitting at 19 degrees still near Magnolia, 25 for Shreveport, around 33 for Bienville, 34 by Natchitoches, and into the lower 20s for the far northern portions of the ArkLaTex. There are 22 by DeQueen and 23 for Idabel as of right now. So it's definitely very cold out there around the ArkLaTex as of right now. We should deal with those same conditions, and it will actually get even colder heading into tonight here. We're going to be talking about morning lows in just a second for early tomorrow morning, but here's feels like temperatures right now. We're currently sitting in the teens, and for many areas around the ArkLaTex, many areas north of I-20 there, but many areas south of I-20 are dealing with feels like temperatures in the 30s, if not the 20s out there. We're dealing with above, or it feels like it's above freezing for areas in the far southeastern portions of the ArkLaTex there, but still pretty cold nonetheless across the region. We're still under this winter storm warning which is for the northern portions of the ArkLaTex, mainly the northern half of the region, until 12 p.m. on our Sunday. And we'll also be dealing with an ice storm warning until 6 p.m. on our Sunday, which includes everywhere else outside of that winter storm warning. So ice is expected, as well as more potential for snow for some portions around the ArkLaTex, and sleet and freezing rain as well. That all goes into both warnings that are in effect as of right now. And new that just came in actually from Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones and us here at on the KSLA First Alert Weather Team is the forecast for the additional ice expected for tonight. This is lasting through midday on Sunday. We could see around a 1/10 to a 1/4 of an inch of ice for areas in addition to what's already on the ground in areas far north and western portions of the ArkLaTex there in the orange shade and the red shade there, which includes Shreveport, Bossier, Magnolia over there in southwestern Arkansas, as well as Nacogdoches over in East Texas. Ranging from those 3 areas in the red are expecting around a 1/4 of an inch to a 1/2 an inch of ice. And if we receive a 1/2 an inch of ice, which is in addition to what's already on the ground right now, could pose some very bad travel impacts there. And even more ice is possible for areas in the far southeastern portions of the ArkLaTex here. And what this means in terms of snowfall and sleet, we could receive an additional 1 inch of both, a combination of both, actually, as we move throughout the duration of this system, the rest of the duration, which lasts until around the mid to late morning hours for our Sunday here. So here's a look at the temperature breakdown. I know you guys may have seen this temperature graphic a lot of times recently throughout the daytime hours today. But this is looks like the updated numbers here. We are expecting temperatures to drop into the 20s and teens for some portions around the region by early tomorrow morning. Daytime temperatures will be reaching into the 20s once again, and more than likely seeing the mid and upper 20s and potentially some lower 30s. But all in all, areas around the ArkLaTex should see near or below freezing temperatures out there around the ArkLaTex. But heading into early on Monday morning, temperatures drop deep into the teens and into the single digits for many areas around the ArkLaTex here. And we should deal with another morning like that heading into Monday night and into our Tuesday morning here. We are going to be dealing with some very cold temperatures out there, so make sure to continue to protect the 4 Ps and continue to take the necessary precautions, like have an extra blanket or charge up your phones, as the potential for power outages still is on the rise here, as we're expecting the additional snowfall, sleet, and freezing rain that could freeze up those power lines and cause power outages here around the ArkLaTex. So we're going to dive into the temperatures that we can expect here by early tomorrow morning first. Let's dive into what we can expect for the entire area here. That 24 that I'm covering up here is a part of Winfield, as you can see. Around 24 degrees looks to be the low for Winfield, 24 also for Natchitoches, 23 by Coshada, around 22 for Shreveport, and into the teens for in the areas in the far northern portion of the ArkLaTex. And with these temperatures that we can expect through the overnight hours for tonight, that is going to allow for the precipitation that's already on the ground to get even harder and more compact here, making it even harder to drive out there on those roadways. So we may not see much slush by early tomorrow morning, mainly because of how far temperatures will be falling across the region. The higher potential for slushy conditions looks to be in areas around I-20 and southward, not so much in the far northern portion of the ArkLaTex, where they have stayed below that freezing mark more than likely and everywhere around the I-30 and northward throughout the daytime hours today. And they're expecting the same conditions for tomorrow and potentially on Monday as well here. So let's take a quick look at what we can expect for early on Monday morning, which potentially brings us the coolest conditions out there around the ArkLaTex. Around 5 degrees for DeQueen, 8 degrees by Idabel, 13 for Texarkana, around 12 for Shreveport, 16 by Minden, and at the most here, around 19 potentially for Natchitoches and Winfield. The same thing for Manny. Definitely some very cold temperatures on the way for us. That's why we're going to be under an extreme cold warning that lasts or starts on Sunday night, and it lasts all the way into our Tuesday. I'm going to give you a look at the extreme cold warning. Once I find that graphic here, it just disappeared right in front of my eyes, which is a crazy thing. But the entire ArkLaTex is under this extreme cold warning that will last for nearly 2 days here around the ArkLaTex. Here it is right here. Just show you guys very quickly. This is the extreme cold warning, lasts from 6 p.m. on Sunday until noon on Tuesday. That includes everywhere around the ArkLaTex and everywhere surrounding the ArkLaTex as well, to the east, south, and to the west as well. So we are going to be diving into some traffic updates. I heard people ask about I-49. I-49, which is closed as of right now. So let's dive into some traffic updates for you guys. Looking at I-2, or just a wide view of the Shreveport-Bossier area as of right now. Let's overlap this with the road conditions out there and the weather that's ongoing right now, which is dealing with some scattered to isolated instances of freezing rain, as you can see, and ice that is still falling from this system here. We're seeing a lot of backed up roadways out there as of right now, as well as quite a few road closures right now as well. We are dealing with an I-49 closure, which is closed from, I believe, the 3132 exit all the way into the I-20 exit there. This is exactly where it is closed by I-20, I believe, here. Just zooming into that area over there. We are also dealing with some slower roadways over by I-20 through the construction zone, as well as near Arthur Ray Teague, and also by the Jimmy Davis Bridge, which is a bit southward from where I'm looking at as of right now. As you can see, Arthur Ray Teague is dealing with some slower roadways. Same thing for around the Jimmy Davis Bridge here, which you can see there on the screen. Let's dive into another area. This is by the I-20 construction zone, which is also dealing with a slower spot by Clyde Fant Parkway, Clyde Fant Memorial Parkway, as well as just by Marshall Street near the downtown area. Let's zoom more into downtown right now. Same thing for Clyde Fant Parkway. Dealing with some slower roadways or slower traffic here. That is a good sign, because you should not be driving anywhere fast throughout this weekend and into the start of the new week here. Near Texas Street, definitely dealing with some slower roadways as of right now. And let's moving over down to the south and east. As mentioned before, around Jimmy Davis Bridge seems to be dealing with some slower traffic right now as well. Not much winter precipitation is ongoing in that area, but they are dealing with some slower traffic right now. Same thing for Arthur Ray Teague Parkway. Looking up near Texarkana, traffic is a bit slow in many areas up there, as you can see on the screen here, near I-30, as well as near I-369 as well, and in many other areas also. He says, when does it clear up? Somebody's asking in the chat, when exactly does all of this clear up here? I'm gonna put it on the screen. Actually, so somebody asks, when does this clear up? Or okay. When does this clear up? Well, we should start to see these things clear up here around the ArkLaTex. More than likely when temperatures start to reach back above that freezing mark around the region here, which is going to be more than likely by maybe Monday to Tuesday. I would say by Tuesday afternoon is when all the ice and stuff will more than likely start to clear up over here around the ArkLaTex. So just prepare for the worst as we move through the next couple of days ahead of us here. We are dealing with some very icy conditions out there around the ArkLaTex, and we're going to be dealing with them for quite some time here around the region as well. Yes, we're going to be dealing with some icy conditions around the region. Says, when does it clear up from Katrina Green? Not too far. So somebody else says that, I bet you Barksdale Air Force Base legal office is still going to be open Monday morning. Fortunately, I can't answer that question for you, but maybe just an observation here. But let's go back to the full picture here. You turn this off. Okay. All right, there we go. So, yes, that's traffic as of right now, and overlapping with the road conditions currently by Texarkana. We are dealing with still freezing rain and sleet up there. So make sure, please be careful out there on those roadways. If you have to travel, make sure to do so in a very safe manner. make sure to do so in a very safe manner, and make sure to, if you don't have to travel, stay inside. Honestly, there's a lot of people out there enjoying the snow as well, and we're going to be diving into some viewer submitted pictures and videos as well. Let's actually dive into that right now. Here's one picture of a dog enjoying the snow here from Victoria Cox. Built a sled out of an ice chest and tied it to the four-wheeler for some sledding fun, and Nala is having a blast playing and eating the ice here. So that's definitely very cool to see from Victoria Cox. Thank you for sending that in. Snow day in Frierson. Very cool thing to see. Very, very cool. You should see that's it's almost becoming like a yearly event here. I wanted to mention a bit here that the past couple of years, every year that I've been here at KSLA, from 2024 to 2025 last year to 2026 this year, we have had a snowstorm or ice storm at exactly this time, around this time of year. In mid to late January was when we had an ice storm around this time here. At some point, a portion around the ArkLaTex. Actually, the entire ArkLaTex has seen an ice storm through the past 3 years, including this year. So that's pretty interesting. I don't think I've seen anything that consistent, even living in Maryland here. Not from what I remember. That's where I'm from, by the way, if you guys don't know already. But here's another video from Brenda Burns, and says the best lawn care. That's pretty cool. I believe you guys seen this on the KSLA Facebook page. That's what they posted recently. That's definitely a very cute scene. Very, very fun. Looks like he's having fun out there. For sure. It looked like having a little problem there with the lawnmower. Getting some help. Help is on the way. Help is on the way, little one. And we're looking at a couple of scenes here. Brookshire's on Kings Highway. Says the roads are closed by there. As you can see, it looks like a very icy type of scene there, as you can see there. Very icy type of scene. I believe that's Bird High School in the background. Oh, this one's a fun one. I believe I did watch this one a little bit before we hopped on the air here, but this is definitely a fun one. Tune into this, guys. I believe they're doing some snow sledding. I need to start the video first. Doing some snow sledding here. Not much snow looks to be on the ground, but it's still providing a little bit of some slick conditions out there. Definitely very fun. Hopefully it doesn't go into the lake there. Okay, definitely good thing to see. That's fun. Yeah, I'm glad to see people are making the most out of the winter precipitation out there. Even though it might not be too much, you can never have too much fun with what you have, you know. And that's definitely a good thing to see. Let's dive into the live radar once again. I don't believe it says somebody asked in the Facebook chat here. Let's bring that up on the screen. Somebody asked in the chat, is Texarkana looking at more sleet than freezing rain? So let's, I believe that Texarkana may more than likely be looking at more sleet than freezing rain, mainly because of how low temperatures are up there in the far northern portions of the region here. Texarkana, I believe their temperature sensor hasn't been working for quite some time throughout the daytime hours. Today is what Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones has been saying, but let's take another quick look at temperatures right now. See, they haven't been reporting temperatures, but surrounding areas are in the lower 20s and upper teens out there. So more than likely, they're going to be seeing more sleet rather than freezing rain. Those little ice pellets that you may have seen out there on the ground, that is the sleet falling from this system that has been rolling throughout this morning. Mainly sleet has been falling throughout this morning as well into this evening here. Into this evening, we should see a bit more sleet than freezing rain. Okay, somebody else has a question here from Kylie Johnson. I have a family flying in from Houston at 2 p.m. tomorrow. Do you think her flight may be canceled? Now, do I think the flight may be canceled? It's a possibility that the flight could be canceled here, mainly because of these slick roadways on the runways, the slick runways out there. We're expecting even more freezing rain and sleet for tonight, so it's definitely not good conditions for any types of flights that may be going on. We don't want any of the planes slipping for that matter. So I could see flights being canceled, but you'll have to pay attention to the latest updates as we get closer in time. Maybe we'll get some notion from the airport, Shreveport Airport, wherever your family is flying in from or flying into. We'll get the latest updates, and we'll try to let you know as soon as possible. Somebody says, hello from Oil City. Hello, Miss Amy Lee Woolsey, my bad. My apologies there. Mills, hello from Shreveport, Louisiana. Okay, so we're going to dive back into the live radar picture once again. If there's not any more questions, when will this start back again? Somebody asked in the chat, when will this start back again? Putting that on the screen here just to show you guys from Right Shonda. We are expecting this more freezing rain to start to come in a bit more full effect. Another wave is expected to roll through later on tonight. The more compact wave looks to move through later on tonight. But as you can see in the far western portions of your screen here, just outside of the Shreveport-Bossier area here, just by the Dallas-Fort Worth area actually, a bit more scattered to widely scattered freezing rain and sleet is expected to roll through as we move through the next couple of hours or so. By around 6 p.m., we should start to see those freezing rain bands and sleet bands move into the ArkLaTex from the south and west, from that Dallas-Fort Worth area, and move into areas north of I-30 there. But we should see another full batch of wintry precipitation moving into the late overnight hours for tonight. I'm going to go through Future Track one more time just to show you guys a visual picture of what I am talking about here. So moving into Future Track, just showing you guys what we can expect through the next around 30 minutes to an hour or so. More freezing rain is expected to move in from the south and west, but it will mainly stay scattered through the late evening or late afternoon and early evening hours, as you can see there, but it starts to become widely scattered and almost widespread heading into the early to mid evening, getting my times of day mixed up there, but heading into the overnight hours just after midnight, there's that second main batch of winter precip rolling through the ArkLaTex, and we could even see some instances of snowfall for the far northern portions of the region as this second wave rolls through. Heading into the early morning hours for our Sunday, we should start to see that wave finally move out of the ArkLaTex by the mid to late morning hours on our Sunday. That's when we can finally see mostly cloudy skies out there and no wintry precipitation. That should be that should be the totality, and that should end here. I can't find the words. That should be it for this storm here in terms of precipitation, but we are expecting dangerously cold temperatures, and I'm saying that I'm not saying that with enough emphasis here. Dangerously cold temperatures are on the way as we move into early Monday morning as a even colder air mass sets into the ArkLaTex by Sunday night into our Monday, and that's what you see there with all the clouds rushing to the south there, as you can see Sunday night into our Monday. We could even see some snowfall here, a bit of some isolated snow showers out there for many areas around I-20 and southward, heading into the around the midnight hour, just after midnight for Monday, and heading into the daytime hours for Monday. We should see mostly clear skies outside of a cloud or two out there across the region. So I believe I answered some of you all's questions here with somebody asking, Kimberly Ann Metoyer, is Natchitoches Parish going to get any of the sleet? More than likely, they're going to see sleet and potential for freezing rain as well. But more than likely, you're going to see out of the two that I mentioned, freezing rain and sleet, more than likely going to see freezing rain that could cause some icy road conditions out there. Also, somebody else asked, Miss Gwendolyn M. Rockwell, is Mount Pleasant, Texas, getting any more? Yes. To answer your question, short and sweet, yes, they are getting a little bit of some more wintry precipitation for tonight. I hope I've answered all of you all's questions here, and thank you guys so much for tuning into this live stream. We're going to be streaming live in around just over 30 minutes or so with Chief Meteorologist Matt Jones and I on the 6 o'clock show for tonight here. We're going to be diving into the latest details of what we can expect here around the ArkLaTex and what we could see through the rest of the night tonight and into early tomorrow morning as well here. So thank you guys so much for tuning into this live stream. We're going to be sending it back to this loop that we have here to show you guys the current conditions and what's going on around the ArkLaTex as of right now. Make sure to tune into KSLA News 12 here on the KSLA News 12 app, as well as on all of our streaming platforms at 6 p.m. sharp, where we will bring you the latest on what we can expect from this winter storm this weekend. Thank you guys so much for tuning in.